Wow. Wow. Wow is what I have to say. Johnny, did you see what we've got going on today as far as
Big
guests?
show today. Big show.
Yeah, I usually say, hey, we got a big show today, but this one's huge. I'm going to say, get yourself prepared. Uh, be a bell to beller today because if you're not, you're going to miss something really good. But anyway, hey, glad you can make it. Glad that you're here with us today. And it is Thursday the 3rd. So, hello, traders, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. We are Sister Sledge, and yes, because we are family. So let's get busy here. Our show today um, has a lot going on, and I want to make sure that the community be a part of it, participate. Like I said, because we are family, we're a team here, and well, let's get moving on here. Gentleman next to me, yes, the everybody's friend, our training mentor, the man with the plan, good looking guy, John, aka the Hoag Hoagland. Hello, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, Thursday already, October the 3rd. As always, our focus here is on accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. Got to say good morning to everybody in the chat, at least the top. Nick Nichols, Command, Travis Chingo, good to see you. Pete, Dan Trader, Van Life Day Trader, Kingdom Citizen, Marv Daly. Hello, my friend Marv. Ricky, Anastasio, Brian, Oliver, Lulu, Eddie's in there. And a good morning to my good friend Bill Phillips as well. But as always, good morning and welcome to each and every one of you. We're glad to have you with us. Hopefully, we're going to have a good, profitable, and fun trading day today. A lot of people, a lot of guests, a lot of cool stuff on the show today. So make sure you stick around.
You said it correct. All right, let's get to the news here. We'll be moving forward here. U.S. stock futures edged a little bit lower here today as investors looked ahead for the release of the all-important non-farm payroll tomorrow. And also, we should all be keeping a close eye on the ongoing tensions in the Middle East. We did see the Dow down 0.2%, S&P down 0.07%, and the NASDAQ down 1.5%. These main averages were muted in the prior session yesterday, with traders choosing to remain cautious as Israel mulls about the possible response to an aerial bombardment from Iran earlier this week. Benchmark S&P ended up 0.01% higher. Tech-heavy NASDAQ added about 15 points, 0.1%, and the Dow Jones climbed 40 points, or 0.1%. U.S. Treasury yields, which typically move inversely to prices, actually rose following a stronger than expected private payroll report. All right, Johnny, I'm going to pass this to you. We're going to get this going. So what else do we have today?
Well, as far as economic numbers this morning, as usual on Thursday, the jobless claims came out. The initial jobless claims came out a little higher than expected at 225,000. They were looking for 221,000 additional jobs in the last week. That is an increase from last week, which was 218,000. I believe that was revised up 1,000 to 219,000. Continuing jobless claims came out a little bit lower than expected and lower than the previous week at 1,826,000. They were looking for 1,830,000. 8:45 today, we got the S&P Services PMI and Composite PMI finals. Probably not going to be overly impactful. 9 a.m. ISM Services PMI factory orders and some durable good revisions. Those probably won't as well be very impactful. 9:30, we got the natural gas inventories. 9:40, we do have Bostic and cash and carry due to speak. A couple of talking feds there at 9:40 and at 10:30 this morning. 4-week bill auction. Of course, these are all Central Chicago times. The VIX this morning up about 3% at 19.58. At this time yesterday, it was about the same at 19.63. These are, of course, last I checked. The dollar index also up this morning at 101.92. Last I checked, a little higher than yesterday at this time at 101.43. And the yield on the 10-year holding steady at 3.8%, exactly the same level it was at yesterday. Looking at the domes here, the market is still relatively thin. There is a little bit lower liquidity as we, know that there are many uncertainties, and as we get into closer to the NFP and employment rate tomorrow, a lot of eyeballs are going to be on that, of course. But that's all we've got as far as known economic numbers. Remember, there's a lot of uncertainties out there, so make sure you CYA, cover your ass, and as always, ACH, anything can happen. Eddie, back to you. Dude, what's with crude?
Dude, let me tell you here. We did see the prices rise here in crude. Um, we've got a low here of 69.87, topping out at 72.42. Big ranges here in crude. Brent crude climbed 1.2%. We also saw WTI trading 1.4% better. Now, obviously, we're waiting for Israel's response to Iran firing more than 180 missiles into the territory, and there is suggestion that the country could target Iran's oil infrastructure. Meanwhile, U.S. inventories rose by 3.9 million barrels to 417 barrels in the week that ended September 27th. And our good friends at EIA, Energy Information Administration, said yesterday, compared with the expectations for 1.3 million barrels for a draw. There you have it. And Gabe, our good friend Gabe, is behind the scenes. And let's see what we've got for tip of the week. Got tip of the week here for us. There it is. Adapt. All right. Talking about being adaptable. Boy, this is like you said, Johnny, yesterday, is a perfect week for this top step tip. Competition. All right. There are more sophisticated traders out there. There are more traders out there. Hedge funds, institutes. So being on top of things, um, adapting to new strategies, market intelligence, risk management tools that can keep you, the trader, ahead of the competition. Remember, it's adapting in this market is so important. I can't stress the fact, if you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to find yourself sort of falling off the horse and not realizing until it's too late. Johnny, what do you got on our tip of the week?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is a perfect tip of the week for this week. We've seen a lot of things changing in the world and in the markets. Adapting is accepting what the market is telling you. The markets basically, they have the picture. The market generated information can certainly help you to adapt to that information. In an environment that we have no control, it is ambiguous. If we are unable to adapt as the market changes, like Eddie says, we're going to fall off the horse a little bit. So just be open, be creative, be understanding, and be receptive of changes in the marketplace, and be ready to make those changes in your strategies. It ain't easy. Nothing is ever easy, but being adaptable and being able to change to the market conditions is going to be vital for your continued success.
Well said, Johnny. Well said. Before we get to charts here, just want to let you know, fast markets, we've got man versus machine. Yes, Tom Becker's coming back to Topstep TV to demonstrate how some of his algos take trades, and he's going to be joined with our superstar, fantastic mentor, Anne Marie. So let's get busy. Off to the charts with our good friend John Hoagland. Hoag, what do you got for our traders today?
All right. Well, we're looking at the daily in the S&Ps, always starting at about a 30,000 foot level here. We saw volume drop yesterday as the market just kind of seeks, balance, seeks an area where two-sided trade can occur. And I think it did a pretty good job of that yesterday with all of the uncertainties. Always in the back of my mind is, when there is no bad news, these markets have a tendency to continue to try and push to the upside. There's so many uncertainties out there. I think that there's a lot of traders that really are just kind of positioned and hedged and just waiting for new information. And that is really kind of shown in the lack of open interest change in the S&Ps yesterday. The open interest only changed by approximately adding 100 contracts. So yesterday was really a day of positioning and hedging for the day, and a certainly of for tomorrow. And with all the uncertainties, that does not necessarily surprise me. So we see volume drop yesterday. We see open interest idling. This market and all markets, as they usually are awaiting new information. So, looking at the daily chart here, we're seeing some pretty long wicks over the last couple of days off of recent lows, off of the September all-time high, which is 57.21 quarter. And we haven't had the ability to close a session below last week's low at 57.45 quarter. So I think the market is still attracting buyers down at these levels. And of course, ACH, anything can change that. If something happens, something unknown happens, that can all change in a heartbeat. And remember, these markets are very thin right now. I'm looking at the dome in the Nasdaq, and the biggest number I see is in 10 contracts on any bid or offer within 10 points of price. The S&Ps, we're seeing mostly double digits. There's a couple of hundreds down below here, and this is again prior to the open. When the regular time frame traders come in and start trading this market, I expect it to get a little bit thicker, but still remember there is a pretty low liquidity in these markets. So your stops are going to probably have a little bit bigger slippage. And of course, if something does happen, that lack of liquidity is going to cause price to move further in any direction that the market is going. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. So yesterday, we had very little change in value, in price, in perception of value. I mean, the S&Ps only closed 2 ticks higher than the previous day. You see value high and value low from Tuesday here. Well, the value was inside. So we really had an inside day yesterday. And as we usually say, when we open inside range and value, the better trade locations typically come sometime later in the session or after the open. And we had that big drop to the downside, big rejection. Buyers just came back in and bought that market right back above an afternoon pullback low from the past. This is a little bit outdated now, so I'm going to take that level off of my chart. Where are we today? Overnight inventory was exceedingly short. We've already reconciled some of that. We see after the 7:30 numbers, we're seeing some more selling coming in, but it's still looking like we're going to be opening in range, but perhaps below value from yesterday. On this platform, I'm seeing value low from yesterday at 57.51 quarter. So if we continue to reject value, maybe we'll take another look down to this September all-time high area. Remember, everything is a zone. I'll be very interested to see how the market responds. If price auctions back down to the overnight low, which is 57.26 half, overnight is pretty much an inside day inside the regular trading hour session yesterday. So your market is still largely in range and in balance. Looking at these lows, looking at these highs, this is kind of a short time frame area of balance. And again, with that lack of open interest change yesterday, I think a lot of folks are just sitting a little bit on the sidelines and waiting for new information and new direction. The profile yesterday ended up being a bit of a P-shaped profile. We had the big break early in the rejection, and the market really just kind of held and ranged in the upper half, maybe even mostly the upper third of the profile from yesterday, which would usually indicate short covering. But we don't see that in open interest. It seems like the market got too low. We had some, I'm sure that there were a lot of positions that just changed hands yesterday, but because there was such a small change in open interest, it's very difficult to kind of put any direction to that. So again, I'm going to be patient, look for trade locations as the day goes on, see if we continue to reject value from yesterday, and maybe look to see if we get another look down at that September all-time high, which is 57.21 quarter. Why do I still have that on my chart? I'm not the only one that has that on my chart. Kind of similar to those percentage levels off the all-time highs. A lot of folks have left this level on their charts. You saw we found buyers down near that level yesterday. Will it happen again today? Only time will tell. So yesterday was a normal variation, extreme day. In other words, the point of control was up near the upper extreme of the profile, but with no interest, no open interest change. Delta was neutral yesterday. Yesterday didn't even really need to happen, it seems. So be careful today. Be patient. We're going to be finding opportunities, hopefully, as the day goes on here into fast markets, and we'll see what we can see there. Things always have a tendency to change a little bit when the regular trading hour traders enter into the marketplace at 8:30. So we'll be taking a close look at that. So this is the daily in the Nasdaq. Volume was lower yesterday. All right. We did see an increase in open interest yesterday in the Nasdaq. Where did that open interest come in? It came in probably to the long side by the direction of the session yesterday. 4,000 new contracts were added in the NASDAQ yesterday. Where is the level where we're seeing a possible rejection for the past couple of days? Again, down below this 5% off the all-time high level, 19,935, I believe is what that number is. Yes, that is what that number is. We also had last week's low, 19,953. We've been unable to close a session in the last two sessions below that level. So with those long wicks down there, we've been seeing some buying coming in down below that level. Will it happen again today? We don't know. I still think that traders are pretty much looking for new information. Last night's session was inside the previous day's session, so no major changes going on there. And just on this daily chart. Now, taking a look at the 30-minute chart, you know, uh, in range, in value, overlapping to higher value yesterday in the NASDAQ. Well, we think we did see some new buying coming into this market. Would make sense that value moved higher. Overnight inventory, a little too short. Little reconciliation back into the value from yesterday, but we are going to be opening below value. Where is that level that we've been kind of holding or trying to hold above this 5% afternoon pullback low? There's last week's low, all in this area. Kind of a lot of confluence there. You can see the night before last, it really just centered around that confluence. We ran through it, tried to close higher. We did close higher. How successful was it? Well, we did lower volume, but added open interest. So we may have trapped some shorter time frame longs up there yesterday. Excuse me 1 second. And the profile, again, a P-shaped normal variation extreme day. Normally this would be a short covering profile shape, which would say that we would lose open interest. But I think instead of losing open interest by covering some shorts, which I'm sure did happen yesterday, we saw more new buying coming in yesterday. Those new buyers are now underwater. Let's see how that plays out for the rest of the day. Take a look at crude oil now, the daily chart. Weekly kickoff levels remain from last week. We took a look below and rejected below on Tuesday. We've had a full rotation back to weekly kickoff high, back to last week's high. Yesterday, we started coming off of that. Now it looks like we're continuing to possibly go up and test that level. Now, there's a lot of fundamental information that is unknown. There's a lot going on in the world. There's a lot of questions as to supply for crude oil, and we don't really have any answers on that. So the market is again a little bit thin. The market is losing volume as it continues to push higher. We lost a bunch of volume yesterday. We did add 1,900 in open interest, but we lost open interest the day before. So we're not seeing any real large positioning being placed while we are in this range bound area. So again, this market is also thirsty for new information, but aren't markets always thirsty for information? I'm still firmly on the side of believing that most of the longer time frame traders in crude oil are sitting. They are holding their positions. They are hedged for whatever they believe is going to be happening into the future. And most of the activity we're seeing is probably longer time frame and shorter time frame speculators just bouncing price between two known levels. Last week's high, last week's low, weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff low. Remember these have been the same weekly kickoff levels for 2 weeks now, and we've seen one rotation higher, one rotation back to the low, one rotation back to the high. That's what range bound markets do. So if you're really focusing on bigger opportunities, focus on the extremes. Last week's high, last week or this week's weekly kickoff high, last week's low, this week's weekly kickoff low for any longer time frame thoughts that you're thinking about taking here in crude oil. So yesterday we had a lot of overnight longs in this market. We talked about the idea that anywhere between last week's high, the 72.40 and 72.60 weekly kickoff high, was an important level. If we were going to break out, you'd probably want to go with it. If we fail to break out, you're going to want to fade it. And the fade yesterday was certainly a profitable trade for those of you that were able to take it. Give me 1 second here. Oh, this virus is still just messing with me. But anyways,
Bless you, sir.
so on the 30-minute chart here, this was a double distribution trend day. There was a distribution of time and volume off the high here. Then there was a distribution of time and volume on the low. A lot of single TPOs here. The market opened between those high volume nodes on either extreme of this profile, which kind of puts the market into a potential area of repair. Technically, the market is going to trade to a point of control in the upper distribution, perhaps, and a point of control in the lower distribution. We're at the upper distribution point of control right now. So if we can't continue to see market pricing higher up into these resistance levels, we turn around, anything might happen. Of course, we do have the overnight inventory working in our favor. Not suggesting any executions here, but if we do start to see some basing up here, there is the probability that the market can come down and retest the point of control in the lower distribution, which again we have overnight inventory already long here. So if the overnight inventory doesn't get what they're looking for, that's when that move back to the downside might start. It's going to be the shorter time frame traders saying, "Hey, we're not getting any more money out of this. Let's get out." Uh, of course, anytime that the longer time frame decides that they're going to adjust inventory, all bets are off, and you've got to base your opportunities on weekly kickoff high and last week's high. This whole zone right up here, it's a 20-point zone. I think it's going to continue to be an important level in any direction. And for gold, all right, we have basically created an area of balance. We're pretty much centrally located inside that balance. Um, we lost 3,100 in open interest yesterday on lower volume. Folks kind of getting out, kind of saying, all right, you know what? We don't know what's going to happen. We're waiting for new information. Let's lighten up on those positions and we'll see what happens at the extremes. Now, I'm looking at the extremes of the current area of balance as approximately, and again, there's no finite numbers in trading, 2650 on the low end, and of course, 2,700 on the upper end. So anywhere in the middle seems to be a bit of a random walk. I'm going to be focusing on those extremes for any larger opportunities. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. My goodness, this thing is sticking to me. All right, so overnight inventory, we had some shorts. A lot of those shorts, but as the market was opening at 720, a lot of those overnight inventory was reconciled back to pretty much where the market opened last night. Or market opened, and let's just call it 2679 area. Overnight shorts got out. The numbers came out. They didn't like the number for whatever reason, taking us to the low from yesterday, and didn't take out the overnight low. Seeing buyers coming back into this market now. I don't think we looked at the daily on this. Oh yeah, we did. All right, so 2665 was last week's weekly kickoff high. I've left it on here because I believe it is going to remain impactful. We had a little bit of a gap. We filled that yesterday. We saw support. We saw resistance at this 2665 level. We saw support yesterday. Are we seeing support below that level right now? I've been kind of a bull when it comes to gold. I think that there's still a lot of space to go to the upside, but for now, we are in an area of balance, so we got to play balance rules. Shorter time frame opportunities, of course, are always going to be here when we're in range and balance. Just be careful. Overnight inventory was a little bit long. We opened in range and value. We put in a low near yesterday's low. That this low down here might end up actually being the best trade location of the day. And then we're back in range, back in value. So be careful. And as always, before you sit down to trade, make sure you take a deep breath and say it with me. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And every day, pray for peace. Let's have a great trading day. Thanks for being here.
All right. Thanks, Johnny. We're going to take a quick break. We've got Andre, MP, Tom Becker, Anne Marie. You're going to be here. Coach Ray, Stephen A. Yes, Tom Becker, Dr. Algo, Man versus Machine. We're going to see what's going to happen. So don't go away. Like we said, we got a huge day today here at Topstep TV. Be right back. All right, let's get our algos in the gate. And of course, let's fire it up. Andre, over to you, my friend.
Good morning, Eddie. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Market Special Edition. A little bit of man versus machine. We'll get to that in a little bit. In the upper right, with a fresh haircut, looking real fresh, Mr. Michael Patak. Lower right, you know her, you love her. Anne Marie in the house. And Tamakazi, the Algo Chair founder of Financial Clout, in the house. Welcome, everybody. Let's go straight to Anne Marie. What are we seeing in the markets? I know we got Tom has a trade on, but Anne Marie, I want to go to you real quick.
So I'm looking at the markets the same way that John is seeing them today. It's very rangy, inside area, inside value. I was going to put a trade on and I didn't get there fast enough, but it's sitting at the base of the range. I'm going to try and pull along here because I think it's going to give us a shot at moving to the upside. On the left, I've got a 1 minute. On the right,
market and level, Anne-Marie.
Oh, I apologize. The market is the YM. The level is 42.90. And I also, if that one clips and moves out, then I have another one below at 42.223. But there was a bounce forming at the base of the 4 a.m. Candlestick 4 a.m. ET. That is Europe's open. And that was the reason that I wanted to get in there, but I was a little slow on the trigger.
Overnight low. So, I like it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, we'll see if we get another chance.
Yes.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
You may be wondering who the new one in the lower left is there. That is Tom, a.k.a. Tamakazi, founder of Financial Clout. Tom, meet Anne-Marie, meet Michael Patak. Tom, tell us what you're here to do today.
Well, I'm here to see if the machine is better than the man. We got a couple trades we're going to be trying to take today. Be trading the ES and NQ primarily today. We are currently short the ES from a pre-market trade that is currently in the red, but we'll see what happens. And yeah, I'm excited.
What is the ES trade? What's your position?
So I am currently short from 57.44.50. My stop is set right above yesterday's close at 57.65. And we're targeting yesterday's low is probably about when my trailing stop will kick in. But currently we were down $400 on it, but we did have a banger pre-market trade. And so Topstep counts up currently with being down 400. We are still at $500 today. So we are green. Even if this trade loses, we are having a great day so far.
All
It's
right,
just,
here you go, Mike.
Kamikaze,
Kamikaze.
real quick. What I love the name. What account are you in? Give us really quickly what you're doing,
Yeah.
so then we can kind of get in the markets and start talking about markets.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am in 150K eval right now. Wanted to start a fresh account for today. And so this is a fresh account. We're going to see if we can pass the combine hands off and see if we can keep this going and maybe eventually become the top slot on your guys' winners. So
All right.
Love
maybe
it.
in a month or two, you're going to see me on the board.
All right, we've never
It's
done
the
this
old
before.
story
Mike.
of John Henry. John Henry, the old story of man versus machine.
Go.
See
Well,
what we
you
can
guys
do.
are the John Henry today.
Yes, absolutely. Anne-Marie will be taking the human trades. We'll all be taking the human trades. Tom Kamikaze will be running his systems. Oh, we are in.
I just got filled.
Okay, so
Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie's long YM against the overnight low and yesterday's session low. Where's the risk on this, Anne-Marie?
John, what are we? Or sorry, if the house account is interested, let me know.
She would be long YM right now. We're working on the risk right now.
So the risk event, I think, is probably about 35 to 40 ticks.
Okay.
And the target is going to be the VWAP or
I see that.
the 4 a.m. candlestick high. If it starts choking around that area,
Understood.
we'll take a look.
So
But I'm looking
your
at the 1
position is-
minute. I want to see. Yeah, I want to see value. I want to see traders come in.
What's the current price of your position?
42288.
288. So right about here.
All right, we'll jump in with Ann while she's talked that one out. All right, cool. Johnny, where's stopping the target on this one?
It looks like we're thinking right around 250 is for the stop, Anne-Marie.
That sounds, yeah, that's about right. I think it could come in and sweep it and then turn around, but I wanted to see it hold here, and I don't like that it is. And of course, since I'm trading in the opposite direction of the machine, I'm a little nervous.
Okay, so
Skylab and all.
Johnny, we're along from 287. He said two what? 42, two what?
Probably 42,250, I think, is the stop. Because
Yes.
what I'm looking for is it to reject below the overnight low right now.
Yeah.
YM. Starting to see a lot more trades in the YM lately. Good to see.
I got to tell you, I love this
Yeah.
instrument. It's kept me in between the lines so much. I've got 3 combines going right now. A couple of them on my Motive Wave platform and a couple of them here. So I guess I have 4 edition, not my strength. But the YM has just kept me in between the rails. It really, really has.
I feel like
helped me manage risk a lot better.
I feel like I'm back in high school right now with trading Dow. I'm traded YM. I started trading Dow. This is my first futures product I ever traded for the prop firm that put me on a trading combine-like experience. Kotke. Yeah, Neil Kotke. Neil Kotke. Kudos goes out to Neil for creating he brought like 20, 30 guys into a room, just said, here's a simulator. Anybody passes, it shows me a $300 daily average without hitting the $300 daily loss limit. That was what it was, 300 by 300 average on the profit. Never hit the downside, and if you did, you had to show your 2-week average again. It was a 2-week average. After 2 weeks, I want to see that.
Anne-Marie, I saw you're working another bid down below. Where is your current stop located at?
My current stop, I moved it down a little because I just looked at a volume profile on another platform that I look at TrendSpider, and it tells me I need to watch out for those wicks that might come. And so that other order is sitting at that 42,256, but it's either going to fill and then I get totally stopped, for buy everything, or
The-
it's going to hold and reverse off that edge. I think
So your
Dee's
stop
voice
is about 250 as well,
240,
right? Your stop.
248, 246, something
248.
like that.
Okay.
My
Okay.
brain runs to D, how she says, hey, listen, stay away from those round numbers. They like to
I know.
commit to those round numbers. And I
Yes.
totally agree with her. I'm in lockstep
Yeah.
on that, but I do not like the direction of this trade at all.
No.
All right. Well,
Would you pull it?
I think I'm going to. I pulled the ad for sure. And
Got it.
yep,
Okay,
it
we're
flattened
out
me.
then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
We ever stop at 44. It came right to 44. So I will get out. I will get out unless it's good. There, good. Okay, got me. All right, cool. $1,000 down. That's okay. So I first started trading the Dow when it came out. 2 months after it came out. 2 months after it came out. It was wild.
Where we are now. All right. Well, really quick. I don't know if you heard that 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining call from a man, Eddie. Eddie, 5 minutes remaining till what? Let's take a look at the calendar.
Till what? Well, let me tell you. Coming up here in a deuce, S&P Global Service PMI. They're above 55, so it should be an expanding number. Also coming up here in about 17 minutes, factory orders. We do have also later on here ISM manufacturing prices in natural gas. Bostic and Kashkari will be speaking. 4-week, 8-week bill auction at 10:30, and the balance sheet a little later on in the day. And I'm going to pass it right back to you, Andre. And that is what we have today. So heads up.
Thank you.
John, did you see the value area slipping lower? I just saw that. All of a sudden, looking at my profiles, I use TrendSpider to do that.
It's so early. Value is going to move a lot if we become
okay,
directional.
gotcha. Makes sense.
Hey, Tamikaze, question. Do you still have your trade on? Does the computer still have the trade on?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
And you
still short ES here.
44 half. Will the algo carry this trade into the number?
44
Yeah,
half.
so,
50, hold on really quick, Tamikaze. It says on top you're short 57, 54s.
Yeah, I'm short ES.
From 54 or 44?
44.50.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, sorry. It looks like you guys have it wrong there, so let's get that fixed. But yeah, 57, 44.50. We're targeting that average daily expansion low. That's when our protective stops will kick in, and we'll basically trail the profit until it decides to reverse. So this could be a $2,000 trade if it goes really well. Could be, I think worst case scenario, we're going to lose about $800 to $1,000. But yeah, it's at least a 1-to-1 risk. So we should hopefully, if we break down here, we're holding the pre-market point of control. We have been rejecting yesterday's previous day value low, so if we can hold that, I think we'll break down here, but we'll see what happens. Buyers need to step in if they want to push this up here.
Right. Real quick,
Tom?
They're gonna take control.
how many systems are you running right now? How many algos are we running right now in the ES and NQ?
I have 9 ES and NQ systems and 13 total running right now. It was funny,
Right.
Anne-Marie was talking YM, and we actually had a YM trade pre-market, had a long from Euro
I know,
low,
it's pretty.
and that ended up being a really good trade. So we had a ES trade and a YM trade pre-market off of the Euro Open. If you're looking at my screen, you can actually see the previous trade come in at 4 a.m. there, Eastern time, 3 a.m. our time, and stopped out right with that pre-market news, and that was a $1,000 win. So that was my big win so far today. Oh, we are starting to get a breakdown here, and we're currently up $100.
Yeah,
so we are going the way we want to go. Yeah,
Nasdaq
go.
going
All right.
opposite.
Service
Eddie, jump
PMI
on in.
coming out at 55.2, so still expanding, but not as much as they wanted it to. Also, Chicago, or the composite PMI coming up at 54. Top of the hour here, service PMI, and of course, factory orders. So we're eyes on the prize there. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. All right. Yeah, we got another number coming out at 9 o'clock. Whole lot coming out in about 15 minutes.
The Dow really, it's leading to the downside. The Dow's the leader
Yeah, it
to the
is.
downside, the weaker.
100%.
goes
You
ahead
got
of that.
Nvidia
that
up
poll.
about 3.3% right now. That's what got into the Nasdaq back up to settlement there. But S&P and the Nasdaq and the Dow certainly not heading that direction.
I've been only watching S&P and Nasdaq for the longest time. I used to watch all three because I was trading the Dow. And Nvidia really, they're not really. Eddie used to always call them like sisters stepping inside. You know, the sisters. You know, they're all together.
Right.
You know, that was not. That was definitely an outlier. I don't know. I'm not going to use a whatever, but not a part of the family type of move. The Dow selling off.
I know what you're trying to say.
I knew the word that you weren't
I
going
hear
to
you.
say. My brain.
He's dancing around it. He's dancing around it nicely.
There's a long story that happened at Topstep in a meeting one time. Somebody said it, and somebody had it, and the person started crying, and it was just like,
Never again. Never again.
If you can figure out, if you can connect all those dots, and you can, it's
Why
an
am
old
I
line.
laughing at someone's pain? I don't know.
Yeah,
That's awful of me.
It's an old line. So Nvidia is like, I guess, its own index holds it up. I mean,
Pretty
like,
much.
Yeah.
Jensen came out yesterday and said that demand was off the rails, that things were going to be fantastic, and he was just talking his book quite a bit.
His book, I like that phrase.
Well, he's talking my book too.
Yeah, definitely.
I like it.
Well, a CEO,
Yeah.
I guess he gets to. He's allowed.
Pick it up a little bit. All right, upper left-hand corner of the screen. See the hashtag fast market. Whoa, we did for 1 second there. When we go back to that other screen, you'll see the hashtag fast markets. Hit us up at TopstepTV on X. Use the hashtag fast markets. Submit some cool memes, swag, fun share certificates, performance dashboard, analytics. Anything you want to share with the community here, we'll turn that around in about 2 hours. Again, hashtag fast markets at TopstepTV. Anyways, let's get back into the market. Last trade in the NQ, 19,982. This market's trying to figure out, do this 20,000 even level. Looking at the ES, last trade 57.42 quarter. Always with this time with a lot of headline risk coming in the markets. We'll keep always one eye on crude, one eye on gold. Last trade in crude, $71.81. Looking at some sellers here in the gold, 26.67, pushing to the downside a little bit. Of course, these guys were just talking about the YM. YM still seeing more sellers. Right, about 30 points off the low last trade in the YM, 42,193. All right.
It looks like a move out of blue chips into tech right now is what's going on, because Nasdaq heading the opposite direction of the blue chip Dow. S&P is really just kind of hanging around here. Kamikaze's in profit right now. That's a good thing.
Kamikaze. Hey, Kamikaze, give us the name of some of the algo systems you got running right now. I know you have little nicknames for them and what they do. What are some of the names of these these systems you have going?
Awesome. Yeah. So today we have Von Doom. That's going to be one of our main reversion systems, Dr. Von Doom.
It's better.
We have Grogu. Grogu is
Better,
actually my YM system. And then we have TrendyX is my NQ system.
Here
We
go.
have Jon Snow, the Watcher of the Wall.
Yeah.
Jon Snow is actually running on 3 tickers, so that's on ES, NQ, and YM. We have Crimson Dawn. It is the morning, so you got the sunrise.
He's gonna love it. I told you he's gonna love this stuff.
So
I mean,
and then
I love naming things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We got some really cool ones on Sim today, but we're going to be focusing on the ones we're trading on the combine today.
Awesome.
But yeah.
Happy. Buckle up. See what the computer can do. We got a number.
Ring
All right, Tom,
ding.
yeah, Tom. So these will run through the numbers. You'll keep these on when we have the number here at the top of the hour in 10 minutes. We got ISM services, PMI. These will all be running. You never hit the off switch on these things?
No, these run 24/7, and then I just do some maintenance during that 1 hour that we're down. And so they usually turn off right on cash close, and then we got 2 hours of downtime. I'll usually just look through and make sure they're all synced up and running okay. And if I need to, I'll restart NinjaTrader and the computer if I need to. But yeah, usually they run 24/7. Most of my systems trade Euro close through cash close. I do like to be at my computer and watching them. So if something goes wrong,
I was
lose
just going to
internet,
ask you
kind of
that.
thing. Yeah, I'm 99% of the time in front of my computer
right
watching
there.
the algos.
So we're we're gonna help people understand the machine trader. What's it called? System. Or hold on, I don't know. Computer trader. Whatever the not algo trader. Like what is it called? Like what would you consider yourself?
I'm an automated strategy trader. So
Thank you. Automated is the word. Jeez.
Yeah.
Automated strategy. So you're working on. This is how I need to help everybody understand. Are you working on that right now? Are you taking notes? Are you when you're watching? What are you feeling? Like quickly, what are you feeling? Do you take notes? And then when that maintenance times happen, do you implement changes daily?
Like currently, if I wasn't on TV, I'd be sitting here like I'm at the dog track, being like, "Come on, let's go, lower." And so, no, a lot of times I'll be running
tracks in Illinois.
There used to be one in Wisconsin.
There was
no,
one
that's a
Kenosha,
Florida
but it
thing,
got shut
Anne-Marie.
down.
I know.
There's a lot of dog rings.
Pylea is the big dog track around here, or my neck of the woods.
No,
anyway.
typically I'll have my charts up. I'll be watching my trades, but yeah, I'm working on new stuff. Always tweaking. I'll be running what's called optimizations, where I run through hundreds of thousands of different settings and iterations to see what's performed the best over the last few years. And then if we find something we like that meets our parameters, we'll throw it on a simulation account that'll trade for a month or two. And if it's profitable, we'll move it to a prop account. And if we really, really like it, we'll move it to our cash accounts. So I kind of use you guys as a buffer.
Well, we created the funding space so people could create, test, and hone their strategy. And as always for like discretionary traders. And then the automated traders started this is 2010. Automated traders started to become more popular. Tools and add-ons and all that kind of stuff to help people do automated trading. People do say there's no emotion in automated trading. You right away we're at the dog track cheering on your pony. Poor dog. And
he's the best. He's the best.
And so there's clearly emotion in there. What type?
Oh yeah.
Do you feel like you didn't feel like, were you feeling nervous? Like right away when we were like, hey, welcome Kamikaze. Tell us about your, well, I'm taking heat on this trade and I got to stop here and blah, blah, blah. Were you feeling emotion at that time? That time when you're like, well, is it just nerve wracking because you're on here talking about your trade? Or do you feel emotions when the trades are going against you? Or no, because it's automated, you know you're going to tweak it up later?
No, you still feel emotion. It's still your money you're trading, and so you don't want. I'm very competitive. I hate losing, and so yeah, it doesn't feel good when it's like my baby. I created a system. It feels like my baby. So when my baby's sitting there throwing up on my chest, I don't like that. But at the same time, I could tweak it. I can make it better. But the reality is, you're not going to win every trade. Even as a manual trader, discretionary trader, you're not going to win every trade. You can't get emotional, and the numbers say. Over time, you're going to be profitable. And if your system makes sense and you've tested it, then it's okay to take a loss. No, I don't want to take a loss, but yeah, I get emotional. But no, it's a little better than manual trading, but it's not very different, to be honest.
Kamikaze, how many kids do you have?
I have 2 kids.
I figured because you said kid, you did the kid analogy. Makes sense.
Yeah, especially the throwing up.
Yeah, the throwing up. I get that one.
That analogy.
That resonated with a lot of people there.
Yeah, been there.
Yeah, I'm very blessed to be able to do this and be home with my kids during the day.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's awesome.
Very, very good.
All right, hey,
cool. All right, well, we'll learn more as we keep going. Let's jump back into markets, Trey.
Yes, we will, Michael. Buckle up. Let's see what this has in store today. You got MP's attention, so far so good, Tom. Anyways, pinned to the top of the chat, we got Topstep daily levels. I always have room on my screen to have those up. We'll be referring to them throughout the day. Again, we got the house account taking trades. We got Anne-Marie taking discretionary trades with the house account taking discretionary trades. And we got Kamikaze with running 9 algorithm systems here in the ES and NQ. As look at the NQ, we're pushing higher now above the 20,000s. Last trade 20,033. Anne-Marie, any particular levels you look at? I think are you strictly focusing on the YM, Anne-Marie?
I am, but I also did the analysis for the ES because everybody else was likely to be working on that. So I am staring both of them down.
All right.
NASDAQ continuing to push higher. Kamikaze, I've got a couple of questions for you. First one is, what did you do before trading, and how did you learn how to code algos?
Yeah, I want to know that.
So I was in sales management for 15 years, but when I was in high school and college, I went to school for computer programming and computer science, and I ended up getting into sales and making a lot of money early, and so that became my career. And if it's not broke, don't fix it. So yeah, my brother-in-law got me into the markets about 8 years ago, and after a couple of years, I started to develop some manual systems that I really liked. And then my brain kind of clicked. It's like, why can't I automate this? If these are systems that work, how do I go about automating it? And with my coding background, I started investigating, finding the platforms that I could do that on, and that's what drew me to futures. I originally was an options trader, options flow trader, so we usually traded off the flow, unusual calls and puts, that kind of thing. And then I got into futures and had to change how I traded, because trading options and futures are two different things.
Totally.
Options is more swing trading over time.
Mhm.
And you could be in a trade for months with an options trade, but with this, you're in trades for maybe an hour, maybe 10 minutes, and it's a completely different ballgame. So I've been developing for about 3 years now, and went live about a year ago with my own accounts. And so we've been trading live algos for about a year now, and went through some bumps and bruises, learned a lot, and I think we were having a really good fourth quarter so far. So cash accounts up about 25% over the last month, so that's pretty good.
Beautiful.
That's
All right,
fantastic.
one more question. Do you optimize? Do you intervene in your algos at all? Do you decide, you know what, I don't like this, I'm just going to get out, even though the algo says stay in?
Good question.
Sometimes, yeah. So yeah, I shouldn't. My data says that I've always made it worse, but when it's those emotions, when you're in your own cash and you're up $500, and you're looking at the market and you're like, okay, we are at today's value low. There's a good chance that we are going to reverse back to the point of control. There's times where I'll move my stops into profit, and it's semi-automated at that point, but it helps protect my drawdown in my cash account, but at the same time, it also kind of cuts into my profit. So I try not to, but yes, sometimes the emotions get the best of me.
Right.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's, even though it's automated,
I love
there's
the
still
honesty of that
there's still that
answer.
emotion, right?
Yeah, I love the
Yeah,
honesty
I mean,
of
you
that
can't
answer.
you can't take the human out of it, unfortunately. You could try. The best way is just to not be at your computer and not watch it, but I can't do that either. So
Have you ever had one of your algos like freak out and start doing stuff that it shouldn't do?
yeah, I had it take
Figure that happens quite a
100,000.
bit.
Normally, you only put stuff on your cash accounts and combines and your funded accounts that you've tested very thoroughly.
30 seconds.
But I had an arbitrage strategy that would trade NQ and ES based on what they were both doing. So there is a big divergence in the way ES and NQ traded. It would then try to play the other one back to the mean. So
Got it.
that one had a thing where it got stuck in an infinite loop, and it kept taking contracts. And so I think I lost on a simulation account, thank God, but I lost $2 million in 5 seconds.
Oof.
5 seconds.
Oh, hold on, it's
look how
not
thin it is.
real.
Look how thin it is.
No,
Hold on. Yeah, hold on.
And we got factory orders coming in. They were looking at a positive 0.1%, coming in negative 0.2%. We also do have the ISM service PMI coming in at 54.9, and the service employment coming in at 48.1. And there you have it. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right.
The Dow, the NASDAQ, the S&P.
All popped.
S&P and NASDAQ are walking together. The Dow,
S&P net. Yep.
still not.
NASDAQ definitely leading to the upside. NVIDIA is up currently About almost 4%. So yeah, Nvidia is leading the way, especially for the Nasdaq.
All
Okay,
right.
what are we looking at? Anything in here?
It's very thin in the S&P ladder right now. We did just get that number out of the way. We do have more speakers in about 40 minutes, Bostic and Cash Carry, but it's not for a bit.
Anne-Marie, what do you
pushing
think?
higher here. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, if I take a look at my tight time frames, there's still a lot of buyers coming in, and we just stepped back into the framework. Let's see what candle that is. That candle is, we're back in Europe's open. This is where we fell. That's where I took the long the first time.
Right.
And so, you know, we have the VWAP underneath, trying to hold it. Trend is down, but there's a pretty good pressure push up there. So I'd like to see it collapse, because what I've been trading is ranges. I'll simply go back to the well. I'll pull the Dakota, 2 or 3 contracts right here, 1 or 2 contracts. If I get stopped out, I'll wait for it to move a floor again. And so here's something super interesting I use with the whole moving average. So I know not to get in front of this in terms of having a short because it's moving up. But what I love about the hull, this is this cyan line here, is when candlesticks begin to print above the hull, it tells us that an interim floor is getting made. And when an interim floor is getting made, then you know what your risk threshold is definitively if you're trying to take a trade in the direction of the curve. And so, again, I think because I got so much going on in here today with everything that I'm a little slow on the trigger. But
that's okay. That's all right.
If I were in this trade long into this resistance area, notice the 5-minute volume area looks a fair bit different than the 1 minute volume area, and they're both colliding into the same place, into that Europe zone. So if I were a betting man, I would say there's a short sitting here at some juncture, but it's going to be into a floor. So I mean, I could take a quick trade here.
I'm seeing VWAP on the 30-minute chart at 42,332. Is that kind of a level you'd be looking to look for the short? I mean, we are back in the range, but back above the overnight low. 52,206 is last week's low, and that really found where the buyers were down there.
So I draw these Europe open and Europe close areas because they tend to be either reflexive or a continuation of motion. And that's why I slipped to that 1 minute to say, all right, I just made a high. Everything tells me a pullback is going to be a buy potentially. So if I want to take that reflexive downward trade into, say, the VWAP or something like that, I'm going to wait for it to do it for me. I think I've probably got in here a little bit early, so I'm not going to add because I'm in the opposite intraday morning trend. I'm just going to sort of sit tight and see what goes on here. But I do like that 350 to 360-ish area. I'd like to see it collapse. So far, nothing. I feel like my timing is a little bit off this morning. So,
okay.
Just real quick, I got stopped out and the system went long. So we're going to be watching this real quick.
Okay. From what price? What price are you long? There's the system.
57.65. So that algo just hit its day stop. So that won't run anymore. But this one.
Which one is that? What's the name of that one?
He loves it. Dude.
Well, no, I want to know because these are all the names, right? Of each one of these. Which one which one's out of the game?
So this is one of those situations that it's funny that the reason I want to be at the computer is that actually took 2 contracts to cancel out the short, and it is not actually a strategy. It's just a bug in the system. That is why I need to be at the computer. So this is an unprotected trade right now. So we're going to actually manually intervene here, and we're going to set a stop here, and we're going to move that into profit, so we can't lose this trade now.
So what's the This isn't a strategy. This just filled. I'm confused.
Yeah, so sometimes what happens is if something executes too fast, it's trying to exit the trade, and it might actually reverse the trade without a stop, and that's just what happened there. So that's one of the reasons why.
Okay, I was wondering why. Okay, but the initial said the one that you said algo will not run the rest of today. What's that one called?
That is called multi-stork. So that is a multi-stochastic algorithm. And so that just hit its daily stop loss. So that means it won't run anymore today. But we still have 8 other systems that we're running. So
yeah, so basically,
it's like a baseball field. It's like a baseball team.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like players out of the field. It's like chess or something. You took out of my rook or something. You have your pieces. Your pieces are your algos. Your algos are each strategy. It can move up, left, right, center, blah blah blah. And if it does, and if it gets hit, it's out for the day, the match, the game. Interesting. Okay.
So it's either all or none. It either hits
so
the
I can explain.
or the stop.
Yeah, the reason we do this is it's designed to capture specific movements. So this is a mean reversion algo, and if it detects that the day is trending, we don't want to run a mean reversion algo on a trend day because that's a really good recipe to lose a lot of money. So if it has a couple losses, it will turn off, and we won't run that system for the rest of the day.
Andre, it's kind of full circle. Tom Kazi's playing chess. We're all playing checkers.
We're playing Connect 4. We're playing Connect 4.
That's what you play.
I don't know. Connect 4 is pretty hard.
It can be
every champion.
It's the diagonals that get me every time in Connect 4.
What I do like about that just triggered me to kind of like this because I have a belief system that no matter if you're discretionary or automated, you still got to figure out your strategy and get it, because it's not just because the word automated doesn't make you a better trader. That's always been my thing, and I know this for a fact because we've been doing this for 14 years, and it's not like we're like, holy shit, we got so many great automated traders. It's just like we use whatever they're trading automated or trading discretionary. Discretionary guys just like, I like the 80s. I got to stop at the 40s, but however you do your discretionary trading based upon a trading plan. Tamikaze has a trading plan, trading strategy for each of his players or each of his strategies, AKs, pieces on the chess board. He's got 5 of them, 8 of them. Is that what he said?
13, but we're running 9
13.
on ES
okay, so you have
and NQ.
13 strategies that's watching all day, every day. And then you'll start to see them get dropped each day. So at the end of the day, how many of them on average are still standing?
Normally
how many of them, really quickly, hold on. How many have been played and are active? Because I mean, 13 of them. There's got to be a pattern that you've seen out of all my strategies every day. 2 are. Is that kind of how you gauge your strategies and go into the ones that you're trying to fix?
So, a lot of the strategies don't run all day. I think maybe there's a misconception there. A lot of them are designed to capture certain times in the market. So there's certain behavior that you can see during like the opening bell, the opening range. There's certain behavior you'll see during Euro close. There's certain behavior you'll see during power hour. And so some of the algos will only run at those specific times because they're designed to be maybe an opening range breakout trader. So right now, we broke the opening range here, first 30-minute opening range. You could have gone long and taken a breakout there, and that's a very well-known strategy. And so this one that I have right now that we have on the screen will run a majority of the time. So it'll either hit its daily profit goal or it'll hit its daily stop goal. So this is one that would run that long, but it typically doesn't make it past Euro Open. So it's usually done by then. A lot of times it'll be done before the market even opens because
let me rephrase it. So you have 13 of them that don't run all day, but out of the 13 at the end of the day, how many of them have run?
How many are still
how many typically? Still, not
So-
well. That's the first question is how many of them have even been triggered on average? All 13 of them.
Typically I'll get maybe 3 to 5 trades a day. If I'm lucky, I'll get more. And typically you don't want them all to trade because they're designed to capture different market movements. So usually you'll have usually you have different types of regimes. I call them. You'll have a mean reverting day where we'll respect the highs and lows and we'll be playing around the point of control all day. Then we'll have our breakout days where we'll have our trend days. Where we get above that opening range and we hold it all day and we get that move up. And so hopefully, my systems that are designed to capture trend days are the only ones trading on a trend day. And so I might only have 3 to 4 algos that actually trigger that day. Now, some days you get the, what I call like the market maker effery to keep it PG, but where sometimes I feel like they're watching me. You ever feel like the market makers are watching you?
Are you kidding?
And
all the time.
So it's like it'll take my stop out and then reverse. It's like, how do they know?
Yeah, even the algos. Welcome.
And does each of your strategies have a certain max loss that it will take? And are they different for each one?
Yeah, so the one we just had is my most risky in terms of stop loss because it's designed to capture a big move. So that's the one that I can make a couple thousand on. But a lot of them only capture a couple $100, so they're more of a short term. Maybe they'll be in a trade 10 to 15 minutes. But that one in particular usually is in a trade for a couple hours, which it's really fun to see. Let's see. I think I just heard something. Nope, not on this.
So if they have different, are they all the loss for each one of them? I understand it's different, but then are you a 1-to-1 on each one of those, a 2-to-1? How do you then figure out the target for each one of those? Do you go off a risk reward?
It's all data driven, so I try to keep it at least a 1-to-1 risk. So I want my potential profit to at least cover my loss. So that way, if I make a system that's at least 55% win rate over time, it'll be profitable. But if you can make a system that's 2-to-1, 3-to-1 risk reward, and you can get that above 50%, that's a really profitable system. Believe it or not, I have systems that are only 30 or 40% win rates, but because the risk reward is so high, they're very profitable.
Yeah. So then my question is, we at Topstep watch just the account stats. Are you watching, and I assume you're watching, then the stats of each individual chess piece, the risk reward of it, the average winner, the average loser, the
we
win
got 2,000 lot here on the S&P. Sorry about that. 2,000 lot here on the offer at 57.56. Hoag got 2,000 lot offer, 57.56 even, 2,000 on the offer. Go ahead, Mike.
I'm putting 20 in front of it.
All right. We're running away from it.
It's pretty stiff rejection at that high there, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, we rejected off of the daily open.
You know it.
Wow, what the heck?
We'll get those other questions. We'll get those other questions answered. I'm actually very interested in how one would go to the different chess pieces because they each have their own strategy. The strategy then has each has its own stats of that strategy. Good result, so then the results you can start to gauge and what you would want to do. Then how does that make you tweak that strategy? Oh, it's gone.
Hey, we got a crude pop, major pop in crude here, major pop in crude, and we just sold off very harshly off of that. Eddie, keep an eye on the headlines.
There's it's headline something happening.
Big pop in crude. We're talking $1.50 pop in the last 3 minutes, and equity sold off hard off of that.
Yeah, it looks like Biden is saying that we are discussing Israel striking Iran oil facilities.
Shit. Oop. Sorry.
Yep, I just noticed that news too. So oil's.
I would want
to watch today.
Yeah. Anybody feel like just close your eyes and sell now?
We're discussing Israel is striking Iran oil facilities. Okay, big pop in crude. They're about $1.50.
So they're going right towards.
Yeah,
they're going towards Iran, their biggest moneymaker, huh? They're gonna kill an oil field or something. Is that what?
Maybe crippled. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, the administration is against any retaliation. So that's probably what they're talking to Israel about, is not doing that. But Israel is going to do what it feels, I guess, it
whatever they
needs to
want to.
protect itself.
Yeah. Yep.
Something feels like this is going to keep boiling up. I mean, these wars have been going on forever, but like something feels like this is going to keep boiling up, like bigger with more people involved and then expanding. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, if I were to put my tinfoil hat on, I don't.
Yes.
I'm in my brother-in-law's office, but so it's not in the drawer that I normally have it in.
Oh, wow.
Carry with you, huh?
It's how you fix a monetary system that's just gone haywire. You have a war and then you reset everything, which is
that right?
What we do. Yeah. So it's been boiling up for a bit. So
what do you mean reset the monetary system?
So what happened with the First World War, Second World War, even back to the Civil War, because they reset everything about the dollar, a lot of the treasury bills went bust in the Civil War, and then a lot of countries just have to go whatever, and they reset, just like Argentina has done for 17 times. And so that the easiest way to do that is in a war machine event. And so, plus, if you read the book of Revelation and you're into that thing, we've got a third one coming. There's another one coming. So, but that is really when countries get in a lot of trouble, war helps them reset their monetary systems. They clear the deck. They'll go, all the bills we owe, we're sorry. I'm sorry. So there's a space where if things get very heated, T-bills, which we think are super safe, aren't going to be. And so, of course, that is just a horrible thing to think about, but that's what we do in wartime, in the very big wars. And none of us are alive and that lived through that hardly. And those of us that did were very, very young. And those of us that are young, we don't like to read. And so we don't sit back and go, oh, that could actually happen. So, you always look at price first. It gets to tell us what's going on. We are at the tip of the spear, staring down price.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right.
I'm sorry.
No, that was awesome. No, we love it. No. I love
you'll
it,
get
Anne-Marie.
some jabs, and you'll get some jabs along the way. You're fine. You're fine.
Absolutely love it.
Just a reminder, pray for peace, everyone.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Cooler heads have got to prevail.
Anne, I actually have
if you want to look super high level, I still believe this is the most peaceful time in human history.
That is true. But hey, real quick, guys, I hate to interrupt, but this VIP coach has a hard time stop, so we got to get him in here because we want to talk VIP, do a VIP update. So we'll throw it to JD, Mr. VIP, ringleader of the circus master of the VIP club here at Topstep. So bring in JD, bring in Coach Ray. JD, what's up, man?
Circus master, love it. All right, yeah, we got to get Coach Ray back to work, so we're going to burn through just a couple things real fast here. Coach Ray, thank you for joining us. Coach Ray, coach of the Stop Hunters. Let's take a look at the leaderboard overview real quick. We'll go super high level here. Not much change from yesterday. On the Lunatics, Coach Jay mentioned he had a trader take a payout yesterday. So Travis from the Lunatics has now taken a second payout for a total of $2,500. He took a $1,000 payout and a $1,500 payout the other day. So one trader in an XFA on the Lunatics taking both payouts and leading that team in payouts. Still 40 traders eligible for funding at this point. Coach Ray, our pass rate leader. Coach Ray is sitting on a 31.5% pass rate into the trading combine right now, or into the XFA right now. Out of a total of 54 traders.
Stop hunters.
That's impressive.
There's not a program out there, I guarantee you, out there in the funding world that is a 31% pass rate. of people that are getting evaluated
That
to
is a
fund it.
huge number.
Yep.
That's a huge number. That's why, guys, we're doing the VIP too. That's why we're going to do Topstep Trading League. That's why coaches are going to have these stats that you're going to watch with coaches to see. Of course, the coach is also going to pick the coachable players. But I'll let JD keep going. But that's a really good pass rate for your team.
And we have our just a heads up. We have our super creative team working on some awesome new graphics for us too. We should have those by the end of the day today, and surprise everybody with some great stuff tomorrow too. But the stop hunters, Coach Ray stop hunters. A total of 17 traders passed from the trading combine into XFAs. 4 still in there, eligible for payouts. Two traders have taken payouts for a total of $3,836. Then we have Coach Vince's market makers down at the bottom there. He lost an XFA trader. We mentioned that yesterday. Hit the max loss limit on Tuesday, but he still has 3 traders in the XFA, taking 2 payouts worth $1,945. All right, let's take a look at Coach Ray's top 5 traders. We got Monique, who's also number 1 on the overall leaderboard, leading the pack balance wise, $2,817. Ashley, no trades for Ashley yesterday. Balance still the same. Jeremy making a comeback. Jeremy was down yesterday, up $100 today, so good on him. Raffle sitting a little losing streak right there. Maybe we could talk about him for a second. And we got Steven moving up the ranks in the trading combine, a couple $1,000s away from passing into the XFA. Coach Ray, what's your coaching style? What are you talking to these guys about every day?
It's kind of like Phil Jackson, Zen master, right? It's all about letting them play, letting them sort things through, and working on their mindset. I'm impressed with all these traders and their mindset and their discipline. I had one trader today that I thought I wanted to this quote that I think it kind of resonates with me today is a mark of a great trader is how they handle losing and adapt to current market condition, and less about how great you are when you're winning. I could not have said that better myself. I think that's an excellent mindset to have, and it's exhibited in all the people I interact with stop hunters. They're very disciplined. They recognize when they've gone on tilt. They're not afraid to step away and kind of reassess and go back to kind of the playbook, the user's manual, and get back on the horse.
Hell yeah.
I love how you give them the credit, Coach.
Yeah,
no,
absolutely.
I love how you give them
on the
credit.
sidelines.
That's great coaching.
Yeah, I'm there.
I like your analogy.
Cheering them on. I'm their biggest cheerleader.
Yeah, the 31% pass rate shows that you're behind them, shows that they're not even about you, because I know this isn't about you, because you said you're on the sidelines. It's about the team. You're actually putting a team together, and they're playing as a team, even though it's an individual sport, so to speak, of your own journey. Your team's progressing, and that's really good.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, like I said,
what have you found out has been the most? What's been the most rewarding about doing all this? This is new. We're gonna start. You have the best pass rate as a coach, and guys, just think about this way. You can go to a combine or a prop firm, and it's about a 15% pass rate. Let's say that's the Mendoza line of what it is. It fluctuates. You can either go in there without a coach, you get pass rate probability 15% to get funded, or you can work with a coach and double that. In this case, that would be double that. That's the reason why we're doing this, and that's the reason why we're showing the stats. So 31%. What are you finding the greatest give back or takeaway or whatever you've gotten from this so far in the short time we've done VIP?
Yeah, I mean, I sometimes think to alluding to the comment that was made earlier by folks, Annie in particular, is it's best to kind of sit on the sidelines and let these trade. I mean, these traders were traders before I came. Okay. And they demonstrate that to me on a daily basis. And it's my job to kind of keep them within those guardrails. Right. And keep them off the tilt, but they do an excellent job of that. So, I mean, the biggest reward for me is actually seeing them actually take corrective action without me actually saying that.
So I know you got a hard stop here. So you're more helping and where, not really getting in, getting out, but more the psychology part.
It's all about everything that we talk about. Yeah, everything that we talk about is about mindset, mindset and process. Mindset and process. It's not about. I've yet to get one question hey coach, what's a good strategy? Or, hey coach, what's an indicator that I can use to help me in the trades? It's none of that. It's all about, hey coach, how do I keep my mind straight? How do I keep stay disciplined in on my edge in the market? That's the conversations we're having with these folks in these rooms.
And just for the regulatory body that watches, we do not direct anybody where to buy, where to sell. We don't tell them how to get in, how to get out. We help them understand themselves. Nothing about trading. So that's a big thing that we want to do. This big thing we moved away from the one-on-one coaching because we didn't really know what was happening in those conversations. You got to be very careful because then you don't want to be directing them, and then now you're a CTA advisor. There's your disclaimer. What we do here is help people understand what's going on upstairs. Tell me what you're thinking. Tell me how you're feeling. Tell me what happened after that setup. Tell me what you're going to do next. And then we help them either understand, here's what I've been seeing you do, and here's what, but we're never going to say, hey, it's the price of 80s trading on crude oil right now. Why don't you put an 80 bid in and then put a stop in 26 lower and let's see how that goes. Well, you'll never see that from our coaches. So don't think that's what you're going to get here at Topstep, because it's not a teach a man to fish. Teach a man to fish is what Coach Ray says and how his style is doing it. But that's how we do it here at Topstep, just to put that out there.
Yeah. Excellent. Love it. Yeah, no, it's really a privilege to be a part of this group. To be honest, I enjoy my time, and I love seeing the progress. I love actually seeing them fix themselves when they know they've done something wrong. So it's really rewarding. Thanks again for allowing me to work with these guys.
Well, thank you. Definitely knows what he's doing. He's leading the pack in every category right now. He's got the highest pass rate, like we said, 31.5%. 17 traders. He started with 54 traders. 17 have passed from the training combine into the XFA, and his team is leading at payouts right now, $3,800.
Hey, it's all again, guys. Just want to say it's all them. Okay, it's all them. I'm just there to guide and coach along the way. It's
that's what everybody needs is a coach, mentor, or guide. Yeah. Really quickly, how do you like the name Stop Hunters as a team? You like it?
I didn't necessarily. I would probably not choose that, but I would probably. I love the little emoji there. I don't know if Top Hunters would be my choice, but I would say maybe more mindset hunters, something like that.
Mindset hunters.
You're a Zen master, Phil Jackson.
I'm a Zen guy. Yeah, I spend a lot of my time reading psychology books and trying to get my brain right, and that's where I feel like I have the greatest area to continue to improve.
Okay, we're learning on that. Mind hunters.
Mind hunters.
We'll talk to you off this because we're iterating on the fly. We build the plane in the air. We've done it since the dawn of time here at Topstep, and iterated on the fly. So if we find a coach and a team name that fits with the coach and the style, and then that's going to be that coach's team forever and forevermore.
Yeah, I would say maybe instead of mind hunters I would just say it's all about mindset. All about mindset. Or if you want to just leave it at mindset, all about mindset.
I like the
team mindset. Yeah, I like it.
Team mindset. You're very Phil Jackson. Okay. I love it, Ray.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay. JD, let's have that. Let's bring that.
Right. I mean, one of the best coaches.
Just got a trade, guys.
Yeah.
We got a MES short. So we are short. This one does have a profit target. We are short. Oh no, sorry, long. I misread that.
MES long.
We are long MES from 57.46.50. We are targeting 57.62, and our stop is set at 57.37. So this is a Fibonacci retracement algo.
All right.
All right, we'll go. We're going to jump on board with that one. We're long 44 halves, 5 lots.
Better price.
You said 37. You said 37 what?
Stop.
Stop is right below the low right now. So 57.37.75. So we have a really good risk reward on this one. We need to hold this low here, otherwise we're going to get stopped out real fast.
Okay.
57.37 quarter. We'll try that one out.
Sorry, just got taken out.
This is moving.
So that was
it's fine. One. Okay, we're going to get behind some of these.
Interesting.
Really quickly, Coach Ray, I know you got to leave. We're going to take that feedback. JD, let's take that feedback to the VIP team. That's overseeing everything. This helps us make sure that everything is working, and then you feel very proud of the team name that you have because it coincides with and connects with the way in which you coach. So good
Absolutely.
stuff. Nice pass rate.
Absolutely.
And I love how you're working with your team.
Proud of
Appreciate
you,
being
Coach
here.
Ray.
Thank you.
Ray.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, everyone. Talk to you guys soon.
There you go. Good stuff, JD. Good job, Ray. Stop Hunters wants to change it to Zen Masters. All right, markets are breaking, selling off right now. ES selling off. Last trade 57, 37 half last trade. NQ last trade 19,945. We're starting to see oil pulled back about $1 off the highs that we got the pop off the White House comments of Israel. Perhaps
Guys,
targeting
update house. We're flat.
House
2947 half down 2947 half.
Okay. All right, Jack, if you're ready, yes. Okay, are the algos all flat there, Tamikaze?
I'm actually long the
Yeah,
Russell,
he's
or
long in
sorry, the
MES.
Dow, long the Dow micros. So MYM,
Yeah.
I am long here. Took the same trade the MES did, and so this one is actually a different algo, but they took a long at the same time. This one is a mean reversion algo, so a lot of
Yep,
mean reversion
I
stuff
see that.
today. So
Yep, I see that too.
The robots
I
are
like
taking
this one
over,
a little bit
Michael.
better.
The robots are taking
Yeah.
over, MP.
I see that mean reversion event.
Yeah.
Help me out. What's going on here?
42,206 is last week's low, and we've rejected down there already.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
That's help me out with the one that's going on right now. What's different between the YM than the ES that we just took right now, and why is the YM one, where's the YM one risk reward entry?
Yeah, so I was going to get into this before, but market started doing some crazy stuff. So when you're designing algos, you're not trying to design like one god algo. It's like when you're building a retirement portfolio, you want it diversified. So, I have micro systems, I have mini systems. A lot of times if it's something's a little riskier in terms of like how big the stops are, or maybe it's a little bit of a lower win percentage system, I'll put it on a micro. So this one trades 5 micros. And so it looks like we're doing pretty good so far. We might actually get our stop moved into profit here. If I was a manual trader, I would have already moved my stop right below yesterday's low. So this would be we would have no chance of losing this trade, but this should move into profit when we get to about $200 in profit. So hopefully we keep going up and we see a good trade here. We could use a win. We're starting out on a cold streak, but they is still young.
John, did you catch
Yes.
the entry and the exit?
I was just going to ask him what price his entry was.
Sure. So we are long from 42,275.
42,275.
Looks like you got it on the screen there.
All right, so he kind of let it fall into that base, and then found buyers down there and got in on the way up, right?
Yeah. So this one is a mean reversion system. So we had that base right around POC, and it started reverting, and so it tried to chase that reversion. Trying to call that bottom. So.
So where's your target on this trade?
So you won't see it on the screen because it triggers based on how profitable we are. So once we are profitable about $200, it will then move the stop up and it will trail the price. So that way, if we keep going up, we'll keep making money, and if it reverses, it's fine because we'll still make money. That's one of the best things about Topstep is the end of the day drawdown is really, really nice because you can run trailing systems and give back a little profit and not get penalized for it. So,
yeah, no, that's the dumbest thing. Intraday, bust me out of a profitable position, and I fail your combine or your eval.
Yeah,
we're trading
Tom, I
combine.
ask you, your trailing stop, is it based on like total profit that's in the current trade, or is it based on technical? Is it really just financially based? Once I'm up 200, I move the stop up. I make another 200, I move the stop up. Is that really kind of the mechanics of it?
Yeah. So this one in particular is an adaptive trailing stop. So unlike a traditional one, which will just trail by 20 ticks or whatever you set it at.
Right.
This
sure.
one will actually change the trailing stop dynamically based on market conditions. So the more we're in profit, it will then shrink the trailing stop more and more to protect it. So that way, the more it'll give it a little bit of breathing room at first. You want the trade to play out. You want it to confirm that we're going to get that mean reversion. And then once it confirms, it starts protecting the position. And we will see that hopefully here in a little bit. If we keep going up, you'll see it kind of ping up and then it'll start trailing.
Probably a lot more coding to that. Kind of a dynamic trailing stop, isn't it?
Yeah, the code for the trailing stop is more code than the entry.
Hear that?
Entry is simple.
I'll bet.
This is what I call a 3-key entry. So 3 events have to happen, and then once it happens, it will take a trade, and then the rest is most of my code is always going to be more how to handle the position once you're in it. That was one of the things I struggled with. Is I would be right 9 times out of 10 when I was manual trading, but my execution was never where it needed to be. How do you know when to take profit? How do you know when to cut a position? I think most traders struggle with getting out of a bad trade. If your entry is not perfect, if it doesn't confirm, why are you getting into that position? If it goes against why you got in it, even if you're at a loss, if that trade's not going to work out, it's better to get out for $100 loss than watch it take a $500 loss. So
Tom, it looks like that low that we just put in there, you call it a 3-key entry. It looks like a 3-bar reversal.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's not what this is, but that would be another reason why you would have entered the trade.
You would take that trade. Got it. All right, thanks.
So is a trade, you're talking about the Dow right now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the trade? Okay.
Yes.
And then you're at 242.275. So, okay, 3. All right, I'm just looking at if it pulls back.
Yeah, if we get a pullback to yesterday's low at 42.283, that'd be a really good entry. That's today's POC
I like
on
that
the Dow.
entry also.
Resilient. I like the check marks. 42.283.
I like it.
I'll take that on my Topstep X account if we get that pullback as well.
283. What's the risk?
We're going to risk it right below where our current low is, so that would be
230.
I put that a couple ticks. Yeah, 42,200. I like that as well.
42,200. Okay, that's at 42,206, last week's low. Are you thinking about taking that? We've got a couple
5-minute candlesticks are just retracing each other, right? That's one of the big things to watch. We just
Bostic speaking 2 minutes.
Event.
Who's liking this, John?
I like it. 283.
I'm good with it. I like it. I'll
285.
It's a 287. It's a 42.2 what entry with a stop what?
It's a kind of a sizable stop. It's down around 200.
Yeah, so maybe small size to enter, and then you add as price goes in your favor. What do you think?
I like it.
So 280. Say that one more time, John. I got the
285, 287, 285, and that area is the entry if we get it.
Okay.
But again, it's it's considerable. It's a kind of considerable risk. It's down around it's about 80 ticks. So try a small trade. Yeah, trim the size a little bit.
Ann, are you taking the trade?
I am. I've got a limit order set out at 72, but I'm going to put one also at 83, 84, something like that. So, but just onesies. Yeah, just onesies. It looks super sideways to me. Just gonna wait.
Yeah, it looks like a range-bound day. So,
yeah, it sure does. It's pretty ugly, actually.
We got Boston coming out here, and should coming out now. Eddie, if you see anything coming out, please let us know.
And we're right in the middle of Europe. Europe's opening hour candlestick.
Mm-hmm.
We'll let Eddie back into VMix shortly, but with all the
Thank
drop-ins
you.
today, we have to bounce, as it were, around these slots here. So if we're waiting for the trade to develop, I can hit a few stories really quick, and we can get JD and Eddie back in
Beauty.
here.
And Jack, just real
Alright.
quick, I'm not seeing anything from Bostic on the wire here just yet.
If you see it hit the juice, let it loose. In the meantime,
Will do.
Wow.
the spread between the S&P 500 earnings yield and the 10-year Treasury is 0 right now. They are even. It's bounced a little bit over the past 4 weeks. We are at a 4-week high in 10-year yields, up above 3.8%. As we mentioned, we call
My
a lot
long
of
just
traders.
triggered.
Anne-Marie, where are you long
Go ahead.
from?
I am long from
83.
283.
Okay, we're long from 86. 5 lot.
Right. Why I'm long.
We're
Sorry,
in the
Jack.
YM. Oh, no, of course. Always interrupt for trades. But as you can see, the long term, this goes back 14 years in this chart, is that usually there's a much bigger spread between these, right? Because if you can get the same yield on the 10-year, that's a lot safer. So keep an eye on this. If rates push lower, we'll probably go back into the negative on this. Either way, stocks are richly valued. If you're a currency trader, there's not many of you, but I know a lot of you are. Here's from the bond man himself, Mohammed Al-Arian, is talking about how much. Well, he's talking about the pound right now and how much currencies are affected by the expectations, and raise flat, of future rate changes. Right now, people are perceiving traders as the Bank of England being more activist in regard to its interest rate policy. So it's all an expectation games in trading. If they think you're going to be more dovish, your currency will pay the price. And what's become a reoccurring segment here is, what the hell is Danielle looking at on the Daily Mail? Here's what she sent us today. Breaking news, because this is from a movie that came out in 1997. Will Smith farting on set caused film crew to be evacuated for 3 hours, director claims.
What are you guys
And as with all things with the Daily Mail, I read the story. It's not, this is, you'll never guess, a sensationalist headline. They were filming a scene in a car, and they had to clear out of there for a while, but I guess it led to a 3-hour break. This 20 years late just piles on to some of the bad stuff that's been happening to the Fresh Prince. Hopefully, we can turn some of that around. But that's all we got for now. I'm gonna jump out.
Imagine waking up in
stats.
Waking up in the morning and having like headlines all over about something on set. Like, just like what?
What a world, man!
Living in a fishbowl.
It's a fishbowl world, yeah.
Live in a fishbowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't fart in cars then, I guess. Unless you want to end up in the Daily Mail, and Danielle will find you if you do. So that is a problem.
Danielle. I want to see what Danielle's feed looks like. I said feed. I want to see Danielle's feed look like. Yes. All right. Look, tilt here. Nothing showing on the tilt. 50-50
really
up and down.
It's really starting to feel like just a lot of these uncertainties that are swimming around in the world right now are affecting these markets.
Yeah.
That's true.
Let's see if we can get a good bounce here.
Last trade in the Dow. I think everyone's long the Dow here. Anne-Marie, are you flat or are you still in that Dow?
Yeah,
Dow
it flattened me. It flattened me.
Kamikaze.
Still not seeing anything from Bostic or Kashkari.
Okay. Kamikaze is the algo
long.
still long the YM. All right.
Yeah, House still has the same position.
Okay.
You know, this is one of those days where you got a lot of news happening, and so these are kind of the days where I classify them as FU days, because there's a good chance it's I'm not going to win every day, unfortunately, but
MP,
what?
We got the chess piece. We got the chess pieces moving around the board right now.
Oh yeah.
No,
need this bounce here though.
We do. We definitely do.
We got 60%
love to
short in the
see-
Y. Yeah, go ahead.
Love to see a move
Hey,
back up to high of the day here. That would be a really good move here, but we'll see what happens. We need to hold this low.
We are looking at a potential failed downside auction in the S&Ps. We've extended below the initial balance.
Nice.
A few folks in chat pointing that out. Thanks, Dan Trader and Command.
Love seeing Command in the chat. All right, still nothing from Bostic. Posting on that. Kashkari as well. Kashkari known to move the markets. Again, yes, markets are very on edge right now. Headlines. You can even see it in the S&P ladder. S&P ladder very thin. Spread bros seem to have widened out that spread if they're even in there at all. I did not know if that 2,000 lot. I forgot what that 2,000 lot was. I don't know if that got filled. There was a 2,000 lot sitting on offer.
No, it did. I was
get
working. Or
Oh yeah.
I was leaning on it and then evaporated or canceled.
Okay. Thank you.
Here we go.
Here, Lukey Luke in the
See if
chat.
it
This
gets
price
up
action
over.
is too crazy for me. It's definitely tricky right now, Lukey Luke. Got to keep it tight. Anne Marie, how do we navigate headline-driven markets?
Go small size and just realize that some places there are better opportunities than others. And today is literally, I mean, I don't have any words.
Yeah, no,
Obviously.
yeah, it's
Obviously, I have
tricky.
no words.
It's
Yeah.
tricky.
It's just annoying because you're getting the right direction of the bounce, but the dips are fairly savage and they'll turn and rotate right back on you. So you got to be quick or you're going to be dead. But this long looks very beautiful here.
Quick or be dead.
On the YM. What's that?
Said, be quick or be dead.
Yes. Gunslingers. Yeah, the gunslingers.
All right, seeing. I mean,
Look
okay.
at
Also,
that.
one more thing. Yeah, look at this push. Look at this push. All right,
What's the target again, John? Is it it's 60s? 42,360.
Okay, so we're already back to point of control.
340 is what I'm
see
seeing.
Value high up at 42,370 as a
Yeah.
decent target.
Yeah. I see 340.
40s.
That is volume point of control. So that would be a partial out, and then move your
Yeah.
stop up. I can tell you where I would move my stop up if I do have a decent swing. Let me take a look.
286.
Yeah, right now the stop has to stay where it is. We need a push up above
Agreed.
this 3350 level. Then we can get up to that 370 level where I like an out.
Okay. I have a bunch of working orders starting at the 40s all the way up to the 75s. 70s.
Awesome.
All
All right.
11111 every
I mean, there is the possibility of moving the stop up to 277, but it's not a very big swing low there.
Yeah. Totally agree. And
Now-
the relative motion is still sideways. So we could go all the way to the bottom and then come all the way back up to the top, or we could break through the edges.
Tamikaze, what is your what is this strategy
I do
called
love
again?
it.
This one is called Grogu or Baby Yoda.
Grogu. What is this one telling you right now? Or what is it? Where's all your working stuff?
Yeah, so our stop's at 42,179. Looks like if we get to 42,360, we'll start the trail. But we need to get over this resistance level. So 42,340. There's a lot of sellers standing right there, and we can push over that. We'll probably get a banger trade. Otherwise, we'll sit here and chop for a while until buyers really push that over.
Okay, cool.
This one's named after Baby Yoda, Michael. This strategy is named after Baby Yoda.
Which one?
Yeah,
What's Baby Yoda's?
what's it called?
What's
Grogu.
Baby-
What'd you call Tamikaze?
Called
What's this one
Grogu?
called?
That's Baby. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Me neither. Yeah.
Yeah, Grogu is actually
Is it?
Baby Yoda's actual name from The Mandalorian. So,
There you go.
Grogu.
Winning
Okay.
trade we will have.
so I have
yeah, there you
another
go.
strategy that is on YM, and that one is called Yoda. And because this is MYM, which is micros, it's called Grogu.
Oh, a method to the madness. Look at
There's a
that.
method to the
I
yeah,
like
that's
it.
good.
I like it.
All right. Okay. All right. We're starting to get. All right. We're gonna push here. Let's. We're looking for a push above the 340s. Perhaps a push into 340s. We see some resistance there. Last trade in the YM 42,290. House come along from right around here. We do have some stats coming up right around the corner. Again, keeping an eye on some Bostic and Kashkari comments. Nothing yet. But you never know when those are going to hit the wire. Of course, we've got headline risk coming out from the Middle East.
I think they're telling secrets.
They are telling secrets. Tell us the secrets, Hoag. Why don't they tell us the secrets for once, man?
Right?
They think so.
Because we're no good with secrets.
We're not good with secrets, Anne-Marie.
We're no good with secrets.
Loose lips.
Come on.
Loose lips
Yeah,
sink
they
ships.
sink ships for sure.
Yes, they do.
Absolutely.
I think what they're saying is
I-
they're going to continue to cut rates unless they don't, and they're watching employment to see how much.
Hoag, I think you could do a $100,000 speaking
Shocking.
engagement just like that. Yep, that's a $100,000 speaking engagement right there. You got a spare hour?
All right, let's see if we come in with those numbers. 320 again. If we can break 340s, I love your upper lines, but there feels like there's a lot of traders sitting up in that edge. So let's see if we can get through it.
Yep, 340s, big line in the sand there.
Everybody get out and push.
Everybody
There
got
we
and push
go.
indeed.
Come on.
Yeah, this is where.
So
like,
I'm broadcasting to you from inside of a bank vault.
Is that true?
Yes.
You're in a bank vault right now? They let you in there,
I am
Anne-Marie?
in a
You got
bank
clearance?
vault. So
You got
here's
clearance.
a funny story. I told you guys my
That's
brother-in-law
really
is
cool.
a pastor. I know, it's crazy. So the walls are 6 feet thick on either side, and it's
secrets.
of course this total thing that they drop in. But the door's been removed, but you can still see it's pretty closed-in space. So I'm a little nervous. I got a fan going. My brother-in-law's like, "You'll get used to it. It's fine."
Should have brought a ski mask into work. Sit there with a ski mask on.
No. Yeah. Oh, man.
Oh.
All right. Hey, we got the ES
Here we
and NQ
go.
trying to push higher. Go ahead, Anne-Marie. Live for you coming from
Oh,
a
I got my
bank vault.
straws.
Yes.
How many we long? How many we long, Michael?
5 guys. Who knows it? Cheeseburgers.
I do.
Sell one for the rally.
Do it.
Need to get over
Sell
this
one
level.
into the rally?
Keep testing it.
Oh yeah, just sell one so the market thinks we're short.
Oh, I've done that before.
That's an old
We just-
school.
we-
That's such
We
old
just did that
school.
one. Okay. Now it thinks I'm short. I played that game before many of times. in my life.
100%. 100% I've done that before. A lot of times, actually. I tripped the algo, or try to trip the, Trick the, trying to
It's
shoot the-
smarter. It's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. You got 4 more on it.
Yeah, no, there's more where that came from.
If we get a push up above the 40s, you can move your stop up to about 370. I'm sorry, 270.
Right. Everyone agrees on the 340 level. Everyone agrees on the 340 level, including Baby Yoda. All right, well, we'll see if we can get a push in the YM above those 42,340s. I do see JD waiting in the wings. JD, we got some stats, or what's up? Happy Thursday, JD.
Happy Thursday to you. Let's rip through these real quick. We got yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. There they are. Hung, Michael, and Kingway were all trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Hung took home $11,557,
Nice.
$9,274 for Michael, and $6,553 for Kingway. Bulkaron was mixing it up a bit. He was trading the NASDAQ, Micro NASDAQ, and the S&P. He took $410 out of the MNQ, $2,353 out of the S&P, and $3,146 from the NASDAQ for a total of $5,909 in profits yesterday. And then Jonathan, I did triple check that is indeed the correct spelling of Jonathan's name in case anybody was interested. Made $5,000 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Nice job for my live funder traders. Taking real money out of the live markets, folks. All right. While I switch up an overlay, you guys want to take a look at some payouts?
Oh yeah. Is this
Of
yesterday's
course.
payouts?
Yesterday's total payouts.
Man,
All right, I'm going to give you. I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. It was on the lower end again.
Yeah, lower end's changed though. Lower end is still
Lower
higher
end,
now.
yes. Lower or higher lows. Higher lows.
It's higher lows. It's higher lows.
Higher lows. Thank you. Higher lows.
It's called the trending market. You should be buying it right now. Yeah.
Up and to the right, baby. Yeah. I'm with Legendary in the chat. I'm gonna go 800K. Coin 25. Yeah, 800. I'm with you guys. That's my guess.
All right, pretty close. $741,797.
Oh, look at that average though.
It was our lowest
I know,
number
that
of
average is
payouts.
fantastic.
Lowest number of payouts since the first trading day of September, I should say. 306. Wow. First trading day of September was 301, I think I saw. So we haven't seen anything that low in a couple of weeks. I'm not sure what the deal was with it, but average payouts still up there. $2,400 average payout yesterday. That's huge. And our top 500 traders accounted for 20% of these total payouts. So 5 traders, 20% of that $741,000.
And to confirm, every trader that takes a payout must wait 5 additional days to take an additional payout, correct?
That is correct. Yep.
Okay.
All right. Let's take a look at our XFA P&Ls from yesterday.
Oh.
Here they are. More booming numbers from our XFA traders.
Wow.
We've got Raphael trading in a pair of XFAs, took home a total of $40,000, just over $40,000 yesterday. Big day for Raphael.
Wow.
Sue was really mixing it up here. Let me pull up these numbers. Sue was trading the Dow, the Yen, the S&P, the Nikkei, and the NASDAQ for $16,000 in total profits. What a spread of products there. The only market Sue lost money in was the Japanese yen. Other than that, profited in the rest of the markets they were trading. Takaki had a nice day trading silver and the NASDAQ yesterday. Took $6,662 out of the silver, $8,150 out of the NASDAQ for a total of $14,812 in profits. Jesse was trading the ES and the NQ for a total of $14,623 in profits. And Enrique carved up the NQ and MNQ for $13,134 in profits yesterday. All right. I mentioned those 5 traders that took 20% of the total payouts. These 5 traders accounted for 20% of that total, $740,000 yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Karen pulled money out of 4 XFAs. Kai pulled money out of 2 XFAs, 1 XFA from Philip, 3 XFAs from Ty, and a single XFA from Richard. Big payout numbers. That's real money, folks.
That is, man. It sure is.
5-figure payouts. Nice.
20% of the payouts right there. Thanks, JD.
5-figure payouts. That has been the norm for a while now. That's all we see now, right?
It is.
What's our biggest payout ever?
6
like
figures,
one time.
right?
One time.
It was Dakota, wasn't it?
No,
He took like
Rafa
180.
had a payout that was bigger than his, didn't he?
Man.
Didn't Rafa take
Single
a huge
payout. He did it live on air, didn't he? It was what was that number again?
It's like 180 or something.
It's behind me. He thinks it was like 125,000 that he did live on TV.
All right, we got some sellers coming in here. Dakota 138, according to Andrew A in the chat. 138. Some people think 180. Look at that. Ask the chat. Numbers are all over the place. No one can get a pinpoint number. We got ranges from anywhere from 125 to $180,000 payouts. Okay.
Single payout, yeah.
Single payout. Starseeds, boy, it's choppy right now.
No kidding. This is putting me in a bad mood. And that's hard.
Tough trade.
Yeah, we just keep putting in slightly lower highs.
Yep.
You know, we talked about moving that stop up to 270. We didn't get the higher high, so we never did that. I mean, Tom, do you think this trade is still valid? Anne Marie, you think this trade is still valid to hold this long?
Marie.
Well,
Tough. It's tough.
Marie's.
If we put in a lower low
if we
here,
can start bouncing off this next 5-minute candlestick, it's as good as anything. It's sort of like it's flip a coin day, right? It's literally flip a coin day. So,
And
you know what we need,
and maybe FU day.
annoying. Oh yeah,
Kamikaze
it's
style.
definitely.
Kamikaze, what
we
do
need
we
a
need?
rally cat. We need a
We
rally
need a
cat.
rally. There you go, rally.
It didn't
cat.
help my Orioles yesterday.
Oh, Anne Marie, they got
You need more
swept.
than that,
2
Ann.
years in
Need
a
more.
row.
The Royals. The Royals. Oh, Anne
My
Marie.
Orioles.
That was the
Orioles.
Yeah, they lost to the Royals, though, right?
Oh yes,
Can't-
for the second time in post game.
Oh, we got some
I don't
Royals
wanna
fans in the
talk
chat.
about it.
Got some Royals fans in the chat. We
All
got
right,
Dakota.
I know you guys are happy. Fine.
We got the Royals. Dakota saying yes. It was $136,000 payout. MP. Dakota.
Was it?
Beautiful.
It was Dakota.
136.
I think I need to put on the rally sweater.
Oh yes.
Something
This
needs
one
to
works. You mentioned that.
Go. Something needs to go.
Crud.
Go. Yep. Straight from our Discord. Discord's on it. Shout out to all the peeps in Discord.
Throw
Sad
the
day for
link in
O's.
there. Guys, Discord's at 90,000 almost members. I don't know how many hang in there all day long. You guys give me the average of who hangs. What amount is online right now? I don't know that number.
Say hi to the Discord.
Yeah, go
people.
in there.
Stuff all day long.
That's where you see your VIP.
Yeah.
The VIP team trading rooms, Coach Ray's room, and all. You won't be able to go into them, but you'll see them. Eventually, they'll have a Top Step trading league. We'll have teams. Maybe the teams are graduating from VIP and become the first teams in the league. I don't know. All right, we got our 90s down here, 42 190s on a 4-lot stop on the house account. Kamikaze, you have your stops down here. I remember the 90s, John,
Yeah, so mine-
was what you said. Is that still accurate?
Kamikaze, I believe, stopped at
Mine's at
197.
42.
John, is that still accurate?
179.
179. Gotcha. Thank you. Go ahead, Hoag.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
I mean, it was really, I wanted to
Freaking
take out
awful.
those 40s. We could have moved our stop up to 70. We're right back to where the last week's low is. If we can't hold that, then we're out.
Yeah, and we look
Well, I had
heavy.
to stop. The stop at 42 190. And Kamikaze, this is where I recall it all being when we started this trade. Kamikaze, Kamikaze, where'd you put your,
Kamikaze.
Yeah.
well,
You call it
Kamikaze.
We don't want it to be a
We're going Kamikaze.
Yeah.
No,
We
Kamikaze.
don't want
Kamikaze all day.
Yeah.
Where are you at with yours? Where's your
Yeah, so
your Grogo have it? There's a lot of words, Andre.
Yeah,
I'm
so
trying to get these
There
down.
is. We're all learning together, bro. This is awesome.
yeah, so we were long from 42 275. We got our short at 42 179, just below our most recent lows. So if we can hold the 42 200 here, we should see a reversal. But if we don't hold here, this is definitely going to be not a great trade. So we got to hold like right here, is in my opinion. If we can hold this, we should see that reversion back to the top. So
I concur.
you know, this is one of the reasons I trade micros. It helps me control risk. I really like trading micros. And so, you know, you can control your risk a little bit more. And honestly, like, if you control your risk well and you can live, you know, sometimes you have bad days. And if you can live to fight another day, that's the name of the game. And so that was one of the things that I struggled with as a manual trader. And my super competitive nature is like, I hate having a red day. And I would always make it worse, and that was my hardest struggle as a trader.
I would say this is the better line. Hold on, let me grab this.
What has he got? Oh boy. Oh, here we go.
Always trade for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Always.
There, look at that.
Exactly.
There it is.
So true.
That's a good. That's an awesome quote.
Are my skis in there,
I
Michael?
like it.
Yeah, right around there somewhere.
Yeah.
See, that's
there you go.
just like on
dexterity.
X. You set your
If I tried to move my machine to show you guys these vault doors, it would be hair, teeth, and eyeballs on the floor. There's no way I would have done it. I'd have been all over myself.
Yes.
We
Shout
saw-
out to
we-
Macro.
Do we have a picture, Jack, that Eddie did? Guys, I want to show you what Eddie did. He's a very good artist.
Yeah.
And I want to, Danielle, if you're listening, the pictures of our old office. He did a whole mission, vision, values, mission, the vision. Then he also did Always Trade for Tomorrow. And it was a big
Who's in?
thing on the wall.
Me,
Yeah, Eddie right there.
And you got long?
I did.
And Marie
I
just
helped
got long.
him
Okay.
Yeah,
We're
so
the
let's
house is
see.
still long.
Yeah,
We're still long.
287.
I got stuff down.
Color paint is that wall?
I'll
I
be
don't know.
right back.
Black.
Sounds good.
It's black. Matte
All
black
right.
or something, I think.
Hey, speaking of Eddie and the artwork, hey, the artist himself, I know Eddie's right there. I see Eddie with the cool amber shades on. Eddie, come on in. We got some announcements.
Yes, I do have a few here. As far as what we've got going on here today, you want to trade with Topstep, right? Have you watched Pass with the Pros and thought, you know what, I'd love to do that. I'd really like to do that with the Topstep crew, but not quite close to passing. Okay. One of the things that we want you to know is we're going to open submissions for anyone that would want to join and show they have a chance to trade and ask questions with Topstep TV's very own on-air talent.
I
So
think that's
passing
awesome.
with the pros, I'm going to put that link in the chat. Also, if you like what we're doing here today, I do see a lot of positive comments here in the chat. Please, if you got a minute here, leave us a review on Trustpilot. I'll also put that link in the chat. So we'll keep that going. And right now, that is all I do have right now for announcements. But I've got some other things I am sort of working on, some new things, and hopefully we got some time for those later on. Back to you, Andre.
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to seeing
Hey,
that.
did we get the link to our Discord in there? Drop the link to our Discord.
Let's do that. I got
Launching
that also.
90,000
All right. Sure, I'll do that.
And Marie, you
Drop
took a profit on that long?
I did. I trailed the stop because, like you said, we're putting in lower
Lower highs
highs
and lower
and
lows.
higher lows. So
Right.
I'm watching to see if it can hold the 5-minute low of the last candlestick. Maybe we'll build a 3-bar reversal. Otherwise, I should have hit the reverse button, but I'm just slow on the uptake today. My brain is like,
Yeah.
Well, that happens. That's mine
Nice.
most of the time.
it's grinding.
You're in a
My
bank
gears
vault,
are
Anne-Marie.
straight.
That's the story of the
What's
day.
that?
You are trading it up from a bank vault right now. It's fascinating. Fascinating you're in a bank vault. You don't need to give us your location or the secrets or if you have the code or combination to that vault, but that's very cool.
There's nothing in here but books.
Oh, what kind of vault is that?
Now, because it's the church bought the bank and turned it into a church, and the pastor's
gotcha.
office is in the bank vault.
I see.
I mean, your
So-
sound is
The
perfect
acoustics
in there.
Yes, the acoustics
Yeah,
are
acoustics.
amazing.
Listen, they've got fiber optics in here. It is just, I set everything up this morning and it was
Nice.
boom, boom, boom. It was really nice.
Love it.
Really nice.
You get-
So here's a bounce. So we still could be doing it.
Okay.
I hear you can
Anne-Marie,
see into the
take us-
future with fiber optics.
You can see. Like that one. Look at you just love New haircut. Who this, man? We got fresh MP. He's looking good. If you guys are loving the way the boss is looking this morning, he is looking so fresh today, so clean.
Andre
Love
with the
MP
hip.
in the chat. He's looking very,
Yes.
very dapper today. Trading it up. Yes.
Picture day at school.
Right?
It's
Remember how good
pajama
he
day at
looked?
my kid's school.
Oh,
Is
sounds
it
amazing.
really?
Sounds
Yeah,
I
amazing.
remember those days.
Yes. Must be
I have them pretty much every day here. I mean, I'm like not, wearing pajamas today, but like typically I'm always like sweatpants or whatever. And then when I actually start my day, which is after this broadcast, then I put on a little bit more proper attire.
So Aspen now. I love
Remember when
it.
COVID started? Everybody's like, F it. We're all wearing sweatpants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it really haven't turned back that much. I was talking
It's
to
really
also-
recent. Yeah.
I call them eating pants.
Yeah. I like it. I could see why. Definitely.
We got a comment from Bostic here. Natural
Right.
unemployment rate has shifted, and it could be lower. That is all we've got. Trying to squeeze a little more out of Bostic, but I'm getting nothing but dust. Back to you,
Squeeze
Andre.
tighter.
Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, let them know. Hey, Bostic, we need something to move the market higher a little bit right now.
Higher.
Help. Yep.
Uh,
I want to throw it to
Yeah,
Tamikaze.
you got this.
Tamikaze, how often do you feel that you catch people that are cheering against you, not necessarily against you, but against your algorithms? Do you get public criticism because you are, quote unquote, you're the evil empire, if you will? Because some people in the chat I've noticed are rooting against the algorithms. How do you respond to something like that?
I mean, algorithms are going to do what they do regardless of what people think. So, the reality is the markets are controlled by algorithms. So it's kind of like you're the underdog as a manual trader. So I totally understand why people would root against it, because it's fun to root for the underdog. And at the same time, they're all data driven. There's no emotions in it. But no, I don't take it personally. People are allowed to think whatever they want to think.
Like that, man.
Well, and it's not like you're like a big institutional algo, like a HFT
Citadel.
kind of. This is just a personal, strategy that you've coded and it runs on its own. It's not like you're a predatory algo or something like that.
Oh, I'm not trying to go against traders. I'm trying to trade with traders. We're, in my opinion, we're all on a team as manual traders fighting the big guys, and we shouldn't be rooting against each other.
100%.
That's my personal feeling.
Yeah.
I like
Agreed.
that.
Very nice.
Tamikaze. Yeah, it's very nice. You're humanizing the computers a little bit there, Tamikaze. I like that.
Well, it's a computer,
It
but
isn't-
it's still me. It's just me in code. I'm putting my ideas, the things that I would trade manually, but I'm automating it to help myself out.
Yes.
Recognizing the human.
Yeah, look at that.
It's me in
Look at that.
code. It's just, that's, same, but playing the
MP.
game differently.
MP, what was your views towards algorithmic trading for the last 10 years or so? Were you skeptical, interested, intrigued?
Here's what I always got around. Like once somebody says
I love
algo trading, somebody says algo trading, they all automatically think like this guy's a genius. And I'm always like, I've been watching traders forever, since 2010. And yeah, there's like algo firms and all that, but like automated traders is really what it is taking your strategy and automating it. But then if you throw the word algo in front of it, then people think there's something like genius level to it. And I say this because like we've watched hundreds and hundreds of thousands of traders in 14 years. I started with just recruiting everybody from Ivy League schools. I'm telling you, Harvard, Yale, Brown, all of them, we put job postings on, they come up. There wasn't anybody smarter. It still came down to managing your risk, managing your emotions, controlling your behaviors, whether it's automated or discretionary. So then I just got to play. I'm like, it doesn't like, there are firms out there that figure certain things, and maybe they're HFTs but algo. The word algo always got thrown in front of it, like somebody's a better trader. I'm like, they're still all traders, just like Tamikaze just said. It's just me in code. Some people, it's just me. They're like Dakota's doing art. It's not science. His is art, and Tamikaze's is science. If then or whatever you use, that's what's going to happen. And then Dakota's is the feel of the market and all that kind of stuff. So both of those traders still need to go through an evaluation. They both still need to prove their strategy, and they both still are ones that we are totally about trying to find the Michael Jordan of either one of those and backed him. That's been the foundation since the beginning. So I remember people back in the early days. I got this. I got an algo. I'm like, I don't care. Put it in the real time evaluation, and if it does well, I'll back you. As it started in 2010. So I always kind of was just like, you frame it up like you're better than, and not like you're better, but like it has some edge, but actually it's just you that's doing. So I think it's all same. I think they're the same, but different of ways in which you want to trade the market.
Very
Well,
nuanced.
speaking of art, MP, I do have an image that Danielle sent me per your request here. So we've got something to show.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Please show
There it
the after this one, if you do have the office mural that Eddie did. I was so proud of him when he finished it. It was so awesome. That's all of our apparel around. Always that's like 12 feet tall. Like
yes,
it was very tall and very long.
Or the basketball hoop. Yep, absolutely.
And that was our, we call it the bowl room. It was a big room, probably 20 feet by 30 feet. In the middle of our office, we had a 10,000 square foot office, I think. Before COVID, thank God I didn't renew. We were about ready to renew, and we were about ready to renew an 8-year, 25. It was actually going to $35,000 a month office. We had 60 people and 70 people. It was just a nice, awesome office. It was actually a good deal for the area, and we were going to sign an 8-year lease. COVID. Then I'm like, let's just wait. We got like 6 more months. Well, we got to figure out where we're going to go. I'm like, well, we'll renew at any point, but I want to sign 8 years. 1 month later, the word COVID popped up, and now we're work from anywhere and nobody will come in the office. We have about 1,000 square foot one right now that we call our trophy room on the 42nd floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. So, yeah, that office is cool.
Fellas. It's coming right back up.
All right. Let's do a recap. House account still long? House account is still long, MP?
Just
house account still long, same price. Yeah, we're in the money, $30.
Fantastic holding that. Man.
Okay. Kamikaze? Baby Yoda.
I had my automated OCOs, and auto OCOs. I'm an automated trader.
Look at him. Look at him.
One cancels the other.
One cancels the other. There you go, Kamikaze.
That's what OCO stands for.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, we call it one order cancels order is what they say on the trading floor, or one cancels the other. Yeah. Same. I've used auto OCOs since the dawn of time, because right when you put it in, if you accidentally forgot anything, or if the market just blipped a certain direction, you're always pretty safe.
Yeah.
We've had this downtrend since last hour and a half. We're starting to break it
easily.
We can reclaim yesterday's low here. Yesterday's low is acting as the POC on the Dow, and so we need to get over that. And if we can get over that and hold, this should be a really good trade. But
remembering
so
that the 4 a.m. candle low is 307 for Europe, just as a heads up.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to talk over you like that, Tom.
No, it's okay. People need to know that stuff. So
I'm trying to kind of learn a little bit about Anne Marie's system of looking at those opening and closings from the London session and from the Asian session. He looks at those 5-minute bars, right? And you base some opportunities.
I actually look at the hour. Yeah, I look at the hours and see what they do in the pre-market. It's a little bit of a slant on Mickey.
Got it.
But
Captain,
it's the same sort of and trend or reversal wherever it starts holding.
Okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on these markets. We are trying to push higher here, as Tom was saying, Anne Marie as well. House accounts long as well, but we got JD waiting in the wings, Mr. JD. So we got some more stats. Tell me
live.
Tell me it's the streaks. Tell me it's the streaks.
Oh, it is. Live from the trophy room on the 42nd floor of the Chicago Board of Trade building. Here are your funded trader hot streaks.
Come on. Delesh.
Yeah. I know we did it.
Oh, my word.
Michael, we got
Delesh made $9 yesterday. Delesh made $9 yesterday. Trade in the MNQ. So big day for Delesh. Then we got Daniel, 24 days worth $4,200. Natalia, now at 24 days, $9,300. Tonin, that should say 23 days. Not bad. Worth $6,523. And Jiven, I did look up how to pronounce Jiven. Yes, I think I'm saying it right. 23 days worth $3,843. We're going to burn through that real quick. I'm going to get Eddie back in here, and I'll be back in just a little bit with the leaderboard, so stay tuned for that.
Into month 4. Into month 4 of the hot streak.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
He's going to be on that list until the apocalypse.
Yeah.
That's
Do it. Take it to next year. Delesh, take it into next year. Come on.
He
we're
hasn't,
all-
still hasn't hit a payout. Still hasn't hit a
No.
payout. Is that true?
No.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of want to.
Come on. Oh, come on. Paulie's pennies.
you gotta
Paulie's pennies.
wonder
Just
why.
have some fun
No.
with it. Just have some
Oh,
fun
I'm
with
totally,
Paulie's pennies.
totally.
Not you.
I just
Paulie,
would
the
like,
guy's in
I
check.
would like
Kick
him
out
to
of
get
here.
paid. I
Kick
would
him,
like
of
him to get
course.
paid.
Of
That's
course.
it.
Okay.
Oh,
We got
can we
nothing
do
on
it?
tilt. Haven't really seen much on the tilt. 50-50 here in the YM, which we are along. House account and Kamikaze's Baby Yoda algo. Looking at the ES 50-50 there. Gold. Last trade in gold, 26.71. It's just kind of leveled off a little bit. We saw a huge spike in crude, about $1.50 spike about an hour and 20 minutes ago. Peaked out at $73.95. Last trade, $73.05. We're just going to be chopping around in that range. Looking at the NQ. NQ sitting just beneath 20,000 even. Last trade, 19,980. So about 20 points beneath that. But right now, house account and Kamikaze long the YM. The Dow Minis. MP's first foray into future trading. The Dow Minis, MP. How about it?
I mean,
Maybe
anybody who's like $3,000 daily loss limit's too tight. When we had the daily loss limit, now you can set your own. I had a $300 daily loss limit in a
Well, that's
market that moves like the Nasdaq. And guess what? I lost 90 grand before that. Came there, they said, "You're hired. We're not paying you anything. Here's an account. You can trade a one lot, and when you get up to $750 in profit, you can then add put on a two lot next. And when it goes to 1,500, you can put on a three lot next. They scaled you up like that. And if you come down, then you can't do a three lot. You go to two lot to a one lot, and you have a $300 daily downside loss limit in a very thin market. So anybody who's like, "Oh, can't trade," I did it.
That's intense.
I did it.
That was the prop model, man. That's the
And it
brick and
turned
mortar
me
prop
around
model right
completely.
there.
So, yeah, that's the prop model. Yeah, so they did it. They modeled it kind of off Turtle Trader, and I'm like, that helped me figure out the whole game. And I had thought I was a big shot trader, and I lost 90 grand coming up to that firm. This is between the age of like 18 to 22. Graduated from college, broke. Had in a line of credit that I did against my inventory. I had a vending company, and then all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, well, I still want to trade. I'm not going to go in the 9 to 5 world. And then that's when I got this opportunity. And it changed my whole game. Found the importance of simulated experience, found the importance of slowing down, found the importance of diluting the power of FOMO, found the importance of sizing down. If you can't trade small, you can't trade big. And I remember when before that, the 90,000 I lost, I was having huge swings, $5,000 up, $5,000. And I thought that was trading. And then in the end, I lost it all. And I remember telling the guy when he's like, "Hey, you're hired. I'm not going to pay you. You can sit at that table right there, and you got to show me this average and all that kind of stuff on Sim. And you can trade one lot." I go, "I'm not trading one lot." I didn't say that. I go, "That's very, very small." And he's like, looks at me, kind of like, "There's a reason why you're sitting there." I'm like,
Was he wrong, Michael? Was he wrong?
he was 100% correct.
Whose opportunity is this?
Exactly. And that humbled me. That all humbled me. So that's why I'm always a big preacher of one account, trade one side, blah, blah, blah. Because then you get all these other like 20 account bullshit and like trade bigger. I got $1 million account. It just feeds that old Michael that would have bought into all that stuff. And that's not the right path. That wasn't the right path for me. How about that? So I'm glad that somebody sized me down, humbled me, curb checked me, so to speak, with my ego.
Here comes that
My ego.
trade.
Yeah. All right, YM's coming up to those targets.
340s, Hoag. Hoag, we got to get over the 340 level. I know Kamikaze like that level. Hoag, what are you seeing there in the Dow?
Yeah, still looking at that 340 level as an area to break out above. Michael, if we do break out and you get those profit targets, leave a runner.
The house will get them. I don't have a trade on the house.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, on the house account, if we get to those targets, leave a runner.
Yeah,
it is the house account. It is.
I have those prices that you were talking about from 40s all the way up to 65s because I had a 75, but when I took that one lot off, I took the furthest one off.
Value has been moving lower, so value high is now 347, and if we can take that out, we we'll take a look and see what it looks like up there, but definitely leave those targets in. And if we do get them, just leave a one lot runner on, and we'll see what happens. We'll have a good stop level to trim the loss on that, possibly even to a winning level.
Tamikaze, you're been sitting here, of course, watching this, and if you weren't on here, what would you be doing right now? Would you be what's that? Got a blender. What would you be doing? I'll take a strawberry smoothie if you can make it one.
Hello, it's my guy.
Take a margarita.
Take a margarita.
All right. What would you be doing right now? Because you said you did maintenance. Would you be taking notes right now on the things that you're potentially looking to adjust or change, or is this just watch and wait till the end result happens, and then when the end result happens, then you decide what to do on your adjustments? Because the shelf life on any trading, again, is also what I heard too. Shelf life on any trading strategy, automated or not, is like 3 months, and I remember hearing that. It could be, and nobody knows probably, but like it's not forever. It's not like like it's set and forget it.
Yeah, so there's things called algo decay, just like there's trading decay. We go through seasonality, markets change, and they trade differently. And with this, I'll run a system, and I will not change it. Once it goes to a cash account or a prop account, I will not change it until it hits about double its max drawdown in testing. So I'll test it over the last couple of years. I'll design it to work hopefully within these market these market conditions, and it has a certain risk reward. So like if the max drawdown over the last 3 years on this system was $1,000 and the current drawdown is say 2,000, that would be axed, and I would move a new system in. So then I would take either the top system that I've been simulating and practicing with, and I would move it to live, or if there's one that's not ready, I would just trade less size and size down while we're in a drawdown to help protect the underlying. So while I'm doing this, though, I'll be optimizing new strategies. I'll be testing new things out. I'll be researching. And there's also things called portfolio optimization. You don't want systems that do the same thing. You want low correlation, and you want your systems to work as a team, not against each other. So the way you control drawdown is by having systems that capture different market movements. If they're all doing the same thing, then you don't need multiple systems. You just need one.
Okay.
That makes sense?
I like it. Mm-hmm.
I got you.
Give me just a second on this. Anne-Marie, are you, is this wearing you out? I mean, we keep putting in lower highs and lower lows here.
Yes, I'm fairly worn out. Here's the thing about this chart, though. If we look at, say, hourly candles, what we can see is that they're putting in a floor, right? So if we look at the last 3 hours of motion, we put in a floor, and we are now well above the candle close of the last hour. So although we can see the low of that 4 a.m. candlestick formation, Europe's open, right, 4 a.m. Eastern, we can see it being a ceiling. There is pressure coming up from underneath. We definitely see it. And so getting out now, I think, is probably relatively premature because we are trying to force our way up, and buying pressure shows up from underneath. It just shows up from underneath. And so if we can get into that London Open and stay in there, we've got a shot to get into the high of that 4 a.m. candlestick. But as you can see, I literally am waiting for it to come back.
Where is the high of that 4 a.m. candlestick?
Pardon? Where is that area? Hang on. The low of the 4 a.m. candlestick on the YM is 42,306. The high is 42,385. We've been collapsing around 320 to 340, but with every fade, the traders are coming in and they're clipping in higher lows, right?
Euro close.
And so if we're patient, you know, it's either going to punch us in the chest or pat us on the back.
So it's either wears you out or takes you out.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we are.
Right,
Yep,
sorry,
last
Tom.
trade the down. No, Hoag, I love it, man.
And
Last
here
trade.
we are again, getting into
314.
the 4 a.m.
Push. Kamikaze, do you get exhausted? You get exhausted watching the algos trade. You get physically
I feel
tired.
exhausted with this trade.
I know, right? It's been
Maybe
I mean, it's like-
exercise and patience.
Yeah, it is.
It's like I could paint my wall and it would probably move faster than this trade. No,
I know it. Oh,
Good
Probably
trading.
drive faster.
Good trading is like watching paint dry. One good friend of mine, Andre, said that.
Hey, it's true. Hey, we got to push
Hey.
here in the
goodness, here we
NQ
go, here
ES.
we go.
Can it push? We're trying to crack the 42,340s in the YM last trade, 42,326. Can we get a push? Keep an eye on gold, seeing about a $4 pop right now. Last trade, 26.74 over there. Not seen much on tilt today, MP, so it's been 50-50 there.
Oh,
We are seeing some buyers here. All right,
we
we are seeing some
tested.
buyers in the NQ and ES.
sellers just
Hey.
coming right in there and jamming
Yes,
that
getting our-
330.
So, hey,
Getting a look above
Kamikaze,
here.
no,
Let's see.
hey, Kamikaze, no trades in the ES, no trades in the NQ. The systems haven't taken anything there.
So I did get an MES trade earlier, but it hit so fast I wasn't really able to call it out. And so I am green on the day on my combine, even though like we've had some losses. I'm up with this trade. This trade has to close green for me to be green, but I'm up only about $100 today. But you know, it's to be honest, like this is not a great trading day. We're very
know,
range
it's
bound.
awful.
And so if I could
Freaking awful.
if I could eke out a green day today, even if it's
Win.
$50, I'm going to be extremely happy.
There you go. That's a win. Interesting. Yep. 3 outcomes in trading, Michael. Win, loss, or scratch, 2 of which are acceptable. Am I right? Ring a ding ding. Anyways, I know we got
it is a ring.
it is a ring a ding ding. We do have I do see we have Stephen A waiting in the wings here. Hey, speaking of the top. Stephen A, bring him on. This is Pass with the Pros continuing here. There he is. What's up, Stephen A?
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, I remember. Guilty kill. No, those aren't fake laughs. I really do find it funny. It's not a fake. But anyways, Stephen A, welcome to Pass with the Pros. Let's get a quick update here and get us caught up. Stephen A.
They're considering your laugh fake. I like it.
I mean, dude, I really don't. What are you? That one caught me. Actually,
I mean, you're kind of a fake guy in general. So I'm joking.
I fake my emotions on here. Like you seen him get me. Anyways, Stephen A, how far away?
like this all the time. 14
Andre,
years.
I
I've
find
known
you
him.
very genuine.
I appreciate that. Some people do. Anyways, hey, Stephen A, how far are we away from passing this combine? Welcome to Fast Markets. We got Stephen A. You saw him on Pass with the Pros a couple days ago. He's back. How far are we from passing the combine, Stephen A?
We're about $1,000 passing, just short of that. So like $905.
There you go. What's up, Stephen?
Excellent.
What's up? Welcome aboard. Hey, Stephen A, you are in Wisconsin as well, right?
Yes, I'm in the Lake Geneva area.
There you go.
Nice.
We got Kamikaze.
Very pretty.
Kamikaze also from Wisconsin. So how about a couple cheeseheads here, Michael, joining us
we're
on.
meeting at
Oh,
Trump.
boy. And he's
We're
the,
meeting
and
up
he's
in
the
Arlington.
algo guy, and he's speaking out. I'm starting to get interested because I would really have built an audience that when I lose, it's all the matter is why I lose, or just waiting for what I know I'm looking for, etc. So.
Right, let's
So-
get this
Right.
set.
I probably grew up about 30 minutes from you, from Burlington.
About it.
Good old,
How about that?
There you go.
Bringing neighbors together.
Burlington.
Chocolate City,
My wife grew
USA.
up in Burlington.
I love it. I love it. Hoag also very
Chocolate
familiar with the area.
Okay, Pass it to Pro, Stephen. How long you been trading? You're 1,000 away, less than 1,000 away from getting funded. What size account? Give me one. Give me your 411
50K
skinny.
account, 1,000 away. I've been trading. I mean, I guess since a kid, if you want to go that deep into it, but trading the financials for since 2020. Hit everything, slowed down, and my dad called me up, and I was like dabbling in crypto and stuff a little or whatever. My dad just calls me and says, "Hey, I'm gonna give you $500. Find a stock, buy it, make sure you believe in it, because it's gonna go up. I mean, you make some money, and I want to help you with your house because I'm pushing to buy my home right now." So I searched, and I decided to buy SLCA. I put it all in, $500. I let it sit for 6-7 months, and over 10x the money. So it was a good $5,200 out of a $500 input, and then that helped go towards the purchase of my current home.
All right. Hey, real quick, Stephen A. Let's get you. I want to put you on behind the scenes. I want to just get that microphone issues worked out. So let's take you off real quick. We can work with the guys in the behind the scenes, get your tech issues figured out. But you're coming in a little spotty right now. But again, Stephen A. trying to pass with the pros, see if we can get those mic issues fixed, and we'll get them back on here on Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. All right, guys, we've been talking about these 42,000, 340 level in the YM. Hoag, what the heck is it going to take to push above here? We're just running in place.
Chicken
right now,
bones. We need some
More
chicken
buyers than
bones
sellers.
in the air.
More buyers than
like
sellers, right? Andre.
Hey, now you're talking.
The volume has just dried up over the last half hour. There's just no volume, so
I know,
tough.
which is not surprising, really, because tomorrow's the employment numbers. And, I don't know that anybody's really actively positioning in any place they want to stay until tomorrow.
Very short.
I was looking
time
at the
frame control.
relative volume over the
Very
last
much
20
so.
days, and we're only trading about 70% of our average volume for
Yeah.
the day. And
That's
so
right.
that's
Very legitimate.
that's a big reason why we're getting this mean reversion is people are finding value and they're finding, that range that they like to trade in, and they're just waiting for a catalyst to get some movement. And I don't know if we'll get it today. And so, like Anne Marie says, we're probably waiting for that data to come out, and maybe that's our catalyst where we can get some better movement.
Fair enough. We got James Hansen in the chat saying Power Hour could be fun then.
that's
Stay tuned to
right.
find out.
Well,
Hey,
no.
also, we got some more. I'm having a lot of fun today. Bringing on Tom. Tamikaze, thank you again so much for joining us. It takes a lot of courage to be vulnerable, bringing your systems on here. And people are rooting against the algorithms. But like you said, it's just your trading ideas programmed into a automated trading system. But we really appreciate it. Hey, coming up after this, we got some more cool stuff. We got that father-son duo. I don't know if you guys remember them. Carlos and his dad are coming back. And we're going to chop it up with those guys, see if we can get a little trading in. But if you remember, Carlos came on, got funded with us, took a payout here. And also turns out he trades with his dad. So we're going to do a little family trading here coming up on the other side of this and power players. So make sure you stay tuned with that. We got a lot of fun in store today on Topstep TV. Again, father-son duo coming up in power players. Yeah, you guys remember. Love that guy. Carlos, love that guy. Yep, that's him. All right, Anne-Marie,
I love
you're in
when
the bunker
family
right
trades
now.
together.
Anne-Marie,
Yeah.
we need some chicken bones and tea leaves. You're in the bunker.
I've got the chicken bones.
We need the tea. There, hey, Hoag, there you go. Now we need a tea leaf. I love it.
Those are awesome.
The chicken bones.
I got a black cat I could call over.
Ooh, is that
No,
Get all the-
that,
get all-
not that one.
Well,
Not the black
Halloween
cat.
month. Come on, it's good luck.
It is,
Hopefully.
it is Halloween. Michael, what are you dressing up for as Halloween? What's the family dressing up for as Halloween this year?
I don't know. I think
Says it's going higher.
I don't know. Actually, my wife bought a bunch of stuff, so
Sure
I
she
find
has.
out day of, just like everything in my life, when it comes to that kind of stuff.
That sounds like me. My husband
They'll
has
just be
get
lighting.
packed
just in time.
Yeah.
today.
Hey, I got
I
this
love
for
it.
you. She always goes, I got this for you. It matches me. Okay. Okay.
that.
Well, I didn't have to make a decision.
I love it. I love it.
Hey, it makes that part of life easy, right?
Oh,
One
so
less
easy.
decision.
I mean, and people are, and then I go to these events and they're like, man, you look really good. I'm like, there's no chance I would have picked this out and had somebody say that to me. So I'm going to stick with her batting average. So she's been batting 100. since
Wow.
1,000, I could say.
You mean
Since then.
100? You mean 1,000?
Yeah.
1,000, yes, 100.
We don't want
He's
about
not even above
100.
the Mendoza
Hundred
line.
100 sends you back. It sends you back down.
Yeah, to the
This year, I'm going to be Jack Nicholson from The Shining,
Yes.
and Donna's going to be
Oh.
Wendy.
Yeah.
I haven't figured out how I'm going to do it yet, but I'm sure it'll be
That'll
magnificent.
be good.
I like
That's
that.
going to be I need some picks for that.
Yes.
That's going to be fabulous.
All right. We're
Well, what
starting.
day- what
to-
day is it?
Here we
What
go.
day is it on?
Here
So
comes
typically
Florida.
October 31st. October 31st, Michael, is typically Halloween.
Yeah, I know that. Sorry. What day of the week
He
is it on?
meant day. He said day. He didn't
I
say
know. I'm
day.
just teasing.
Thank
I'm
you,
teasing,
Ann.
man.
And
I'm just joking.
you get in between your sons when they fight, don't you? You're really good at it. Hey, we're peeling off. We're out.
Oh,
All
wow.
of them.
Into the 40s.
Awesome.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Awesome. Awesome.
We got out of all of them. We got that one lot runner on,
Woo!
Johnny.
One runner. Okay.
All right. Patience paid.
Oh,
Patience
Man.
paid. All right.
gosh.
Awesome.
We
Awesome.
did it. Ah, all right. Hey, is Baby Yoda out? Is Baby Yoda in or is Baby Yoda out?
We're still in.
He's probably
Um,
still in.
Yoda's still-
I saw-
Yeah.
Is the house account in or is the house account out?
He has one runner, right? You got a runner
No,
left?
we got a runner, please. Yes.
No. I would say the house account order that shall not be spoken should probably move up to around 250.
50.
250.
Oh, I see why. That's also value, the current value area low, right? Is that what you're seeing?
Okay.
My
Yeah,
formation
that's
shows
about where
that.
I got it
I
too. So
lost the chart. I lost
Yeah.
the chart.
Maybe 248.
Anne Marie, I got a
current
question
day
for you.
value,
Oh.
value area low is a
Let me
lot
said Anne Marie,
lower.
what?
217.
when you're looking at your-
current day value low.
value area low.
Yeah.
Are you calculating that based on cash session, or are you including the overnight as well?
Just regular trading hours, and it's off TPO charts.
That's what Topstep is showing. So here's what I do that's super interesting. It's so much easier for me because I've been trying to learn volume profile from John for 6 years. And I'm still having trouble. So what I do is early morning, like about 7 o'clock, I draw Fibonacci's around the pre-market value area. And I leave those Fibonacci's in place and then watch them into the regular trading day. And I can see where value areas are slipping or rising. And it sort of helps me figure that piece out, how it moved from pre-market to regular trading hours. But I have no idea what the calculation is per se. So I just look for the little shaded box. Literally, I am a Forrest Gump trader. I truly am. I look at the box and I go, okay, I think I'll do one right there. And
Simple as
because
good.
I try to make it complicated, but then I could never figure it out. I can't think in parallel. I'm a serial thinker
Hey,
like
at
this.
least you know.
And so I just had to make it easy. That's why I put these hourly candlesticks, why I shaded them. Because now it tells me we have the opportunity to head to the top of that 4-hour opening London trade. And if we back off of it, unless value continues to climb up, we're going to slip back down into the POC, I think. The point of control, which is sitting really right near the VWAP right now. Thoughts?
Yeah, and I think the simplest systems are the best systems, and
Aren't
they're
they?
the most repeatable, and they're the easiest to understand. And that is true
I know.
in algo trading as well. The simpler systems tend to do better, and they hold up longer. And so, there's not much difference between manual trading and algo trading when you're trying to design like when I'm going to take a trade. And so, a lot of the same things that apply to trading, volume profiles and things like that, where you're just looking for maybe one or two conditions to be true. That is the same thing with algo trading. And then the difference with us is we data mine and we test it against data, and we test it out a sample to make sure it holds up. And if the data says it worked in the past, we hope it's going to work in the future. Now, it's not always the case, but you adapt, you apply, and you learn. And so, it's funny. I'm actually
so happy
one of my
that YM
dreams.
trade worked out.
Yeah, this turned out great. So my stop should move into profit here soon. If not, I'm not going to let this go against me. It's one of the things with trading. Even if your systems are good, it's okay to move your stop and protect your underlying position. And that's why it's semi-automated, not necessarily like fully automated. And ideally, it works on its own, but is like you asked earlier, Michael. There's still emotion involved. It's still real money. You still want to be profitable. And with the way this day is going, I want to make sure I can get out with a positive day. So I think that's a win.
I like that.
MP.
So, go ahead, Jeff.
Stop that shall not be spoken. I'm liking what Tom is saying. We should move that up to just a little bit above break even now.
Yes.
I just did the same for myself.
Nice.
I love that drag feature.
290.
I love that drag feature.
And now we're locking in profits.
Right.
Look at how much open air we have to the top of that chart, though.
What do you mean by that, Anne-Marie? What do you mean by open air?
Do you see the next line in the sand that shows as resistance, that downward sloping?
Andre, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean open air, Andre?
Actually,
look at John Madden. Look at John Madden up there. Well, the farther you move that chart, look at all that open air.
And I love John Madden.
I can make as much open air. Yeah, you can go out to outer space if you want, right there.
That would be tight. That would be really tight for this trade if we can take this in outer space. Yes.
Yeah, but if we can hold over that edge, we'll get to that next moving average above, and that would be very nice. It'll be a place where everybody has accumulated, and now they just want to start distributing and getting rid of that product as they move into those higher levels, because we spent a ton of time accumulating. And so we'll see how far we can push it up into those edges, and then we'll start liquidating again, is my thought. If we can stay up over this 340 area, which was kryptonite for a long time.
Gosh. Pulling teeth getting through those 340s. But now, alas, we're at 355s, 358s now trade.
Yeah. Come on,
all that open air Anne-Marie was talking about. We're going to push into the 400s again.
Yeah.
Baby Yoda Algo is trailing the stop. We're watching the NQ push higher here. The last trade, 20,042. Only cracked above the 20,000s. High of the day in the NQ, 20,113. Hoag, hey, John, you really like those 108s. I remember you texted me or chatted me with 108s. Why is that 20,108 level so significant?
All right. Well,
right off
here's the NASDAQ. So when we started breaking, and on Tuesday when all everything was kind of going crazy, if we look back on the 5-minute chart, and this was a level that Rips was talking about, and I was like, yes, I like this level. Why? Because what was it? It was an afternoon pullback low from here on the 24th of September. Why is that important? Why do I leave them on there? Because they're just visual levels, and they're levels that traders, whether they realize it or not, they kind of remember them. So when we started, hang on. Let me go back there. Let me get back there. When we started breaking and we started holding below that level, this was when Rips was saying, I like looking for shorts around 20,100. And I said, yeah, I like it too. As long as we can hold below that 20,108, 110 level, I think we've got a good opportunity for a short here. We missed the trade, but where do we go right back to today?
Right back.
This is the 5-minute chart. It may take a minute. So here's today, right back to it. I said, Andre, this is that level.
108.
And that's kind of, we got a little bit of help because that's when Biden started talking about, you know, Iraq and their oil fields and all that stuff. But it was a nice little spot there. It was a quick scalp, if anything, but it was, you know, that's a pretty decent pull off that level. So that was really why I kind of pointed that out to you, Andre. And I was wondering if anybody else was going to look at that level, but we've been kind of focused on the Dow today, and that's fine. That's great.
Got a question. It's man versus machine conversation today. Is poll, would you be an automated trader if you could easily set up a strategy? You know, again, you could have all your chess pieces. Each strategy is kind of how Kamikaze has it. If you could easily do this, I'll bump this up to the list of Top Step X. I'll tell them, hey, we have a boatload of people that want to do something very easy. I don't know how you do it.
Actually,
without doing add-ons and all that.
Strategy builders on a lot of platforms that will help you develop a strategy where you don't even have to code.
Or no interest. Erase that real quick, guys. Or no interest. I'm good where I'm at or something like that. I want to make sure that people all, no, not for me. Or if it was easy, I'd do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Interesting. Well, we have traction, Tom.
I don't know what's noise.
Traction. Score one for the computer.
What's the question you have up? I don't see it on my screen.
It's coming up. Question.
Yeah,
if automated trading systems were simpler, was that something you'd be interested in? Automated strategy builder, something along those lines. Interest or... There you go. If you could automate easily, would you? Yes, no, no interest. This is an interesting one. All right. We'll keep an eye on that poll. Again, we got about 6 minutes left here on Fast Markets, but pretty much the new hot thing in the funding space right these days is Topstep leaderboard. If you ain't on the Topstep leaderboard, don't come to Dolby time. So if we can, without further ado, JD, if we got that leaderboard, let's fire it up. We got a couple minutes left here in Fast Markets. JD.
Oh, this trade is so pretty.
Let's do it. James, you want to queue up that leaderboard for me? We're going to burn through this real quick. All right, a lot of familiar names still up there at the top. We've got Rafa, Alexandros, Marvin, top 3. Jerome D, who's taken some massive payouts in the last month. Timothy, Nick for a tick in 9th place. And there's our old friend Brian P, who spent some time at the top. He's now in 11th place. A couple of traders to note, some of the bigger position movers yesterday. We got Balk around, had a big day trading in the live account in 5 XFAs. He was on our live P&L board a little while ago. Profited more than $30,000 on the day across those 6 funded level accounts. Jumped 21 positions on the board. He moved from 38th place up to 17th. Big day for Balk around. Familiar name, too. David Z made some dough. And big story for David is he requested close to $40,000 in payouts yesterday across 5 XFAs. So we're likely going to see David on our payouts board tomorrow. Nice job, David Z. And then Wendy down there at the bottom in 25th place. Made close to 10 grand and passed a couple of trading combines yesterday. I see 2 new XFAs created for Wendy just today. So we might see some more movement from her coming in the next couple days. So nice story for Wendy also. She moved from 47th place up to 25th. Get your cameras ready. Take a snapshot because we're pulling it down.
That's it.
And that's it.
Now you see it? Nah, you don't. All right. We're coming to an end here. Just on Fast Markets. We got more coming up. We got Power Players. We got Family Style Edition Power Players. Trade with the fam. Carlos and Daddy. And we'll have them on here shortly on the other end, the other side of this. But, all right. So here at Kamikaze, we want to keep... We're looking at the last trade, 42,375. So the algo does not have a profit target on this? The take profit price?
Yeah, so we're trailing right now. I got my trail at 42,358. It's super tight. This trade's going to put me decently green on the day, so I don't want to risk giving anything back. I'm happy with my profit, and that's when you're happy. That's a good time to walk away or protect your trade. So
for sure.
All right, guys.
We did just test the 4-hour candle high for Europe, for London Open.
Yeah.
We tested it and rejected it right off of the edge. Yep.
All right. Well, it's that time in Fast Markets. Everyone's favorite time. We do appreciations, Tom. I'll throw it to you and ask you, what are you appreciative for? But before we do that, most importantly, we throw it to the chat. Chat, we want to know what you're appreciative for on this Thursday, the day before non-farm tomorrow. But yes, chat, what are you appreciative for? As you see on the screen here, what are you thankful for today? Let us know in the chat. It's a positive way to end the trading session and keeps things in perspective. Of course, keeps things in perspective indeed. And with that being said, I'm going to throw it to Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, what are you thankful for today?
You know, I'm always thankful for hope and joy that lives in the heart of the children of the King. And I'm also really grateful for all of the folks that have come out to help the people in Georgia, in Florida, in Tennessee, in North Carolina that are just, I see them all over the place as I'm down here. They're loading up water, loading up canned foods, loading up sterno cans, getting generators out to people who are really going to be in the throes of it for a while. And it's great to see folks going, oh my gosh, how can I help my neighbor? Because I just love that. It's part of the spirit that will help us survive. And so I'm super joy-filled to see that in the heart of so many folks.
Man, how do you top that? How do you top that? Someone, Eddie, how do you top that, Eddie? What are you thankful for today, Eddie?
Oh, okay. I'm thankful for being able to be here on Top Step. I'm also thankful for, once again, for all our delivery personnel, considering what we've got going on at these ports. They are very busy, and Godspeed, and I hope they're safe. And I couldn't top Anne-Marie. I mean, I could never top Anne-Marie, but I gave it a flying fart. So there you go.
Hey,
Just FYI, Grogu took profit. We are officially flat.
There you go.
All right.
Excellent.
Grogu took profit, FP. Grogu, I'm throwing. Awesome. I'll come to you, Tamikaze. Don't you say, sit tight there. Hoag, what are you thankful for today?
As always, I'm thankful for my God, my family, my country, and I'm thankful for all of the people in chat and all over the world who are continue to pray for peace.
Yes.
Can't outdo Anne-Marie, but all the prayers, it makes a difference, folks, and I appreciate everybody who takes the time to make a prayer every day. Blessings to you all.
Man, Hoag, you are the man. All right, Tamikaze, your first fast market appearance. Now it's your first appreciation. Tamikaze, what are you thankful for?
You know, honestly, I'm thankful for everyone that has supported me while I've been on this journey of running my own companies, and all of my clients and people that allow me to work from home and be with my family and do what I truly love to do. Like, I haven't had a day where it's felt like work since I've been doing that. And I just love that I can do this and do that. So thanks to all the people that support me. Thank you for being there and believing in me and really making me feel like I can be successful in this.
Man, Anne-Marie, I'm not crying.
That's
You're
awesome.
crying. I'm not. You are crying, not me. I'm not crying.
Audience.
I am too.
I'm
Stop
counting
it,
on
Anne-Marie.
you.
I'm
What are
looking
you
at
talking
you.
about?
I'm looking at you, and you're making me well up. Anyways, I got to throw it to MP. MP, what are you thankful for today?
I appreciate Thursdays. I like being on here with you, Ann. You're a uplifter. You're a positive vortex pulling me up. So I do like that, but I do like being on Topstep TV, Fast Markets with you all in general. So I'm appreciative of the fact that we have this, that we have.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. I'm really thankful that this was just so much fun. Thanks for being open-minded, bringing on Tamikaze, the algo guy, the big, the enemy, the evil empire. I'm really cool. You guys are open-minded to see how this went. I think it went pretty well. But we got more coming up on the other side of this. We got the father-son duo. We got Carlos and his dad showing up on Power Players. You're on Topstep TV. Jam-packed Thursday. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader,
You keep 90% of profits, and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Looking forward to this one all week. Wow, this is our first shot. We got 2 and 1 there at the bottom. This is Power Players right now. We're actually trading with the fam. In the bottom, we got Miguel to the left. We got Carlos to the right. One is the father, one is the son. I think dad's on the left, son is on the right. You guys saw him on here before.
I have to
Carlos
have chat
with
guess.
us. Yes, have chat guess which is which. Who's dad, who's son? No, just kidding. You got Dolby Time, my partner here. We got the house account open, ready to locked and loaded. But first of all, I just want to welcome you. Say, Miguel, I'm going to call you dad for the rest of this segment. Miguel, dad, thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it. Were you nervous? Did it take any arm twisting to get you to come on here with your son?
Actually, no. I'm good. I appreciate the invite, though.
Excellent. All right, Carlos, it's been a minute. What's good with you, man? How's the trading going?
It's been going well. I mean, that's something we'll get into, right, for my dad as well. But I know for me, today was my best day ever. I had a $20,000 day today. So looking good. Hoping to be on the XFA leaderboard tomorroI
What's dad's cut of that 20K?
Yeah, what's dad's cut?
We'll talk about that off air.
I love it. All right, really quick, we want to get into the trading. We're going to keep an eye on these markets. Last trade in the NQ, 20,040. Again, if you guys have any trade ideas, Carlos and Dad, please let us know. We got the house account. We'd love to back some trades of yours. Anyways, let's get really quick into it. Dad, you got Carlos into trading, or Carlos, you got Dad into futures trading? How'd it go?
Actually, I got him into trading. Yeah, I started trading back in 2016. Pretty much just stock trading was where I started out. Micro caps and just trading top gainers, trading low float and high volume stocks. And and then once I saw the potential, I've been in the financial industry for 30 years as an investment executive, working for a major firm. Currently, I'm independent, but just pretty much just helping clients, just build their wealth, preserve their wealth, and never really got into stock trading. Never really looked into actually having a brokerage account and doing that on my own. But 2016, I don't know. I came across some videos. Some guys trading stocks and making all this money. And I'm like, I've been in the industry for so long, and I never opened up my own account, never did it. And I just started, opened up my account, and I saw the value in it. And obviously I got my son Carlos involved, and he opened up a Robinhood. I had an options house account back then, brokerage account. And I was really impressed with Carlos back then because he was trading on his phone on Robinhood, and I was just like, how are you trading on your phone? Like, I'm more of a technical trader. So I needed a laptop. I needed to see, I had to have multiple screens. I needed to see history. I needed to see everything, Yes. And he was just on his phone, taking trades, making money. I just couldn't believe it,
Yeah, I would literally switch. I would see charts on Yahoo Finance and then go to the Robinhood and take the trade.
Yeah,
wow. It's a new day.
Beyond me.
It's a new day, Dad. It's a new day, Dad.
Yes. Yeah, but this is 2016 though. This is like way back then,
That's true. Let's look how far we've come. All right, Carlos.
Yes.
I see you got the payout hat. I see you got the Topstep hoodie on. All right, so Dad gets you into the financials, and you get into stock trading, you get into futures trading, and look where you are now. You're doing well. You're loving it. Dad's no pushback from Dad?
No, not at all. So he got me into stock trading, and like I said in my previous appearances, I moved on to futures, but he stood with stocks, and I kept trying to get him on the futures train, and eventually it just got to the point where once he saw, the success I started having in futures and the potential in futures, he kind of just, he just said, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to take the move, take the leap, and he's been doing it for almost 2 months, probably like a month and a half, and he's been doing well. I mean, we'll talk about his performance today. And
we're doing a shoulder tap for Pops.
Yeah, a mini shoulder tap. We have to, because it is something that happens to every trader. I mean, what happened to him today definitely happened to me the first time that I got close to passing a combine. So I'll let him kind of explain it, but it's something that I think every trader needs to hear because you'll realize you're not alone. So you can kind of talk about today.
Yeah, so today was a little rough. I mean, this week I was really trying to pass this combine, especially coming on TopstepTV. Appreciate the opportunity, and I appreciate my son too. Carlos, I mean, hats off to Carlos. I mean, for 3 years, right, trading futures, and it took him this long, to basically get his funded account, be on Topstep. I just started 2 months ago, and I'm already on TopstepTV. But not because of my success, right, but because of his success. But I really appreciate him, and he's actually a mentor to me now in futures trading, because trading stocks and trading futures are two totally different animals. Although in my chart I still use the RSI, I use that MACD, I use the VWAP, which is on my charts. It does help me, with the futures trading. But I remember when I first started trading, futures with Topstep, that I actually got involved in the account, and this is only after blowing up my own personal brokerage account, futures account. I started trading futures, and I blew up the account, and then he was like, "You got to go to Topstep. Why are you trading your own money? You're losing your own money." And I said, "You know what? Let me do it."
He blew up what? It was like $2,500.
Yeah, it was $2,500, and I was like, "That was $2,500 too much." So I was like, "Let me do it." Awesome with stocks, but futures is a totally different animal. So when I first started doing futures, I was literally $200 away. I did $1,400 my first day, another $1,400 the second day. As a matter of fact, I think I made a little bit more money, and he was like, "Oh, you have to, you can't go over the 1,500 per day." So I was like at 1,700. So I purposely tried to lose $300. Yeah. So it was horrible, but I was $200 away. And he tells me, because I'm looking at the P&L, I didn't notice that there was the
he was looking
net
at the
P&L.
Gross,
Yeah, I was looking at the gross.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking I'm there. And he's like, "No, you still need $200." And I'm like, "What?" So it was the hardest $200 I had to make. I lost the account. Long story short. So that was the first time. After that, I've reset several times. But this week in particular, I was just trying to be very patient, very selective with my trading. Just yesterday, I was at $52,032, right? Mm-hmm. So he was like, "Dad, you only need $1,000. You can make it." He was like, "Don't get nervous. Don't take, any excessive trades."
Let me just add, because he's been trading very well. I think if he, was a little bit more disciplined in certain areas, he would have passed already. His average usually is around $1,000 he can make in a day. There's just been a few moments where maybe trying to go for more or whatever it may seem, right? You never know when to call it quits. He gave back some profit. So he's been trading well. So I try to tell him, like, listen, it's possible you can pass tomorrow, but don't force it, right? In the day, it's better to end on a profitable day and closer. But I'm just trying to encourage him, because I already know how that feels like, right? Being close the first time to pass is very nerve-wracking. So he'll explain what happened today, trying to pass.
Yeah, so here I am at 52,000. I start the day, I'm looking at the chart. I see that it retraced a little bit, starts to go up, and I see momentum. And, on my chart, I have a channel that I drew, I guess, prior to market opening. It was channeling down, but it broke the channel. So I looked at it as an indication, okay, this is going up. RSI was kind of at the bottom, also looked like it was going up. And so I got in. I made about $811 in 3 trades. I'm right there, when it reached the top, that it started to chop going across. It was kind of like just chopping, going up and down, up and down, up and down. It just wouldn't break above, that initial move in the morning. I got so chopped up there that I ended up just, losing $1,000 and gave it all back. It was just horrible. It's just horrible. Yeah. So upsetting. I wanted to take my monitor and seriously throw it out the window.
Oh no, boss.
Been there, man. Been there, Dad. All right.
And that's something I was telling him. I'm like, it's like that happened to me the first time. It's something that I think every trader can say they went through, right? When you get so close to a milestone and you completely blow it, right? It's like you can make $800 in 3 trades and then lose, $1,000 immediately after, not be able to make that 200, right? It's something that happens so often, but just now that it's about the recovery, right? Waking up tomorrow and he still has to go face the charts, not worry about what happened today, and he's still very close to passing. And
but you know what though, I do want to blame Carlos a little bit, because yesterday
he
was telling me, he was telling me, he was like, you can get so close, and the last $200 will be the hardest $200 to make. I'm looking at my chart. I'm looking at my P&L, and it's $811. I'm like, I'm $200 away. And I got Carlos's, comment, his words in my head. The hardest $200 you'll ever make. And I'm like, oh my Lord. When I lost the first $130, I'm like, here we go. Here we go.
Yep. And that's the tough part. I mean, that's definitely the tough
Oh Lord.
Part, but
well, Miguel, I got my background for you. Hey, Dad.
I saw that.
So hey, we have this segment. I don't know if you heard about this, but it's a segment called Pass with the Pros. How would you feel about coming on air and passing this trading combine you're talking about on air with us? We can schedule that for the future.
That'll be great. I'll try that.
Results may vary.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's why I said earlier, They were like, today was a hard day. I was like, it was a hard day for some people, not for everybody.
Yeah. Well, hey, let's get into the markets here.
And he made 20.
Yeah. Well, hey, I think you got a hedge going. Let's hop into some markets. What do you primarily trade? What's your go-to?
With me, it's NQ. Yeah, I predominantly just stay on the NQ.
And what are you seeing in the markets? Well, what levels do you guys have? Kind of take us through what your setup is, what your favorite setup is, so on and so forth.
Kind of explain.
I mean, for me, I use a combination of the MACD and the RSI. Again, just coming from the stock world. I guess a lot of people don't necessarily use the MACD, in trading futures. To me, it helps me to kind of stay in a trade. I trade on a 1 minute chart as well, which is why I tend to take a lot more trades. Initially, Carlos, had told me to try a 5 minute chart, which, believe it or not, the first time I was trading futures, I did use a 5 minute chart on both days, made $1,400. I did notice I took less trades and held them longer because obviously you could see the market better. But then when I bombed out with that last 200, I went back to my 1 minute chart,
I just think I was trying to tell him, I just think sometimes the 1 minute can be a little noisy.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think the 5 minute for his type of personality, like what I know of him, I think the 5 minute will help him stay calmer in trades and be able to see the market clearly and hold on to trades longer. Because I think his biggest issue is just holding winners versus holding losers. He holds winners shorter than he does losers, right? He'll let losers run and kind of get out of hand versus winners. He'll see green and he'll take, $100, $200 profit, but then his loser will be a $300 loser, right? But I just think it's because of the 1 minute noise, sometimes, it may get to him. So I think a 5 minute, there were a lot of entries when we went back and reviewed even just today, where if he looked at the 5 minute, he had a beautiful entry just to hold and he would have been up, 20, 30 points. But because of the kind of noise of the 1 minute, he only took 5, maybe 10 points out of the trade when he could have taken 30 to 40.
Right.
So it's just kind of ironing that out. So he's going to practice that this week. But, for now, I mean, this is what he uses. And it's like I tell him, like, listen, I think I've heard of one other person using the RSI, but he somehow makes it work. So I'm like, listen, that works for you.
David Green.
Yeah, I think that's who I saw. Because I'm like, you don't really hear about people using it that often. But, I mean, it works for him. And that's why, it's important for every trader to find what works for them, regardless of what the masses are doing, what a lot of, other people are doing. If it works for you and you can build a system around it and find your edge around it, then run with it, go with it.
And it was like yesterday, right? Because yesterday I made about $1,000, right, in the trade. Nice. So he actually sat with me, right, for like the last 400 to 500. So we kept arguing, going back and forth about my entries.
About what? So what was it? Okay, what were you guys arguing about? Bad entry, good entry?
Well, he was saying that I was getting in at a bad entry. I'm looking at the indicators and I'm saying this is a good entry. And actually, it worked out in my favor. But I do give it to him, though. That was before having like a $100 to $200 drawdown. Before then, it went in the direction I wanted.
Yeah.
So that was kind of like the whole situation. We were going back and forth. I'm like, listen, it's going to drop. It's going to go down. He was like, you're losing $130. What are you talking about? It's going to go down. I'm like, watch. It's going.
The thing was, again, like I tell him, like, the end of the day, I don't use his indicator, so whatever it's telling him, fine. I was just looking at it from my perspective, looking at the 5 minute. I'm like, you're getting in at resistance, you're shorting at, support. You're shorting at the bottom of the move. You're buying at the top. I'm like, you're playing a breakout when it's been in a range for 40 minutes. I'm like, just play the range until you're proven wrong, right? And, you know, the one time you played the range, he shorted the top of the range. He got out really quick. I tell him, like, hold it. I'm like, hold it. You're at the top of the range. You shorted, hold it. He got out for like $150. He would have made $1,200 in that one trade if he just held it. And I told him, I'm like, you see, this is what I'm talking about. I'm like, you got out for like $120. I mean, you could have made an extra $1,000 on top of that.
It does look different on a 5-minute chart for sure.
Yeah.
When we went back and I looked at the 5-minute chart, I was like, yeah, I would have definitely stood in that trade. I wouldn't have gotten out. But on the 1-minute chart, you know, it's just a lot of noise, chopping up and down. And I see money, I take money, you know.
Yeah, I know.
And even right now on the chart, you know, as I look at that, you know, with the RSI, what I actually look at, and he laughs at me when I tell him, I look for V's on the bottom and I look for M's on the top. So, yep. So when I see you see in the bottom like these V shapes that it creates on the bottom. When I see these V shapes, I usually get in, and that's kind of like my indication. Like
you get in long, right?
This is going to go long, right? It's going to go long. When I start to see that they start forming an M on the top, kind of like a double top, is where I'll go in and I'll go short. The problem is sometimes that I'll hesitate, and then I look for confirmation, and sometimes the move already happened. And then, you know, you kind of get chopped up a little bit. And then I tend to just get out because I don't want, you know, the loss. And then it actually goes and flows in the direction. And then I say, I should have just stood in. I should have just got in at the beginning. So it's that whole struggle, you know. I'm really just getting used to it because futures does what stocks will never do. You know, you could be up 300 points, you know, with futures, and it'll seriously drop like 600 points. You know, at least it feels that way. Not that it actually does that. And I'm like, how can it go below where it just started? Like that's impossible. It can't go that far, and it just does. And it's just bad. It's bad. So it's just getting used to, you know, futures trading and really taking advice from Carlos because, you know, lately, you know, I've been taking more of his advice. You know, especially with, you know, there were times that I would go in with 5 contracts. At times I would blow up my account was when I would go in with 5 contracts. He was like, why are you trading with 5 contracts?
And he's at the 50K account level, by the way. So
right, he's going big, Carlos. He's going big, man.
I told him, I'm like, you can only make $1,500 in a day, right, to pass. With 5 contracts, that's a little over 10 points. That's like 15 points. I'm like, that happens in a moment, right? But I'm like, the same way that you can make that, I'm like, you'll lose that so quickly. Right. And that's what happened. I'm like, you're trading so much better, you know, just keeping it limited. And I also tell them, like, in the funded account in the beginning, you're not going to trade 5 contracts anyway. So don't get used to that price action because you're going to need to make $2,000 to $3,000 before you can even trade with 5 contracts at that account size anyway.
Yeah, and I want to tell new traders out there, too, just like me, you know, the way you practice is the way you're going to execute on your live account or even just on your combine. Don't practice one way and then try to, you know, trade a different way because it really doesn't work. And unfortunately, you know, because it's a practice account, right? I'm doing 3 contracts, 5 contracts. I'm averaging down as I'm losing money. I'm just adding on more contracts. And, you know, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes using 5 contracts, I see huge moves and huge profits. But, you know, it doesn't always translate, right, when I go into my actual account because there's a different level, right, of stress, right, and just carefulness, right, that you don't have when you're doing your practice account because now this is real, right, like this is real money. And it doesn't always transfer. So it's always best to practice the way you're actually going to trade to have that consistency. You know,
and I tell them as well, I'm like, you know, sometimes when doing that, right, you can take a bad entry or, you know, build bad habits, but because you get rewarded for it, you think subconsciously that that's the right thing to do, right? So then now when you're trading your combine, you're taking those same bad entries, you're doing those same bad habits, right? Averaging down on a loser constantly, you know, but this time it's not going to reward you, right? This time you're going to lose your money and you're going to feel like, well, what did I do wrong? This worked the last time. Well, it's because there are just certain things that even if it worked once, twice, you got rewarded for a bad trade, a bad entry, doesn't mean that it was still, it was a good trade, that it's something you should continue to try to replicate, right? So I tell them that where it's like, you have to establish, take the bias out, right? And take, the end result out and just look at your system and look at how you executed it, right? Did you execute the way that you want to? Did you execute in the way that you know you should, right? And if you executed everything perfectly and took a loss, well, that's a good trade, right? And that's something you should still do and stay, like, keep that confidence because you followed your system. If you took a trade and made money, but it's like, I never trade like that, or I don't use that contract size, or it was going against my plan, but I still took it. Well, then you're building bad habits.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
For sure.
So it's something that you have to be actively aware of when you're trading, and take the bias out, right? Take the end result out, because some people say, yeah, but I still made $500. I still made 1,000. Yeah, but that's not setting you up for long-term success, right? And I told him that yesterday. I'm like, if you want to pass this combine and stay in the funded account, you have to stop looking at the day result, right? Because that was something he kind of told me. He was like, oh, but it worked. You see, it worked. And I'm like, well, no, because it worked today. But let's talk about tomorrow. Let's talk about 2 days from now, 3 days from now, when you're in your funded account.
Awesome.
Will that continue to work? And the answer is no, right? Eventually, it's not going to work. It's going to lose you more money than it'll make you. And that one day it worked won't be worth the 4 that it didn't, right? So it's all about establishing good habits and feeding into what you actually should be doing as a trader, and not just what gives you the green.
Hey, Dan, I got a question for you real quick. We are seeing a bit of a sell-off here in equities. NASDAQ sold off about 30 points or so. ES sold off last trade 57.55. If you guys do see some levels, make sure we keep an eye on the charts. We got the house account open. Dan, quick question for you. How long did it take for you to fully trust your son when it came to trading advice? You're the stock trader. You're the veteran stock trader. How long did it take to be like, you know what? You might have a point here. Was it when he got that cool hat? Is it when he got the cool hat?
Actually, no. I've trusted him from the very beginning, only because I've seen his success. I've seen him go through taking him months to pass a combine to passing it in 2 days. I've seen him go from making 1,000 a day to making 4,000 a day. And I've always told him and encouraged him. And I guess this is, I guess the father in me, right, to just support him, right, in that way, being very supportive and also encouraging, right, because he would get discouraged, every now and then when these things happen. And I would tell him, I'm like, listen, it used to take you 3 months, right, to pass a combine. You're doing it now in 2 weeks. I'm like, you're getting better. There's going to come a time where you're going to be able to get your funded account. You're going to look back on these days and you're going to be like, wow, I've come a long way. I'm like, and even now when he got his payout, I told him, I'm like, you see, I told you, I was like, if you stay with it and you just don't quit, right? Because even when he was young, I always used to tell him, quitters never win and winners never quit,
Hey.
That's why he laughs, because this was like, when I used to go to school,
Play T-ball.
I used to write
How long have you been hearing that for,
encouragement
Carlos? How long have you been hearing that, Carlos?
Since as far as I can remember. We've been going to kindergarten and T-ball and all that. I mean,
yeah, I would write him encouragement cards. Him and my other son too, because I have another son. He's older. He doesn't trade though. But yeah,
Real quick,
write them
guys.
encouragement cards.
Hey, real quick, guys, I don't want to interrupt, but we are seeing gold railing here. We're seeing oil pop a little bit, and we're starting to see a bit of sell-off here in the equities. This is a theme we've been seeing all week with the headlines coming out from the Middle East. We got gold popping here, about up $5 here last trade, 26.77 last trade. Crude moving higher, about 30 cents off the highs. Last trade, $73.66, but crude is on the move to the upside. We'll see. Typically, that's a precursor to a sell-off. If we do see any headlines coming across from the Middle East. All right, gold's still pushing here. Crude's still pushing as well.
Yeah, up 60 cents, Trey. Wow, that's pretty quick for crude oil. 73,
Yeah.
73.60 in what, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. That's pretty fast. I wonder what's going on.
Typically, like when we've been seeing that gold pop and crude pop, we'll see the equities start to sell off. We haven't seen it just yet. We did see a bit of a snap there to the downside. We saw them pull back a little bit. We'll keep an eye on the headlines.
This level, if we
Which
can
level
hold
you
this
like?
NQ, right here, 220, because there's a lot of wicks on the downside, and you have the 21 EMA here. I would say if we hold this, it could be a good short down to VWAP at 19,986.
All right, let's do it.
If we stay under what 20,020?
Yeah, I would say no more higher than 2030.
Okay, and what would be your order type to get in? Just like market limit. Sell stop.
I mean, I usually do market, but you can set a limit for this as well.
Okay. And what's the
you're comfortable with
confirmation?
the house account.
How much longer do we need to wait before we execute a short?
I mean, we're about to open a new 5-minute candle, so I would just wait for the next candle to see what we do. Since this one seems like it's just going to end kind of just as a doji. But you see, it's kind of we're selling off a little bit in the ES already.
Keep on this gold, guys. Gold and crude still moving higher here. We did have off the wire Islamic resistance in Iraq. We attacked target in South Israel, so we're starting to see those war headlines come across the wire right now. So does that play into your trade decision? You looking to take a short here, Carlos?
Yeah, I would have. I mean, to get in right here is a little bit tricky, but you still do have a lot of room down to VWAP. I would target VWAP as my get out for the short.
Tell me when.
But let's wait till the next let's wait till the next open, and see what happens, because we could see a little buyback at the open and then get a better entry short.
Gold's still cruising higher here, guys. We are up about $10, about $8 here in the last 4 minutes or so. Crude pushing higher here, about 60. Yeah, we're
Dow's pulling back to Nasdaq's pulling back.
Shit. This is the war.
Wow.
This is
look at this gold
is a headline
candle.
trade.
Holy moly!
Yeah,
this 5
this
minute
is war.
is six
shot out of a
points on
cannon.
1 5-minute candle. Yeah, massive move. Something's going on for sure.
Eddie,
so shorts in Nasdaq. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, probably should have just taken it there and then when I saw it, but I just kind of wanted that extra confirmation. I usually don't like to take a trade when the 5 minute candle is about to close, but it was looking good. Yeah, we're getting the sell off.
Yeah, Nasdaq doesn't give you much time to think.
Yeah, yeah. It was just I just quickly flipped to my chart, so I didn't since I just kind of saw it, I didn't want to just immediately jump in, but it definitely looked like that was the play.
Okay. Well, let's see.
Why I'm rolling over too. We're starting to see. So let's continue again. Carlos looking at a target. We're at the 20,000 even level. Carlos looking for a target of VWAP. I got VWAP at 19,987 and 19,987 in the Nasdaq. Yep. And we are closing in. We're about 11 points away from that. We're closing in on VWAP. Nice call there, Carlos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, do we try to short like 05s?
What do you
5s,
think,
10s,
Carlos?
and 20s? See if we can average into a short.
I mean, yeah, we can definitely try to average in. I'm just afraid about getting it at this point, because if we're not able to break this previous candle low here, the big red drop off right now, like right now we can see a buyback, and usually this kind of happens around 2 minutes into a 5 minute candle is where if it's going to reverse, it can, and we're kind of seeing that. So this is where I'm saying we may get a better entry, but depending on how heavy the news is and how the market reacts, we may just see it just go down to the target. At this point, if I was trading myself, I probably would have just said I missed the play and look on for the next one, just because I think it's too risky getting in down here. But you're about to see it hit VWAP.
Still selling. Yeah. Still selling here. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on crude and gold as well. What about a long off of VWAP? No, because it was at in the middle of the range there. Carlos, what do you think about a long off VWAP? Playing off the fact that the news cycle will run itself out, run its course, then perhaps we come back.
Yeah,
that's just a thought.
Yeah, I mean, I usually always play a first touch VWAP buy or short, let's say, whenever we're touching on either side, because usually you can get a small pop, but it definitely would be a quick in and out. You see the money and you take it. I definitely wouldn't be a trade I hold to then reverse to the top of the range. But I'm not against playing a buy, but I think we're about to miss it. If it comes down with too much strength, then we can see point of control, which is looking like what's going to happen. Yeah.
Yes, NQ accelerating. They are accelerating right now. Nice call there, Carlos. Nice call on that.
Yeah, next target if we hold below VWAP would be point of control at 19,969.
19,969 downside target. 969 last trade.
I got like 905s.
Downside. Okay.
Yeah, we should have. I should have just told you guys to get in at the 20s, man. I just. I knew it could happen. That's 40 points later, man. But it's
shoulda, woulda, coulda. Hindsight. Yep.
Hindsight capital. It's always accepting applications.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I need to get on a fast market segment to make the house account some money. We got to set that up.
We can do that, man. We could do that. We'll see what we can do.
I got the house account here too, man.
Yeah, we got the house account open right now.
So
yes, it is.
Let's go. I guess while this kind of plays out, though, I do want to kind of get back to something my dad wanted to share, just about him, being a father, and teaching me, trading and getting me involved at a young age. If you kind of want to just talk about that.
Yeah, I just, I want to encourage the dads out there, that that may want to introduce their children to trading.
And we can run a poll real quick just to get the chat involved.
Yep.
What parents out there would want to show, teach their children how to trade and get them in at a young age, and you can kind of share your experience in chat. I always love going back to the stream and rewatching and just saying what everyone says in chat. So if you can just share your experience, if you're a father or, even a mother that has shown your child trading, how is it like, or what are your reservations, right? And maybe we can kind of help out, get rid of those reservations you may have. So you can continue.
Yeah, just teaching success, to your children, and trading can definitely get them there. I always taught them to visualize. It's so interesting because
Nice.
Even with callers, I would tell them, I'm like, listen, you have to visualize yourself winning, right, in a trade. See it first in your mind, so that when you actually go to trade, you can execute because you've kind of already had the experience, right? The winning experience, obviously not the losing experience. But it's so funny. You want to tell them about what happened last night?
Last night, yeah.
What happened?
So I'm in a relatively new funded account. I made $3,000 yesterday. Started off great. And, I always, before I go to sleep, I always just visualize like trades that I'm going to take the next day. And I kind of just think about like how the day is going to go. And, it sounds crazy. Like I know it's going to sound crazy. The best day I had before today was $10,000. That was my best winning day. And I've only done that twice. And it's been a long time since then, right? Usually my average is anywhere between $2,000, maybe $3,000 a day. But I don't know why. I was thinking about trading all night last night. I ended up falling asleep just thinking about the trades I'll take today. And, the TopstepTV appearance and all that. And I don't know why, but I had a dream going to sleep where the market was going up. I shorted the top. I went in heavy and I made like 18 grand. And I woke up with this feeling of confidence that I don't really know where I got it from, right? Where I just had this feeling that today was going to be a big day, right? And I went into the markets and I actually started down like a little over 2 grand that I started down on the day. I was just literally like 0 for 4, 0 for 5 on trades. And I'm like, well, so much for that feeling of it being a good day, right? But I still had that just really just out of nowhere, right? That confidence to just keep trading and to know that I can turn it around. And it was just like on a dime, like average just win after win, $4,500 win there, then a $5,000 win there, then a $6,000. Then I went to 10 contracts. I got a $9,000 win or something like that. And it was like, I just slowly I started to climb out of the pit. And then now I'm just like, all right, now I'm up 5 grand. Now I'm up 10 grand. And I remember looking at it when I was up 11 grand. And I'm like, this is the best day I've had yet. I should just stop. But again, that feeling of I was on fire, I had a win streak of trades. And I'm like, I feel like today is going to be like the day that I'll remember for a long time, right? A day that I'll talk about. And, I remembered that dream and I kind of had that number subconsciously in my head. And I know that's not always a good thing, right? To chase a number. Yeah. But it was just one of those things where I spent time visualizing it. And, I saw myself succeeding in that way. And I was able to achieve that. I remember when, once I hit the 20 grand, it was just like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? It's like I had that dream and that visualization. And then today I can come and say, yeah, I made 20 grand in the market today, which I've never done before. Right. And I guess the importance, it's something that maybe some people may think is crazy, but the importance of visualization, right? Seeing yourself winning, right? As crazy as it may sound, there are days where I visualize myself losing. And what happens the next day? I lose money, right? Yeah. There's a lot of power in what you think subconsciously, right? And what you feed your mind, throughout the day, where then you harbor that subconsciously, where then it'll affect your trading, and not only your trading, but affect you in other areas in life, right? That's kind of what he was saying, where you teach success. He taught us that even beyond trading, right? I've always been a competitive person growing up, played sports my whole life and all that. And it's like, when I would lose, it was just like, I would just get so angry, so frustrated, whether it was because of my performance or whatever it was. But he was always there to kind of, turn my head around and just be like, you failed this time, but almost like Hoag says, right? Where it's, failure isn't fatal and success isn't final, right? Where it's like, although you failed this time, pick yourself back up and you can see success, right? So, he taught us that beyond trading, right? But this is stuff that, your real life and how you deal, talk to yourself, how you, treat yourself and the things you do in your life outside of trading also affects your trading. and your trading will make that apparent, right? Whether it's needing to kill your ego, whether it's needing to be less greedy, right? Trading will show you that, and it's up to you as a trader. If you want to be successful, if you want to be in the game longer term, you have to address it, right? To be a trader, you have to better yourself as a person.
Very Joe
for real.
Dispenza of you.
And I mean, and not to get spiritual, but the Bible does say that as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. So, I would always teach them that, you have to have that positive mindset if you expect anything positive, right, to come into your life. But yeah, it's just, teaching them independence as well, and I'm so grateful, right, for the Top Step opportunity. And because I've seen the success that he has had, and the independence, right, that Top Step provides, just trading in itself, right, futures trading in itself. And I would encourage, right, dads to introduce their children actually to trading, right, and futures trading specifically, only because there's more of an opportunity to exercise, the platforms, right, exercise strategies, and just be involved more. When you're doing stocks, if you don't have the money, you're limited to the 3 trades a week type of situation. And at least with futures trading, especially with a platform like Topstep,
Yeah.
you have
that's the key.
unlimited trades.
The key is through Topstep, right? I mean,
Right.
we both went through. I blew $3,000 my own money. He blew $2,400, and now he invested $50, and he can get a funded account where he's able to make money. I invested $150 into getting this combine, and I made 20 grand today. What investment are you going to make that you can put $150 in and get a return of 20 grand?
Yep.
This is an incredible opportunity that everyone has to take advantage of. And I saw in the chat someone say earlier that they would love to show their son, teach them about trading, but they show no interest. I think any child, right, you can show them this power players. I think anyone, you tell them that you can take $150 and make 20 grand, right, with the right experience and with the right, trading strategy and just the discipline, right, that it's possible, and show them what's possible. I don't see why anyone wouldn't be interested to at least try, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And it's something that, a conversation I think every parent should open with their children. They're not, a lot of times, you may hear, from your child, like you try to show them something, try to talk to them about something, and they may brush you off because they just think it's something that, you're trying to push on them as the parent, right? But, I think what my dad did a great job in, when he brought me into this, is showing me the value of it, right? And showing me the potential of financial freedom, right? Like he said, independence, right? This creates independence for yourself, right? Where you don't have to work a 9 to 5. You don't have to be building someone else's dream. You can build your own dream, right? Doing something that you can trade for an hour or 2 a day, and you have the rest of the day to do whatever you want, right? That was one of the biggest parts for me that attracted me to it, was that freedom that you can get from trading, right? And I think if you tell any kid, especially nowadays with, how people make money with streamers and gamers and all that, it's like they all want to be like that, right? But it's like, what can get you there? Something like trading is perfect, right? You invest a lot of time into it. It's not even something that you need to go to college. It's not something that you need to, get a crazy education for, right? Because there are plenty of traders, I'm sure, that have done well for themselves that, don't have a crazy, bachelor's degree in anything in finance or like that. They just learned, they taught themselves, they looked for mentors, right? Put themselves in the right circles and just put the time in, right? The screen time, the trading time, right? And really try to learn, right, how to trade. And they're doing way better than people that have invested in those bachelor degrees and all that. So don't give up, if
Hey, markets are still selling off here. Hey, real quick on that poll, guys.
I don't want to.
We got 500. We got 500 votes. Yeah, how's RSI? Looks like it's oversold. Does RSI look like it's oversold, Dad? What's RSI trade? What's that RSI look like?
Let me go back to the chart.
Oh yeah, that's
it's dead.
It's below 20.
You're beating a dead body.
It's dead.
It's below 20. Yep.
Let me know what it makes a V.
Well, on the top, if you also see the opposite, right? When you have the V on the top, that's an indication for a short.
For a short.
Yep. And that's what I look at when I'm kind of looking for trades.
That sucks, man. 100-point move. We would have been at 100 points right now, man.
No, man. I know. You know how good you would have looked. Hey, real quick, update on the poll. Update on the poll. Question: as a parent, would you introduce trading to your child? Here you go. 500 votes in a couple minutes. 84% said yes. So yeah, that's good to see.
Yeah,
that's awesome, man. Again, thank you. We got Carlos in the house. We got Miguel, who's dad. Miguel is dad in the house, man. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We got a couple minutes left in the trade. Dolby, we're still seeing the sell-off coming in. That last trade in the NASDAQ, 19,924. Yeah, 905s. Wow. 905 is the downside target. YM giving back all those gains that we took here in the house account trade. House account was able to capture that upside move. Then the headline came in from the Middle East. We got more attacks coming out. All right, we got new lows coming in here in
we're about to hit it.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Underneath 900s, I'm looking at 850s, 836, and 805. So hopefully buyers come in. Otherwise, it's still a range trade, though. A really big range. Even if you do like big daily range, it's 19,840 up to 20,080. So it's still well within range. There could be buying opportunities still at the lows of the range.
And I mean, if you look at it, this was a perfect value area rotation. I mean, from value area high, couldn't get above value area high, kept rejecting, and this came down to value area low, and now it's breaking below value area low. So I mean, this is picture perfect what you would want to see for a trade. Just had to pull the trigger, man.
You guys should be talking about this one at the dinner table today, aren't you?
Bro, imagine how good we would have looked on air.
Dude, dinner would taste so much better. Dinner would taste a little bit. Question. Where's mom? Is mom watching right now?
Yeah, she's probably watching, but she's in her lunch break at work right now. So
okay, great. Nice. Well, this is awesome, man. We cannot thank you guys enough for. Hey, if you guys like what you've been watching, we're gonna have Carlos and Miguel back on. Click like, click subscribe. This has been an absolute blast having these guys on. Keeping it real, talking about what it's like behind the scenes. You guys are trading buddies. You guys are father-son. You guys seem to be friends. Do those lines ever get blurred? Where where dad's not talking down to son, but dad's giving son life lessons in the middle of a trade, but the trade's going on. Do those lines ever get blurred between son, trading buddy, and friend?
Not necessarily. What I would say, like, that specific situation has happened before, where one time I was up like $1,700 and I was trying to go for more. He came over and just kind of told me, I was in a trade, I was down like $700. He's like, you should have just taken the money. I'm like, bro, I don't need to hear that right now. Like, he's done that, right? But that's all right. Other than that, like, I think we both have a level of respect for each other where, we would never cross the line of getting disrespectful, right? I mean, I respect him a ton, and I know he respects me, and I think we understand that of each other. So, it never gets disrespectful, never gets like condescending, right? He's never going to sit there and tell me that I suck or, vice versa, right? But, I just think, because of that respect, we can have the relationship of, trading buddies and call each other out, like we kind of had the mini shoulder tap today for him, right? But he's also called me out, right? And told me when I've had a day where I had $3-4 grand and I gave it back. It's like reminding me, listen, take the money and run. You don't need to shoot for the stars every day. $3,000 a day is an insane yearly average, right? Where you can make a lot of money doing that in a year's perspective, right? So it's something that, I think is good. And, at the end of the day, we always default to he's my dad, right? And I'm his son. And we have that love for each other where it's like, no matter how the trading conversation went, it's always like, all right, well, all right, good night. I love you, Dad, or whatever. It's like that's just how it ends. There's never been a sour moment where, it hasn't ended that way, right?
Amazing, man.
For sure.
Amazing.
For sure.
All right, well, let's wrap this up. Dad, Wells, what do you guys, how do you top that? How do you top that, what your son just said? That's pretty damn, and you did a pretty damn good job with him, I must admit. Dad,
I appreciate that.
Dad.
Yeah.
Give us some dad wisdom to take us out of here.
Yeah, well, listen, you're going to have good days. You're going to have bad days. At the end of the day, tomorrow's another day, right? Just keep trading, keep positive, work hard, and just try to minimize mistakes. I've made a lot of mistakes. Sometimes I repeat the same mistakes, but it's really just a matter of just staying positive and just knowing that eventually your day will come. Your day will come where you'll get your funded account. The day will come where you'll get paid and you'll look back and you'll appreciate, all the frustration. You'll appreciate all the down days. It's just staying positive, man. At the end of the day, it's just staying positive. I appreciate Carlos. He's my mentor right now. So, I appreciate all the advice that I get from him. And I would, definitely take his advice too. You know, when he mentioned that whole thing going down to VWAP, you know, I wanted to basically say, listen, it doesn't matter if you guys thought you missed the move, you should just get in anyway. But I'm the new guy, so I figured I'm not going to say anything. But I'm looking at the chart and I'm like, man, I don't know why they didn't just get in. They should just get in. They should just get in. It's still going down.
Quick shout out.
Still going down.
Before I forget, I do also want to shout out my friend. I got him on Topstep as well. He's been trading for about a month, and he passed his first combine earlier last week.
Hey.
So, you know, listen, as a coach.
What's his name? What's the name?
His name's Tony.
Tony. Shout out
yeah,
to
he should
Tony.
be watching too.
Yes.
Listen, I mean, you know, not to brag, but as a coach, I have a 50% pass rate. I mean, you know.
We were shooting for 100.
Yeah, we were shooting for 100
We were
today.
shooting for 100.
Checks
you
in
know,
the mail, Carlos.
Pretty good pass rate, as MP would say.
Amazing. This is amazing stuff. We'll be sure to have you guys on. We'll get more into trading right now, but we got to meet the father-son duo of Miguel and Carlos in the house. Thank you so much. Dolby time. Not a whole lot of trading. The markets didn't move, but that's okay. We got to meet the family. Family first.
You're doing your old man proud.
Family first here at Topstep, as always. Dolby, I will see you in Power Hour later on today, but coming up next, we got Shoulder Tap Jack and who we got? Jack and Mick. Anyways, yeah, Shoulder Tap coming up next. Dad, son, that was amazing. Thank you guys so much. Shoulder Tap on Topstep TV. Let's go.
See you guys.
Hey everyone, we're selling off a bit, so you know that I had to put on the rally vest. I'm joined by Ben. First, this is Shoulder Tap. This is where we take a look at some of our real traders in their funded accounts and talk a little risk management along the way. And I'm joined by our, are you still on the IR risk manager, Ben?
Yes, technically, I'm still on IR, but healing up nicely. Yeah, I'm in a good spot. I'm feeling good. Happy to be on today with you, Jack. And I think I've got a really good set of traders, kind of a tale of two traders that we'll talk about in our trading cards. But before we jump into those, let's talk about some live trader updates. I regret to report it's been somewhat of a bloodbath once again. As far as the breadth of performance across the live boards, it's been a tremendous amount of red today. Lots of people, hit DLLs or are just, generally red. There are, and as we always do, we'll highlight some of the larger P&Ls that have come out today because those are always interesting. Talking about the people that are performing well and what are generally, what seem to be losing conditions when you look at the aggregate. But just want to throw that out there first. Even though we're talking about big P&Ls and large winning performances, don't beat yourself up. There's a lot of traders who are red. And we're just going to talk about some of the people who have beaten that. So starting off, house account looks like it's down 3,500 on the day. Nick for a tick up $660 in the live account. That's good to see. Yusuf up $16,000, $16,400 to be specific. So good on you, Yusuf. Ying Che is up 3,700. Sadara unfortunately took the wrong turn. Was up money this morning, ended up hitting the DLL. Moses is up $4,500. D is up $5,000. Darcy is up $7,200. Darcy's been in a great trade for most of the day. And Eric was also up money, ended up taking the daily loss limit. And then Nicholas V up $18,290 on the day. So some big numbers there, obviously. Those are pretty much the highlights amongst the live traders. Like I said, lots of red otherwise. But Eric, those last two that we mentioned, Eric and Nicholas, are the two trading cards we'll discuss. Wanted to talk about their performances today, kind of where they stand, and look at the broader performance because both of them have been live traders in our program for quite a while. So, Jack, unless you have anything pressing, without further ado, we'll jump into it.
Well, it's definitely a tricky day. Looking at the ES, we talk about how we want people to take a substantial, chunk out of, the trend for the day. But the trend for the day has shaken everybody out. 1, 2, 3. I mean, just if you were going with the trend, you had to be kind of judicious getting out. And if you were trying to do a range, you're probably getting blown out on that too, depending on when you started it. So congrats to those that have been able to make some money. I regret to inform everyone that Susan was down another K yesterday. You have any live information on Susan, or is it worth?
Susan is at the daily loss limit today. She has hit that mark as well. So a bit unsurprising at this point. Unfortunately, like we've talked about before, although Susan is a little bit special in that she typically has some large intraday profits where she's flat. After a massive, 40, sometimes 50 or even $60,000 performance, people tend to try to replicate that. That's a big head rush and a high. For most people on earth are not accustomed to that type of profitability. And so I think there's a lot of overwhelming emotions and changes to psychology that happen, after a day like that. So we've talked about, Susan, her $41,000 day, unfortunately has hit daily loss limit since that point. So we're hopeful that she can turn that around, trying to work with her on it. And she's got a lot of breathing room. Hopefully she can get there and actually take a payout.
Yeah, let's get her on the phone with Dilesh. Susan is being the Dilesh of daily loss limit in the 50K account. Enough about that. We got two cards today, Ben. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, let's start with Nicholas. So Nicholas, there's a little bit of yin and yang going on between Nicholas and Eric. Nicholas today has an $18,000 profitable day. Now, of course, he has to lock that in, either structurally with like the lockout feature or, shutting it all down. But there's still room to give back profit. Hopefully he doesn't do that. But Nicholas is up a nice $18,000. So I want to open with that element. But these statistics are going to reflect the absence of today's performance. So keep that in mind. If he closes the day with a $18,000 winning day, average daily P&L will change, obviously. But thus far, it's been a negative average daily P&L. We've really only got one winning day to speak of here, which was a $24,000 winning day in this account from Nicholas. This is another example, one of many that we've discussed on this segment, Jack, of just going up there and absolutely trying to crank 450 yards every time you're at the plate. It's difficult to see because I would think, despite the two very large performances thus far, with the amount of really just slamming into the daily loss limit, that it's difficult to have any sort of real longevity in this account. I'm hopeful that Nicholas can put together enough winning days and enough profitable days to, take a large payout. That would be winning the account, as you've so poignantly said before. That's really what I'm hopeful for here, because unless there's some, relatively significant changes in the trading behavior, I think this account in the long term, I'm talking, months later, will likely not be active. And I don't say that lightly. I don't find any pleasure in saying that. It's just the reality of, if you look at that average losing day, it's 28% higher than what the daily loss limit actually is. And when I see something like that, that tells me that this trader's probably trading size, and likely trading size either during volatility events, at market open for regular trading hours, or around a news event or something of that nature, or trading, relatively large size, close to that daily loss limit mark, maybe like in a martingale type fashion, where you're just scaling in, and hoping it, goes in your way, and that can skew those average winning, or excuse me, the average trades. But we're taking 45 trades per day on average. It's a really high trading volume. It's difficult to log and track your trading when you're putting on that kind of trading volume. So, there's some discouraging things about this card from a long-term perspective. Like I said, my big hope here is that Nicholas is, puts the goggles on and just, takes out a nice big payout. With the winning day today, if we lock in $18,000, have an account balance roughly 50 grand. That's a significant chunk of change. And if you can just find it within yourself to, book a couple more $200 winning days and take a $25,000 payout, then really no one can say anything to you, right? Like, you've won the account, you've taken a huge payout. That's the whole point of trading. And what the statistics like along the way are important, but not as important as the money you take home and, transfer to your bank account. So that's the number one goal. I would love to see these averages, and particularly the average losing day, stabilize a little bit, come back, to a more reasonable level, because it takes a certain type of personality, a certain type of person to be able to sit through, $18,000 profit, $24,000 profit. Like, that is a psychological skill that is commendable, and not every trader has. Certainly not every trader in our program. But you've got to give yourself room and give yourself enough leash and air to be around for those opportunities, because, of today's performance, the September 23rd performance of 24,000, clearly those don't happen, every day. It's not something you're going to do every day. And so managing your downside along the way to give yourself breathing room to operate, and actually connect for a home run is the only sustainable way to approach this, with any kind of longevity. So that's all I'll say about that. Definitely one of the more aggressive, truly kind of just ramming into that daily loss limit type cards that I've seen recently. Anything here that you'd like to comment on or give a little more color to, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, I was poking around a little bit through the information that I have. First, I haven't seen this before in a trade report. This grayed out area, is that because this is a second trip to the live account?
Correct. Yeah, it has to do with the way it registers when someone re-enters a live account later on. You read that right.
I mean, we can give advice, but it feels, from what I've been poking around here, that Dolby came up with a term I loved, which is like the meta game of prop shops.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Nicholas is doing. So, like, I don't know, giving advice isn't going to change what he does. Um, if I had to say one thing, and what I mean by the meta game of trade is like, you're not even trying to trade like optimally for an account. Say I were to give you $100,000 cash and said, go trade with this. Uh, that's then all this advice becomes something. But then the meta part is just playing sort of probabilities to be like, how many XFAs or live can I get? YOLO 'em. Now, I don't have enough information right now looking to even know if he's successful at doing that. My guess is no, or it's rare. I mean, if I had one thing, it's always the NQ too. It's always the NQ.
It is always the bad thing. That's right.
Max, to my knowledge, if you're gonna go and YOLO something, yeah, probably the max. I may be wrong. Tell me in the chat. But as I'm thinking about like the max power to F something up, it's probably the NQ. NQ's at 20,000 right now. 20,000. So it's about $400,000 nominal per contract. You can get 15, rough math in my head. So yeah, you get like $6 million of exposure to the NQ index. So yeah, I mean, but that's gonna make you hit your limit really quick too. So even if this is more like, I do not advise this, but this is even more like gambling advice. There's a leverage point where you're not doing yourself any favors, even if you're just trying to hit big days because you bust out so
Yeah.
quick. That's why like you can't do the forex stuff with like 500 to 1. That's a sucker's bet. It's not even legal in the United States because
Right.
yeah. The one piece of advice I'd give him is that there are several days where he's lost a lot in slippage beyond 3K. If you're going to lose 3K, lose 3K. My guess is that involved, strongly guess that involved 10 to 15 NQ contracts being auto liquidated through Lord knows what. But yeah, this isn't going to last. I hope it does. I never hope anyone. I hope everyone succeeds, but Nicholas is playing his own game. Hopefully, it works out for you. But yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
gotta say.
So I mean, playing the meta game is what it is. You know, that's not to say that you can't play it better or worse. Certainly, and in a live account, you know, you have minimum criteria to receive a payout. Once you've, and that's what I know frustrates you so much about Susan. Not to keep coming back to her and her account, but you know, once you have that, you know, you absolutely knock the cover off the ball. I think, you know, you have a responsibility to yourself almost to, you know, just meet those very minimum criteria to take the payout. Beyond that, you know, you've only got a couple more winning trading days. Put the bracket orders on and place the trade and just let it work out. You know, do that for 2 weeks and you're going to have your 5 winning days and you can take a payout on it. But to just, you know, again, like you're saying, playing the meta, well, you know, I've parlayed the initial investment all the way up to, you know, now a live account that's got 50 grand in it. Let me see if I can push it to 100. You can extrapolate all the way up and up and up forever, you know, with that mentality versus being more realistic. Hey, you really got the tiger by the tail here. You've done all the hard work. You've got serious cash. You can pay yourself. Let's do the bare minimum and take that money.
Right.
That would be my short-term goal and recommendation.
That is the biggest thing. As I don't understand, even if you're not trading in any way to be advisable. I don't understand the knocking out the days to get it. And, you know, Susan is a fascination of mine, but she's in a 50K account. Okay. So it takes a long time to vaporize that with DLLs. This is more common what we see where it's a 150K account. And it's like, you would need to make, Susan made $42,000 in a day on a 1K limit. All right. To have that kind of runway, you didn't need to make 3 times that. So you'd have to have like a $120,000 day. I mean, $3,000 a day, you keep hitting that, you are going to diminish it pretty quickly unless you have some real friggin' big days.
That's right. I think we've gone enough there. Let's move on to Eric. Kind of like I said, the other side of the coin, so to speak. Eric has very recently, within the last 2 days, basically struggled and hit the daily loss limit 2 days in a row, which is very uncharacteristic of him. Before we get too much further, Eric, I don't know if you're listening or watching. Hopefully, you and your family in St. Petersburg are okay after the storm. We want more than anything for you guys to be safe. That's the most important thing. So hope you and your family are okay. The trading performance has been really impressive. 78 days in the live account thus far. And the win percentage of per trade relative to the risk reward here is the most impressive thing, because we've talked about the validity of those percentages. If a trader has taken only 10 trades or traded for only 10 days, something like that, versus if they've actually been in the account for 40, 50, 60 trading days. You can put a lot more weight to the sustainability and reliability of those percentages after a certain volume. And Eric has definitely done that. 78 trading days is no joke. He's taking a couple trades a day, so the trade volume isn't massively high. But what that tells me is that he's doing a good job of picking his spots and being comfortable walking away. I was hunting and searching, Jack, when I was looking at these trade reports, trying to find a day where Eric was up big and gave that money back and took a DLL or even finished red on the day. Couldn't really do it. There was no big profitable day in giving that back. To me, that says trading maturity, that says longevity, and really have a lot of confidence in Eric. And I think he's one of the best performers, although he is not, I guess flashy is maybe the word I would go with, like some of the other traders that get featured often. The performance is just downright steady, and it's reflected in the average daily P&L. And it's really impressive, and Eric deserves a tremendous amount of praise for not just being in this account over that period of time, taking $10,000 in payouts, and having an average daily, average losing day being less than half of the daily loss limit. All of those things really just jump out and say, hey, I'm interested in being here long term and trading this live account seriously. Another aspect of that is when I go to overall accounts for Eric's profile, there's not a laundry list of just tons of trading combines or XFAs even. There's very much a focus on the live account. So I know we're a little thin on time, Jack. I'll kick it over to you, see if there's anything that you'd like to say. But more than anything, Eric's on a 2-day daily loss limit streak. Just take a breather, get yourself back on track. Nothing to worry about. I think this is a great trader who's just on kind of a cold streak at the moment. And overall, someone that definitely can be looked up to in our program.
Can I tell you something? Can I let you in on a secret, Ben?
Please.
I love this card. It might be my favorite. I don't know if you saw me. I felt like I was almost reacting like that Vince McMahon meme where he keeps on going back and then like
back in his
shooting out his eyes. Because what I like to do when I open one of these reports for the first time is I don't look at anything. I just scan to the bottom and start looking at the daily P&Ls and scrolling up. And I was seeing like 150K account. I saw a payout. I saw, oh my goodness, he had a losing day. It was down $200, down $1,300, down $246. And I saw some of the big numbers. The stats, I'm looking at the day to day. The stats that are there tell the story. 60% winning trades almost with a 1.6 to 1. incredibly well managed risk. As you mentioned, he's trading a little bit bigger now. Just be careful. I have no doubt that he's managed risk so well this far. I know that after 2 days that I feel confident that he's not going to hit that DLL on the next trading day. Don't prove me wrong, Eric. This card friggin' rocks. 78 days at $330 a day. That's great.
It's kick ass. Yeah,
Brings a
it's
tear in my eye.
It is excellent, and glad we got to squeeze that in. Shout out to you, Eric. Definitely someone to highlight and look up to within the Topstep community, and one of our best live traders at the moment. So that's all I got today, Jack.
Well, thank you, Ben. Stick around. That's all for Shoulder Tap. But in just a few moments, we're going to have group coaching where it'll be JD and the Hoag man today, then Pass with the Pros at 1. Keegan is coming back to see if he can get over the hill, and then don't miss Francis Green, Andre, Dolby, and Hoag will be here for Power Hour, where the power will be unleashed, hopefully, if appropriate. Either way, thanks for watching. We'll be back right after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is that time of day again where the coaches answer your questions from the chat. We got John the Goat Hoagland here. He's going to be doing most of the heavy lifting today, but we got your questions. We've got a form still pinned in the chat. If you have a question, throw it in there. I am JD. I'll be feeding questions to Hoag. Hoag, what's going on today? Just listening to the shoulder tap a few minutes ago. Sounds like there is a lot of red on the board currently.
Well, news tends to shake things up a little bit, and adapt is this week's tip of the week, and it could not be more poignant at this time. These markets are changing, by headlines sometimes, and it's very difficult to adapt that quickly. Those that are adapting hopefully are doing well. Those that are slower to adapt, they may be having some problems. And, we definitely saw a turnaround, about an hour ago when some news came out and if you were the wrong way and you weren't protected, or you dug your heels in the dirt and tried to push against that, you had a bad morning there. But hopefully everybody's still here to trade for tomorrow, and just continue to try and adapt. It is so important. These markets are always changing. Markets change people. People change markets. If you can't adapt, if you can't accept the new information that the market may be, giving you, which is, kind of a double-edged sword, JD. I mean, we often tell people we don't get any smarter after the trade is on, but you got to always manage that risk. And if you're not managing the risk, that can be a problem, especially when unexpected headlines come out, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And when headline risk is on, nothing else really matters but those headlines. Your daily levels, any technical analysis you're looking at, you can kind of just sort of throw it out the window. You're at the mercy of whatever the news is saying. All right, Hoag. We're about 7 minutes in. You want to burn through some questions? All right.
Let's absolutely.
First question is from Robert S. Robert wants to know, what is the best use of time and sales on Topstep X charts? Do you look at time and sales throughout the day? You keep it up and glance at it? I don't know. What's your use for it?
I do, but at specific times. And when are those specific times? When I'm looking for order flow or something in particular to happen. So let me bring it up here, and let's just make it bigger so we can kind of see what we're looking at here. So time and sales is basically the contracts that trade on the bid, on the offer, the size of the contracts. And if you're trading like the S&Ps or something that's a little thicker, it's going to be very difficult for you to keep track of that information. So in the time and sales section here, you can change the amount of contracts that trade before it's going to populate an actual sale or a bid. Now look at the bottom here. We can see that on the what is this? On the offer, 366 contract traded in one trade there. So that is something that I will certainly notice. Now we've got it set to 10 contracts. So only trades of 10 contracts or larger are going to populate. So it's going to slow things down when we're looking at a big bid or a big offer on the dome. And if we want to see that trade actually trades out, or if it's canceled, we can see that in time and sales. Now, we're probably not going to be able to see that in real time here. We're not looking at any real big bids or offers. But if we kind of open it up a little bit, let's say 5 contracts. Now we're going to see a lot more. So what I'm looking for in this regard is, let's say, and this is just one of the ways I would look at it, or I can kind of look at the dome for this as well, is if I'm looking at a situation of a breakout trade. So maybe we're at the IB high and I'm thinking, if we take out this IB high, I know there's going to be some stops there, but I want to see if any new business comes in above that level. So then I can either look at time and sales and just kind of watch the number of contracts and orders that are placed and canceled. If the dome looks robust in that, that makes me believe that a continuation of that breakout is more likely. If we break out, we get the stops, and the dome just kind of dies there, then it's probably going to be more of a failed breakout type of situation. And I can sometimes see that in time and sales as well. Uh, when you're seeing trades that are occurring on the offer. Okay, the green is trading on the offer. Those are market order buys on a breakout to the upside. That may be something that would encourage me to say, okay, we're seeing a lot more buying coming in at this level. Maybe this is something that I'm going to try and stay in a little bit longer, or as long as it stays in profit, of course, then I'm going to try and stay in this trade. A lot of the breakout trades that I take, I need them to go my way right away. If they don't go my way right away, they start getting in my pocket. I get out of them at a small loss, if a loss at all. But looking at time and sales is something that takes time to kind of get your head wrapped around and understand. There are going to be some fake outs that might occur when you're watching time and sales. It is a tool that I will look at, but I don't focus on it. If I focused on it, I'd have a headache, and I'd have to go take a nap after about a half an hour of looking at it. So it can be a useful tool for order flow, for recognizing what's being traded more often, the bid or the offer, and again checking to see if there's a lot of participation in a breakout type of trade. I don't even keep it up on my Topstep X platform. I have it up on another platform, and it's kind of buried underneath some other charts, so that I have it there if I want to check it, but it's nothing I focus on for the execution of trades. It might be something I will look at for looking at to see if a large bid or offer actually trades out, or if it gets canceled. Okay, maybe a little bit of spoofing there. And if there's an iceberg order, I will certainly watch the time and sales watching an iceberg order if that is the case. And it is like anything, whether you're watching time and sales or footprint charts or Bookmap or Vista or any of those other kind of order flow tools. It takes time to kind of get your head wrapped around and understand the best use of it. And the best use of it for me is likely going to be something different for each and every one of you. So time and sales, useful at times, gives me a headache if I focus on it. And there are those specific times when I will look at it. When there is a large order, when I suspect iceberg orders, and when I'm looking for a potential breakout trade. I want to see a lot of trading, on the offer. If it's a breakout to the upside, I want to see a lot of buying coming in and continuation of that move to the upside. Reading that in time and sales again is subjective as everything, but that's really, that's really the most I kind of look at and use time and sales is during those periods of time. Again, if I just sit and stare at it, or I sit and stare at a dome, it'll give me a headache, and I probably will be hypnotized after a while and won't be able to do anything. So figure out when you're going to be looking at time and sales, the specific periods or the specific situations where you might start to watch it. You might start to recognize what it is telling you is encouraging you to stay in a trade, or maybe encouraging you to get out of a trade, because it's all about volume and participation at certain times, and that's the time that I look at it. I hope that helps. I hope that makes a difference for you. But again, everything is subjective. I know there are people that have different ways to look at time and sales, and maybe even better ways to look at time and sales. I'm just using my experience to explain how I would look at it, and I hope that helps, Robert.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. And if you are interested in learning a little bit more about time and sales, Coach Robert has a time and sales in 5 minutes or less video for Topstep X. I'm going to put the link to that in the chat right now. Coach Robert already has put that link up there, but there it is again for you. So take a look at that video. All right, Hoag, I see you hovering over a question from Yash down here. You want to hit that one next?
It's just kind of hanging there. But yeah, let's hit it.
Sure. All right. It's relevant to today's price action, but Yash wants to know, with this headline market, in your experience, is it worth trading or just let the news die out? Well, that's a matter of personal preference. If you like if you like the action, if you like the price action, then get in the
Mhm.
market. Dip your toes in, right?
And I
It's
think it
always nice to
really.
be on the right side of a fast moving market. But you could also
Mhm.
catch yourself on the wrong side of that fast moving market, which isn't so nice. But what's your take
Mhm.
on it, Hoag? When you see it whipping around, none of your levels are sticking. None of your indicators are indicating. Do you like to walk away, or do you start shooting from the hip?
Well, I think it really depends on who you ask this question, Yash. There are traders that look for momentum to jump onto, like Rips. Rips is a momentum trader. Headlines, momentum trades, those are his specialty. And he would say 100%, yeah, you definitely want to be available to trade during that time. But that is really specific to Rips. I am not a momentum trader. My time frame is much, I think, longer than Rips. So I'm looking for, uh, it, let's say on Tuesday, the market opened, it started breaking right away. The first thing you want to do is, in a headline market like it was on Tuesday, is number one, don't fight it. Number one. Number two, if you suspect that it's a bigger move, that you've got to try and find a way to join the auction in whichever direction it goes. That has always been a big challenge for me, is to be in a market that has been knocked out of balance and to try and find a way to get into the move. A lot of folks are just going to point, click, and pray. They're going to probably sell a low. They're going to get squeezed out on a pullback, which the pullback is where you should probably be trying to sell it. So it depends 100%, Yash, on you, your time frame, your preferred style of trading. If you're a momentum trader, then yes, you probably want to be around. But of course, you always want to be able to limit risk, which is very difficult, especially when headline news occurs. Size down, bigger stops. Those are two things that I might suggest for you to do that. But personally, being a trader that has experienced a whole lot of volatility and had some really big days and some really bad days, to me, when volatility hits, when news hits, to me it is a signal to slow down, look for an opportunity as the day goes on, with some sort of structure, with something to lean on, with a reason to, number one, take the trade, and number two, a good level of risk management on that trade. So, getting into a very directional trade makes it difficult for that risk management, right? So we're looking for an opportunity that in a market that is auctioning very quickly, let's say to the downside. Do we just try and get in? Well, how do we manage risk on that? How much of a pullback is going to be enough? Are there any longer time frame levels that we may be able to lean on a little bit in order to manage the risk in that kind of trade? So, yes, I mean, it's really up to your experience. How often have you had the opportunity to trade when there's headline news in the market? Do you like volatility? Do you avoid volatility? Do you tend to get really full of FOMO when there's volatility, which a lot of folks, I think, that does happen to. Um, so yes, I mean, it's really a personal thought that you really have to kind of think to yourself and say, okay, well, I am a momentum trader. I like catching big breakouts and just seeing if the market's going to continue in that way, and I have a way to limit risk on that. Then trade it. Just always remember, it's always about the risk management. When big things occur, like happened on Tuesday, and 95 times out of 100, I'm going to probably miss the move if I'm not already in it when the news comes out, because directional markets are very difficult to get into. The market it seems to try to keep you out. And it's always been a very, very much of a challenge for me. And I'm okay with missing it, because I know that there will be another opportunity later on in the session, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. And when volatility hits, I have been the guy that said, man, I've really got to jump in on this. I got to get in on every trade. I got to do this. I got to do all that. And I've chopped myself to ribbons doing that. So for me, and again, this is just my experience, I have to slow down. I have to say, okay, there's a lot of volatility here. I don't want to get into FOMO. I don't want to rush into something. I'm going to be patient and I'm going to look for the right opportunity. And a lot of times the right opportunity comes to me because it may just offer a cheap trade. I always look for the cheap trade. So great question, Yash. And, nobody can tell you for you if it's worth it or not. But think about your style of trading and does it fit headlines? Does it fit a momentum move? That's the only thing I can suggest for you.
Excellent advice, Hoag. Thank you so much for that. Next up, when you started answering that question, you mentioned it was a bit subjective, and it really depends on who you ask. So this next question actually came in a couple days ago, and I asked it to David Green yesterday. And I'm going to ask it to you now because, again, it's subjective, and it depends on who you ask. So this question comes from Shubham, who I also see in the chat right now. Shubham says, hello, sir. I'm new to trading, especially to U.S. futures markets. Can you guide me? What is the level of preparation one needs sitting before the day begins? Now, David Green flat out came out and said
he does nothing.
He doesn't need to prepare at all. He knows his game plan before he gets started. He sits down. He could open up his platform. He looks at his screen. He knows exactly what's going on, and he could start finding trades immediately. But again, everybody is different. I know you have to be ready for the opening call every morning. You have to have your notes. You have to put everything together. So what kind of preparation goes into your morning routine when you sit down and you start educating everybody on the markets?
Okay. What works for David Green works for David Green. He's got a very specific trading plan using very specific tools. He's looking for just small bites out of the market, which is fine. It works for him. When I'm an active trader, I have a little bit longer time frame and I look a little bit deeper into what's really going on in the markets because, coming from the pit, coming from a market profile background, the question for me is always, what direction is the market going, if any, and how good of a job is it doing in that direction? So this is something that, it looks very complicated at first. This is something that I put together for personal performance clients back a while back, if we can put it on the screen here. So this is something I called the Market Performance Analysis Worksheet. So this is an outline that I will go through mentally mostly. I mean, I put this together for people I was working with, and everybody's is going to be different. Shubham, if you're going to do something like this, take a look at how you would look at the market from the top down. Monthly, weekly, daily, into your shorter time frame charts. It seems busy and complicated now, but as you kind of get used to doing it, it's going to hopefully help you create a holistic, all-around view of the marketplace and help you create hypotheses as to things that you might see happen during that day. Those hypotheses are, they're never 100. They're never going to be 100% right or 100% wrong. The levels are zones that you're looking at. So you have to remember, when you're looking at the market, if you looked at everything, you've done your homework, and the market opens, and immediately the market does something that suits one of your hypotheses. So you trade the strategy that suits that hypothesis. So this is specific to people that I was working with. It's a lot based on market profile information and the nuances and the market generated information that the market profile Creates, Sunday night, I always sit down. I start looking at weekly candlestick charts. Is there directional performance? Is it moving higher? Is it moving lower? Is it range bound in the longer time frame? Any reachable longer term swing highs and lows? Note those. Put them on your charts if you can. In the morning, I'm going to go right to the daily candlestick charts, looking for directional performance. How has volume been? How has open interest been? Is there a lot of emotion in the market? Is it higher, lower, constant? If the market is directional, are areas of balance far apart or close together? This is something that I look at on the daily chart. We can take a look at that in another session if we want to. I call them balance boxes. Other people have different names for them. If it's range bound, define the levels of the extremes. We talked about the levels of the extremes in crude oil today. We broke out of that balance area today. I don't know, we haven't had a chance to look lately, but the market had a big move because of news, right? News pushed us out of that balance area. And if we see continuation, that's something that we don't want to fight. When you're in a balance, we fade the extremes. If there's a substantial breakout, we're supposed to go with those breakouts. Nothing works. Nothing works every time. And of course, I'm not suggesting going long or short anything during this session. But if you, Subin, just put together a little, worksheet like this. Take a look at the things that you look at. Take a look at what you think of the market. You start to get into the profile charts. I'm looking for nuances from profile, excess tails, weak highs, lows, thin, emotional, nuances, anomalies, weak highs, lows, unchecked points of control, afternoon pullbacks. Is a potential repair day. That's something we were kind of looking at as possible today in crude oil. News changed that hypothesis. Any special situation, spikes, value areas, whatever the special situation is. If there's anything that sticks out to you, why? And what other visual areas are you interested in seeing price get to? Do you think other traders are interested in getting to? Start to set your hypotheses. Have 3 hypotheses at least. Pre-session, review everything. Economic releases, substantial overnight positioning, anything like that. Redo your hypotheses on the open inside of outside of value, open inside or outside of range. All of this information, which seems complicated. And everybody says, keep it simple, keep it super simple, whatever the thing you want to call it is. But just doing this will hopefully help create a picture in your mind of what direction the market is trying to go. And if it is trying to go a direction, how good is it doing in performance in that direction? There are things that I look at in volume and open interest and delta and all of that stuff that paints a picture. That picture, using that market generated information, excuse me, can help me set hypotheses. And then, the more accurate your hypotheses are based on the information you get, the better off you're going to be. Because, let's say hypothesis 1 is, boy, this market looks really weak. And if we leave the opening range near the high of the session, I'm going to probably start looking for shorts. Maybe we're really right in the middle of a range. It was a double distribution trend day yesterday. It's looking like probably a repair day. Then I can I can be patient. I can wait for the opportunity to trade the upper and lower extreme of the previous double distribution trend day, and I can limit risk that way. Maybe it's, the opposite. We've really been breaking. We've been seeing volume break. We've been seeing volume falling off. We're losing open interest. The auction to the downside really seems to be struggling. There may be a change in market state coming. Maybe the downside auction is going to end and it's either going to range or maybe it'll turn around and go the other way. These are all things that we should be thinking about and using those hypotheses. You take all that information and you crunch it down in your head. I know it's a lot. You crunch it down in your head and you put forth hypotheses based on data, market generated information, data based on market generated information. And then you try and trade to that strategy once one of those hypotheses begins to ring true. It's a lot. I know it is. But if you prepare your outline, whatever you want to call it, It could be one sheet of paper, everything that you're looking at in the market to help you put together 3 different scenarios, 3 different hypotheses, because your first hypothesis may not work. Your primary hypothesis, your ruling reason to take a trade, may get blown out of the water right away. Well, what do you do then? If you're prepared and you have another hypothesis for when hypothesis 1 fails and hypothesis number 2 appears to be coming true, then you have an idea of how to trade it. Always remembering risk management first. Nothing is going to be finite. Nothing is going to be perfect. But at least you put yourself in a position where you feel confident in the ideas. And the more you do it and the more you see any of your hypotheses actually ring true, the more confident you'll be in trading to that hypothesis and trading to that strategy, and hopefully continuing to continue seeing yourself grow as a trader, grow as a person. I mean, there's so much work and so much things that and so much information that comes at us every day, whether we realize it or not. No matter how simple we try and keep things, there's so much information coming at us. It becomes very difficult to make any kind of decision. And I think preparing for decision making in this way, and it doesn't have to take forever to do this in the morning either. It can be 10 minutes. Okay, we looked at this. We're looking at volume. We're looking at open interest. How good is the auction doing and in the continuation? Are we seeing laggards up here? Are we seeing laggards down here? All of this information you kind of digest and then you regurgitate in the form of hypotheses. That's the best thing that I can say, Subham, to kind of be prepared for the trading day. Put together your outline, your analysis worksheet. Do it every day. Set hypotheses, and do that every day. And it's going to change. It's going to be a living, breathing document. Things are going to change in it, but just be prepared with 3 to 5. I think is really kind of good as far as hypotheses are concerned. And the more often you see one of those hypotheses come true, the more you're going to appreciate the work that you're doing, and hopefully, the more profitable you will become. I think that's about all I can say about that. I know we're out of time, JD, and I apologize.
We sure are, but a lot of questions coming in asking for a shareable copy of that PDF of your analysis worksheet. I do not know if we have a shareable link for that, but I will look into it. Also, Shubin's still in the chat, and he says thank you for that help. And he wants to learn how to do the market profile and volume profile. So I'm going to drop a link in the chat right now to Hoag's market profile course. Take a look at that link, Shubham. A couple hours of YouTube videos there for you to learn all about the profiles. With that, folks, we got to get moving. We got Passing with the Pros coming up next. We've got Deanna, Coach Jay, and Keegan is back. We're going to see if we can push him through into an XFA. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be right back. Thanks, Hoag, for answering those questions, and thank to all of you for submitting those questions. All right, we are going to be right back. Welcome back, friends and traders. It is time for Pass with the Pros. We've got the star of the London Open, Deanna, is with us, and coach of the Lunatics, Coach Jay, and our the trader that we're going to hope push past the finish line of his trading combine. We've got Keegan. Keegan, I was just taking a peek at your bio, originally from South Africa. You currently live in the Netherlands. You build race cars for a living, or is that just kind of a side gig? Very interesting stuff right there. And you're also a race car driver, is that correct?
Well, yeah, it's more of a hobby, to be honest. It's we do circuit racing, but it's just like weekend. You could say weekend warriors. We go do
awesome.
track days and so on. Yeah. I used to race in South Africa, but yeah, it's quite expensive to race. So I just do track days. Yeah.
Yeah, what a hobby. I imagine that's an expensive hobby
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
Well,
It is
very
yeah,
much
it is
so.
very-
Yeah.
We were just talking in the green room. So Keegan had a little setback in his trading combine. He's still got about $2,000 to go to pass his trading combine right now. He took a little drawdown the other day, but we're still going to be looking for some trades. We're going to get together. We're going to talk them out as a group and get as close to passing this trading combine for Keegan as we possibly can in the segment, or at least try and have a positive P&L. But let's go around the horn and let's just talk about what we're doing today. Just mentioning from what the risk management team said, there's been a lot of red across the board, but that's not the case for everybody in this room now, is it? D, you're locked out for the day, but we're still looking for trades. How did your trading go earlier this morning?
I just started it slow. I had one scratch trade in crude oil during the London session, and then throughout the day, I managed to find some gold trades and another little fade of crude oil into settlement. So, just taking it very slow. So 202 for the day. Just, it's a fresh exit phase, so you don't want to put a massive dent in it immediately, if possible. So yeah, I did the 200 as a little target, and just sitting and chilling, basically.
Yeah, $200. That's one step closer to a payout in an XFA.
Yeah.
So yeah,
exactly.
hit that mark. Coach Jay, coach of the Lunatics. He had another trade take
What's
a
going on,
payout
JD?
on your VIP experience team the other day.
Yes,
how's
we
it going
did.
today?
Shout out to
You
Travis.
been talking to your guys?
We were supposed to have a meeting today. I did get pulled into a call, so we're going to do it on Saturday morning. But it looks like everyone's doing well, trading pretty well. For me, I'm locked out down on the day. Did have a gold trade that would have been a winner had I held on to it. Turned out to be a little bit of a loser, and then got chopped up a little bit in the NASDAQ. So down on the day, locking out that XFA. But we will find a trade for Keegan here in just a few minutes.
All right, let's do it. We're going to be looking at the S&P and the NASDAQ. Keegan, you mentioned you like trading around the VWAP. You want to tell us a little bit about your strategy, what you're looking for?
Yeah, I don't really like trading around the VWAP, but yeah, I do. I trade volume profile. Yeah, so I like to try and take shorts from value area high, longs from value area low. Previous day levels, previous day highs, previous day lows. Right now, I'm thinking maybe if we get a pop above VWAP and close back below, potential short entry. Otherwise, if we reclaim VWAP and continue to grind higher, I'll rather wait until we get higher up to the value area high.
Yeah, so I'm looking at both NQ and ES. They both seem to be in a failed auction, with the Nasdaq in a fresh failed auction, meaning it's the first time it sort of popped below, whereas ES is kind of doing it for the second time, and it does look weaker than NQ. So ES to me looks weaker, primarily because of that double pop below the initial balance. So if we're going to take ES as a benchmark, I would be maybe in favor of shorts if we get some, shorts appearing in the market, because the value low for NQ for me is at 199.79. And VWAP is just sort of under that, so I would say that's a definite confluence. We already had our completed value acceptance, right? So I'm in favor of just seeing what happens. Things are not clear. So that's the thing that I don't like here, that it's like, oh, it's a little bit of a murky situation. We could be running out of steam here. It is the time of day when we do run out of steam. Jay, what do you reckon? What are your thoughts?
I would agree with you on the shorts in the ES. We're kind of just basing here and establishing another range. I'm calling the high of that range 57.45. So I think this is an opportunity to limit risk on a short if we were looking to take one. And then the target on that would be the lows of that range 57.30-ish.
Okay. Keegan, what sort of stops do you normally use?
Sorry?
What kind of stop sizes do you normally use? I'm just trying to understand your approach.
Yeah, so on ES, I look at a stop of about 3 points, and NQ between 12 and 15 points, depending on how fast the price is moving.
Okay.
I do like the idea of a short because to me it looks like volume is just completely dead, you know. And sellers could push it down quite easily. But yeah, the only thing that does concern me, and I'd like to get hear your guys' opinion about it, but the huge amount of negative delta on ES for the day so far.
Where do you have that at right
high,
now? What's
I look at delta on over the overnight and the New York trading session, and I've got it at negative 25,000.
Yep. Yeah, I'm seeing that as well.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Jay, you mentioned 57.45. 57.45 quarter is last week's low in the ES. If you're on TopstepX, you can pull up the daily levels indicator, and you see that it's the white line. We also have a VWAP at I'm showing a VWAP at 57.46 half roughly. So we're coming up on an area that everybody seems to like a short trade at.
So let's go.
And we can. And it looks like
I think I would call it more a line in the sand rather than, do or die shorts. But it just looks like volume is dying out, which is exactly what Keegan was saying. So, it's still undecided. We're just hanging, and there's not much commitment either way. So I think we do need to be a little bit patient and to get that indication of where they want to take this.
It would be really nice if we get a pop. Yeah, it would be really nice if we get a pop above and then a move back below. That would give a nice, for me, a short trigger. Yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
All right, so if we're looking at around between 45 and 46, see like a 3-point stop. That would put our risk right around 48, 49, I would say. So let's talk this out. We're getting a little pop right now. Not much action. We're still trading in a very small range. Even looking at a 1-minute chart, we're been sort of ranging for the last half hour. But do you like fade and extrees of this little 1-minute range that we're looking at? Is that even?
I would also actually almost think of putting a limit order at VWAP. I don't know, what do you guys think? I think that to me, and then we give it a 3-point stop. You've got previous day Q just above that. We are in the middle of the range, but
One thing there is that. No, go, Jim.
If it breaks up.
I was going to say I like Keegan's original idea of seeing a pop. Those buyers fail and then shorting it from there instead of the limit order, because you don't know where the extremes of that pop are going to be. I would hate for you to get into a trade with a 3-point stop, get stopped out, and then the market eventually go in your favor. So,
yeah.
Personally,
so
that's how I would trade it. What would you say, D?
Yeah, with a 3-tick stop, we need to be mindful of 57.50. Now, I don't know whether this is like the algo bros doing their thing, but there are a lot of orders around 57.50, which may get hunted down before it does anything else. So if anything, if we're going to be placing limit orders, I would probably be in favor of placing it at, just above, like 57.51, because that tends to be a stronger short in kind of the grand scheme of things, because the algos and any kind of institutions, they hunt for those big levels because that's their target, right? They're not going to be doing weird prices with targets. They're always like, well, where are we going to take this off? Oh, it's going to be 5700s, 5750, and that's why you see those round numbers very reactive. So I just think with such a small stop, we need to be very mindful about getting involved around weird areas of weird prices.
5750 is also we have it as yesterday's value area low, so trading back through there would bring us back into value from yesterday. Keep that in mind too.
Yeah, but a test of the value low again today, because we did do that already. That's not that's a pretty good trade location. So
Keegan, what kind of size are you going with on this trade if we take it?
I normally go in with one ES contract.
Okay.
Getting a little
is that
movement
what
to
you're
the
going to do today
downside.
as well?
Yeah. Sorry?
Is that going to be the same size for today?
Yeah. I think I'll go with one. Well, because I've lost a bit of I've lost a bit of money on the account. I don't want to go too big size, because I've got $1,000 of drawdown left on the account,
Okay.
Starting to see a little movement in the ES. Trading back to the lower end of this real short 1 minute range.
Yeah, let's see what they do with it.
That's a couple rejections off that 45 level since the second time we broke.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we've seen it test that level 3 times since we broke through the initial balance low. And it just keeps rejecting off of there.
Yeah, sorry, I was just taking some.
There were freeze on one of my charts.
Didn't get exactly back up to VWAP there, but like you said, JD, that 45 is where they keep selling it. Not seeing much as far as orders out there, but see extremes of the range. Keegan, you mentioned delta, cumulative delta being very heavy negative for the day. When you see that, what does that normally mean to you?
Well, look, I kind of think about it and I say, okay, we've already got a whole lot of sellers where we are on the chart at the moment to actually break down. You'll need a whole lot more sellers to step in again.
Right.
So it just makes me wonder, are they going to be able to push price lower? But yeah, with the news event, you never really know what can happen,
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's always a risk. That's
Yeah.
If Hoag was in here, he'd tell us all about the delta. But yeah, we're seeing close to 20,000 or 20,000 negative delta. If we're not seeing any follow through to the downside, then eventually these shorts have to start unwinding, which would force us back up. But for the meantime, that probably wouldn't happen until the last hour of the day. So we got a little time to wait for that delta to unwind. But right now, consensus in short, people or in chat, people are liking a short trade right now, not right now in the short term. So let's keep looking at that 45 to 46 level. Maybe we'll get another test of it and a shot to get in. That's a good cheap trade area, in my opinion.
Yeah. It is. I agree. Yeah.
We've kind of been seeing this a fair bit lately where it consolidates sideways and then you get a push down, a retest back up, and then the rollover starts coming. Well, I don't know if you guys agree, but the market, you get some sellers coming in, push back up, and then it slowly starts rolling over. So I do think that we could try a short here and then, with a 3-point stop. And if it does push above VWAP, we can try and get in again. I don't know what your guys' opinions are.
Yeah, I mean, we could try that. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to go with it now? Yeah, you want to go with it now. 3-point stop. That puts us above that 45.
Yeah.
You could try it, and I get why you may want to do it. Where would your target be on this? I would, to the downside, we need to watch that rejection at 35 that we had. So go ahead and take it if you want. It's your trade, and we'll kind of talk you through it from there.
Yep. You mentioned a target price of 30. Is that still kind of the area you're looking at? 57.30.
Yeah. leave without me. Yeah.
Did you take that?
No, I put a limit order in.
Oh, what's the price?
Okay, let's give it some time. I think if we might get another transfer to come back up, but let's give it a little bit of time.
Yeah, don't chase. Yeah,
Got
no
market
chasing.
in
Yeah.
there.
We're not here to chase.
With it moving so slowly, I hate to chase. I like to get a good price in, you know.
What price did you put your limit order at, Keegan?
Yeah, let's put it back. I was thinking around here, 57.41. Wait, no, sorry, 57.42.
42? Okay. All right, so the offer is working, 57.42 and Keegan's 50K trading combine.
Keegan, if you do get it tagged into this trade, I'm going to let you know on the downside, that 35 area, we need to really see some sellers come in there. There was a pretty big buyer there earlier in the day. Someone bought about 2,000 contracts at 57.35. So want to be aware of that. You don't want to see them defending that position if you get into this short.
Looks like we are in. Did you get it, Keegan? Short?
Yeah. And then...
All right. Short 1 ES at 57.42. In the market. Here we go.
So what would your guys' opinions be about giving it a bit more room with the stop? You know, potentially just above VWAP like there, that'll give it like a $237 risk, and then we try and aim for new. Well, I would say equal lows. You know, if we do get a push down again, you know, I think that would give it a good risk reward. I don't know what your guys' opinions are.
Yeah, I think giving it a little bit more room is not a bad idea because
I'm also thinking
VWAP likes to get tagged. Yeah, this is why I was kind of thinking get closer to that area and maybe even overshoot it a little bit. But you know, obviously we could try again.
Yeah, because we actually did get the
but let's
back
see what they
test
do.
of the value area low. But yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what they do with this. If there's not much movement and they're not really doing anything, then you can always take it at scratch and then try again once we get, you know, something happening. But for now, that big buyer that Jay was talking about at 57.35, was it?
Yep, 35.
Yeah, they seem to have maybe moved up because somebody bought again at 35.75. But they're having trouble going higher than currently 43.50.
See, this is where I would like to see a push down again. But we could possibly be a bit early on the trade. But yeah, a push down again, and then you know, obviously take out the low again. But let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Back to a scratch at the moment. In the money just a little bit. Tiny bit of follow through to the downside. Very exciting. Tick by tick.
We need Andre. Come on, do it. You can do it.
we trade this segment pretty often, and I wouldn't have the highest expectations for movement. I think you know that, Keegan, right? Low volume time, probably not going to get the biggest move. So just manage it how you see it. Sometimes it might be a good trade to hold into power hour, depending on if you like it that much.
Yeah. So if I can ask you guys' opinions here, if say now we're trying to visualize the trade, you get a push down, the retest, and then say we take out. Would you be in agreement to put stop to entry?
Stop
would
to
you
entry?
give it room to breathe?
Yeah, that depends on how much profit we get, right? So if it's like just like 3 points in profit, I think that's a little bit too tight. But if we sort of get about 7-8 points, that, you know, I'd be up for that. But it just depends on how far down you want to shoot for when it comes to the target. If we're only going to go for 35s, then putting it on break even, I'm not sure what that would do. It's better to then just, you know, take the profit and run sort of situation.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I was thinking, is that if we do get a push down and we break this low and we get a push back up again, would you rather not want to be out of the trade, or would you still want to be
Honestly,
in
with
and let
this
it?
segment, I would just take whatever the push gives me because it's just that type of a day, a time of day. There's just not that much volume kicking around. So, as Jay always says, we need volume for more momentum and more movement. And this segment is never this time of day doesn't really lend itself to such big sort of
Right.
breakouts and stuff. It's like a reversal intraday, and then it trickles back down to the reference point that we might have, like the 35s, for example. And then power hour comes, and then you get that extra influx of volume. So,
Yeah.
obviously it'll be down to you whether you want to hold it longer than that. You might even, I don't know, some I know Stanley hung around for power hour as well. So I don't know, maybe you guys want to do that. It all depends.
If we're
Really.
still in this
Well,
trade, I'm sure. Yeah. If
Yeah.
it starts getting exciting,
Okay. Yeah.
I'll send out a note and see what everybody in the back wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
Man, but the volume is just dried up completely. That's the only.
Yeah.
There's really nothing happening. It's like the volume is so
Mm-hmm.
dead.
Keegan, what time frame chart do you use? You're using a 1 minute, right?
Yeah. So on I trade on the 1 minute, but I look at the
Okay.
5 minute, 30 minute, and then the 4 hour. I look at TradingView on the 5 minute, and then on the 30 minute and the 4 hour. So I just change between those time frames to see what are the what is price doing. I like the 30-minute chart to tell me, especially in a trending move where you'd want to try and re-add or get out of positions. But yeah, right now, I mean, we're basically in a ranging environment. So
Yep.
just looking at like 5-minute candle structure for me works the best.
Gotcha. All right. So on a 5 minute, just from a volume perspective, on a 5 minute, you're going to need about 15,000 contracts in a 5 minute to get us out of this range. And right now we're seeing about 4,500. So if you're reading the volume,
It's sitting around
on a 5 minute. Okay.
Mhm.
So
That is good
Jay,
volume analysis
if I can
right there.
ask, Jay, you're looking at you're talking about overall volume.
Correct.
So
Yeah, volume by
15,000
candle.
contracts of volume by candle,
Correct.
volume by candle. Okay, because that first. Oh, okay, that's really interesting the way you say that. Because the last 5 or the 5-minute candle that brought us down was 12,500 contracts. So the reason why you say 15,000 is because we need increased volume to move down. Is that right?
Correct.
Or
Correct. Yeah. So if I'm looking
okay.
at the volume average on the 5 minute, it's right around 10,000 right now. So I need something more than
Yeah.
average to break us out of that range. Otherwise, we're going to stay in.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So is that how?
I mean, we
So
see.
do you? Sorry, D.
Go. Yeah. No, go, Keegan. Yeah.
I was gonna ask then. So how do you come up with that figure? Do you
Very good
do you have a certain method of working it out, or you just saying you need increased volume?
Need increased volume. I trade the NASDAQ all the time on a 3 minute chart. So at this point, I have it, kind of committed to memory. I need X amount of volume. But if I just look at the chart right now and just compare the volume candles that we've had for the day, when we've had actual movement on a 5 minute, we've been somewhere near 20,000, 25,000, right? So right now we're pretty low. What's going to pick us up and get us out of this range is I'm not expecting 25,000, right? Because we're coming later into the day, but somewhere around that 15K for this time of day is going to get us out of there.
Okay.
So we've built up a little bit of volume. That was enough to give me a very low time from POC at 57.39.25, and that was reactive. So that's kind of the bottom of this current sort of 5 minute range.
Okay.
We really need to go below that, and we need to break that area. Otherwise, there's nothing.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, really. I mean, even NASDAQ is just sideways, very, very dead.
So do we keep our risk parameters set, or do we let this one go and try and find a better trade location.
Well,
I would be in
that
favor of
was
letting
my.
it go.
Yeah.
So closing out the trade.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
We're still a
that's-
point in.
no,
We
it's
could talk
fine.
it through a little bit, but let's go through the case for this. If we're not seeing that follow through to the downside.
Yeah, JD. Go ahead.
Looking like okay. Is everyone in a?
Yeah, I mean, we bounced off a
what
point of control on a very low time frame. So before anything happens, I mean, as it was coming up to that, it needed to break that area. If it bounces, that's a bad sign, and you want to be out of that.
So potentially what I'm thinking is maybe just putting stop to entry then instead of closing out the trade completely, or
Yep, that'll work.
Yeah, you
so we
could do
just
that.
close it out.
We're right back.
Yeah,
That works.
Yeah.
Because
We're right back
we
down to your
all
volume
agree
point
that
of control.
it doesn't look great. So, but I mean,
Yeah.
you know, with the volume being so low, anything can happen. So instead of taking all the just taking the risk out, then instead of being out of the trade completely, you know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because it needs to be in a
What I
trade
would
then.
do, I still really like this idea. So what I would say is when that volume picks up, let's say we're off segment or, you know, going into power hour, if you still like the trade idea, you know, don't throw it out, right? Because I think it's still a really good idea. Last Thursday, we had a very similar trade that played out 5 minutes after the segment ended. So
It's
if you
fine.
like the trade,
Yeah.
wait for that push.
Yeah, I was getting a message both from you, Jay, and from Robert. They're like, "Well, now it went." It's like,
Right.
well, yeah, volume picked up. It's like,
Oh, that's funny.
yeah.
It's quite funny because the
And,
last time I was on, the market was flying, and now it's the complete opposite. The market is just dead.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we had a lot of like risk events and stuff. So it's been an interesting week. Usually NFP weeks are a little bit like meh, nothing really happens.
Yeah.
And this is more reminiscent of that. But yeah, then we had the Middle East kicking off, and everything just went nuts.
I almost forgot about the jobs number tomorrow. 7:30 a.m. folks, Central Time.
Yes.
The September
Week of
jobs
eight.
report.
Mm-hmm.
And Keegan, we got the thumbs up. If we're still in this trade by the time the segment ends, you are free to roll into Power Hour.
Okay,
Keep letting
cool.
this trade play out. If you're up for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Excellent. But we're not getting much follow through at the moment, folks.
No.
Been a pretty quiet half hour.
Can I ask you guys some questions while we're on air? While we're waiting for something to happen. Okay, well there we go.
Yeah,
there we out of the trade.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, everybody talks about icebergs. You know, that you guys speak a lot about icebergs while trading. Yet, I wanted to know how do you guys spot icebergs? You know, on what programs do you use, and how do you identify them?
Yeah, usually you can see them. Yeah, go JD. Yeah, you'll be quite
Yeah, I
good
was
at
just going to say
explaining that.
visually you can see them. If you're reading the tape,
Yeah.
looking at the dome while it's trading, you can see those orders physically coming in as they get filled. You can also look at time and sales, which is available to you on TopstepX. If you set the scale properly, you'll see all those orders just come in one after another as they're getting filled. That's the easiest way I would say to spot it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're usually quite similar sized as well. It's like 300, 250, 300, 250. And it's like,
Exactly.
yeah, there you are. You know.
Okay.
And if
and
you
when you say
have
300, 250, sorry, go ahead. Sorry?
It doesn't have to be 300 and 250, but it will be a similar size chunk of orders that are coming in quick succession.
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll have a total amount to do, you know, say if they have to sell 500, you know, they'll do it in
3,000 or
50 lot
something.
increments. So you see a 50 lot come in 10 times real fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you have
And
any
Jay,
tools
you
that can
wanted to
show you
say
delta
something?
by, yeah, if you have any tools that can show you delta by price,
Yeah.
that'll help as well. Where I know myself, Nick Fortick do it as well, where we have delta by price and then we know the volume traded there, and then you can kind of do the percentage, right? So let's say you have 10,000 contracts traded at a specific price, and then 7,000
Yeah.
of that is positive delta, then you know that that's an iceberg, most likely there, right? Because a lot of volume is traded in that area, and 7,000 of that is
Yeah.
positive delta. So what that means
Okay.
is every time it gets to that price, they're absorbing those buy orders. Probably not where you want to put your buy unless you see that iceberg get out of the way.
Okay. I see. Okay. So if you're seeing absorption, or say you're seeing sell icebergs, and you're
Mhm.
seeing absorption on the tape like that, would you be looking towards the short side, because someone's filling big orders there?
Yeah, I think I would probably need a little bit more context than just that. But yeah, I would be leaning to
Yeah.
join that seller, whoever that passive seller is there. Maybe not just
Yeah,
getting in
it
right away with
depends
them,
though,
but if I
because
see that, yeah, go ahead, D.
yeah, well, it just depends, because we don't actually know whether those are old orders or new orders coming in, because they will all be pretty much the same thing, right? So context has to
Yeah.
be taken into consideration. Where is the event happening? So I think that's more important,
Okay. Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
you can
So
decide.
obviously,
And then you can decide.
if you're getting to, yeah, if you're getting to an important level, or a level that you
Yeah,
seem is strong,
yeah,
you'd be looking towards that.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, typically you will see them around sort of gamma walls and stuff, which are,
yeah.
they change throughout the day, but usually you have some pretty big interest around certain areas, and that's usually where you will find them. And, market makers will need to get involved around those levels. And now the reason why zero DTE options have become so important is because they comprise like 43% of overall volume in like ES or something ridiculous. So naturally, a few years
Yeah.
ago, it wasn't quite like that. So it's always useful to have another layer of reference where you're going to be looking at those price
Yeah.
events, any price activity, really.
Okay. So sorry, you said it comprises of about 30% of volume, DTE options.
43.
Oh, 43.
43%.
Okay. Sorry.
A lot,
43%.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Yeah, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I still really like this trade. I know we
Me
cut it, and
too.
that
I was
was
actually
the right
gonna.
call.
Yeah. I wanted to ask if what are your guys' thoughts about getting back in, or putting a limit order at 43 and seeing if it gets filled, and then we put the stop loss above, or you want to wait to see if we take
Well,
out the highs?
so one thing I'm not liking about is the fact that we're having, like, if you look at the 30-minute chart, there's something called the rally-based rally in the supply and demand rules. And
Yeah.
last time it tried to get up to VWAP at 57.4575. And that's kind of the top of that range. So I'm still kind of going back to our original idea that 45s, 46s
Yeah.
might be a better area. So I really want to get that if we're going to short. Now that we tried it
Yeah.
once, and looking at this range, we're sort of in the middle now. So I really want to get it higher, especially considering that you use such small stops, right? So you really need to be pretty
Yeah.
accurate with the entry.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, Jay
I
and
agree with
JD?
you on that. I agree with you on that, D. I like the idea, but the fact that we took it pretty much right where we're sitting right now, and we had to cut it because we
Yeah.
didn't get the action. Maybe better trade location.
Definitely better
Yeah.
trade
You're gonna be in the
location.
same
Still good
situation.
on direction. Yeah, so direction we're still short. Still want to look for shorts, so we want to be sellers.
Yeah.
But we want a slightly higher chart location, trade location.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've
Scanning
got
here to
another
see if there's
question. If you guys are keen to answer another one.
Yeah, go
let's do
for
it.
it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, one thing I wanted to ask is I've heard you guys speak a lot of growler orders. Is that similar to icebergs, or is that something completely different?
I'm honestly not familiar with growler orders. What's a
I think
growler
Hoag
order?
talks
Okay.
about them. So Hoag would be your
Yeah,
man,
he
I
does.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Like I know of them, but I can't off the top of my head quite remember what they are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I kind of remember the one day it was he was discussing it, and there was a lot of on the 1 minute candle price would drop and then just come back up, drop and then just come back up. So it looked incredibly weak on the chart, and then the price went in the completely opposite direction. So I was just wondering. I thought maybe
I can
didn't know if
talk a
it
little
was the
bit
same
about it
thing.
now if you want.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Oh,
let's Hoag.
okay.
Let's hear it. What's a growler order, Hoag?
There we go.
You called?
All right. So iceberg orders, they're an accumulation of a position or a liquidation of a position in a longer time frame, and they're easy to spot because
Okay.
of delta, right? So you get somebody that just keeps putting in an offer at the same price or area of prices, and they just if they're sell iceberg orders, they just keep putting in small offers, and they keep putting them in, keep putting them in, keep putting them in. So it's market orders that are buying those offers. So you end up getting positive delta, but no price action in that direction. So that makes
Okay.
ice orders much easier to see. Growler orders are much
Yeah.
more diabolical because they'll put an order in, for example, to sell 40 at 7 even. As soon as
Okay.
that offer is filled, they'll sell 40 on the bid. So they keep delta neutral, but they've added or changed their position by 80 contracts. So that makes them much more difficult to see. Makes sense?
Okay.
So
How do you see
iceberg
So
orders,
that?
they just
they
keep putting in offers. They just keep putting in offers.
Yeah.
Growler orders, they'll put in an offer. And once that offer is filled, they'll use a market order to hit the bid. So that keeps delta neutral.
So Hoag, what do you use to spot them? Then growler orders in
It's
particular.
it seems it seems impossible to really be sure that you're seeing a growler order. You're going to see a lot of volume in that area with very little change in delta, but a
Movement.
lot of
Yeah.
that's most price levels. Is you're going to see buys and sells at the same level. You're not going to see a whole lot of delta at most other levels unless there's some sort of an iceberg. It makes it very, very difficult to spot them.
Okay. So essentially, if they are putting up offers and then they essentially selling into themselves, if they're replenishing it at the bid, is that right? They're marketing into
Yeah.
their own
So
orders.
yeah,
Okay.
they'll put an offer in of 40 contracts, and as soon as it's filled, they'll use a market order to hit the bid. So they get positive 40 delta when they get filled on the offer, and they remove that positive 40 delta when they hit the bid 40 times. So it keeps delta
Okay.
neutral.
Yeah. But what is the objective of that? Because essentially, you're buying and say as an example, you're buying and selling 40 contracts.
No, you're
Is that to get
selling
other?
40. You're selling 40 on
Yeah.
the offer, and as soon as that's filled, you sell 40 on the bid. So they're actually selling 80 contracts in that two transactions.
Oh, I get it now. Okay, I understand. Okay.
Yeah, it's diabolical, and they do that to hide their activities.
Yeah. 'Cause it was quite confusing that day. I mean, I remember just getting run over by the markets, and you were talking about the growler orders. So I was, okay, well, if I can find out what it is, hopefully next time I won't get run over by the market.
It's so hard to see.
Mm.
Anyway.
All right. Well, they
Okay.
seem to
Hopefully we
be
get a push-up
slightly
now, eh?
pushing it. Yeah, because we've been
Yeah.
stuck in literally 2.5 handle range. Forever.
Yeah.
This is the epitome of watching paint dry, right?
Yeah.
Scanning around to see if we have any opportunities in other places. I don't really see much, but I think you can stay
Yeah.
here with this trade. Keegan, one more thing. Do you use VWAP in your trading at all?
I do, yeah. Well, this
All right.
blue line here is VWAP, yeah.
Okay. Do you anchor VWAP at all?
I do anchor New York VWAP.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't. I normally use it for that first hour of trade.
Got you. So just real quick, if you can pull up an anchor and just anchor it to the low of the session, if you do get in short, look at that VWAP and it has to close below for continuation of that short. You can see that's kind of where we bounced, and it's supportive, somewhat supportive on the way up. We're getting a little bit of a pinch between the VWAP from that low and the full session VWAP. If you do get short, it needs to kind of flush below that area.
How do I pull up an anchored VWAP?
On your drawing tools on the left side of your chart, the fifth one down is forecasting and measurement tools. Go up twice. Keep going up. That one right there. Yep.
Forecast.
Anchored VWAP.
Mhm.
And then just click
That's
on
where it is. Oh, somebody asked me about this the other day, and I was
Yeah.
like, I have no idea.
click
Now
on
I know.
the
Okay.
New York session low. So regular trading hour low.
This would be the New York session low. Was the
There you go. Yep. So you see how that's kind of being supportive on the way up here.
But this did anchor it. Oh, okay. Is it normal on that? It doesn't anchor it from the bottom of the wick though, because it has anchored
That's
it
okay.
from here.
That's okay.
Is it
That's
okay?
fine. It's just the
an
candle that
average.
made the low.
It's an
Yeah,
average.
it's an average.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Obviously. Okay. So that's quite interesting.
You
to
give it
see
a
this,
point of
eh?
reference, and then it does like the
Yeah.
average. So that's why you're not gonna see it from the low.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
it is
nice.
quite interesting to see what you showed there, because we got support from it now when we did have that selling pressure come in.
Right. So if we do sell, it needs to close below that, and then because basically the way I'm reading this is from the time we've made that low, buyers have been in control.
Yeah.
Right. So in order for you to get
here go the RBR rally base rally potential as well.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
Mohammed saying, "Do not trade here." Yeah, I would agree. Pretty choppy.
Mohammed is right.
Mohammed is right. Yes. Hey, we tried. We didn't lose. It's fine. You know.
We
and
green.
We recognized
we
it.
green.
So now we're staying out. Yeah. We are green. Yeah. Again, sometimes no trade is the right decision.
Yeah.
Very true. We're not here to force any issues. We saw an opportunity. We took it.
Yeah.
We scratched it.
Yep.
No harm, no foul there. We're still not seeing any
Is
follow
this
through.
what Brian Shannon calls the VWAP pinch? Is this what he means by that?
Mm-hmm.
The VWAP pinch?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and really, I mean, if you read the book, it says exactly what Mohammed said: don't trade in the pinch. Right? Wait for the break. Good
Still
stuff.
got
I
a
think
couple
good use of
minutes
time.
left. Yeah,
Keegan
very good.
Asking some really great questions, while the market chops around.
Yeah.
I have another
stuff.
one. If you guys are okay.
Yeah. Go.
So from what I understand, with your guys' trading techniques, you also look at volume profiles and strong areas of confluence, like maybe a previous week value area high, value area low, point of control area. Now, when we get contract rollovers, you get obviously a massive gap in price, and then if you're still charting the continuous contract on TradingView, your levels are now way off compared to previous contracts. So if you're going from like the U to the Z contract, now so if you're looking at previous week value areas, you've got completely, it's almost in the middle of nowhere now. Do you, once you've got a contract rollover, do you go into your trading view, and then do you chart the Z contract from say 4
So,
weeks
for example,
prior to look at?
Yes. So crude oil rose every month. So that's something that I have to
Yeah.
deal with all the time. Same thing with gold, nearly every month. And what I tend to do, I use a combination of just pure supply and demand on like a regular candlestick pattern and the new contract. And then, obviously it takes time until the new contract builds up volume. So I will still reference the old contract to a degree and then look at how the new candles are looking and where those prices might be. So you're effectively doing a bit of a conversion between the two prices.
Okay.
Because the new contract is always going to be different prices in the beginning. And then the longer that it goes on, the prices of spot and futures eventually converge. But initially, there's going to be quite a bit of a gap. And so that's kind of my way around it. It's definitely a challenge, but it's not impossible if you just kind of do a little bit of conversion, a little bit of candlesticks, and then a volume profile and try and put it all together.
Okay.
Luckily, in equities, you only have to deal with that, every quarter.
4 times a year.
Every 3 months. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, so you wouldn't go. So let's say if the currently you're trading in the U contract on equities, and tomorrow we change over to the Z contract. You won't look at like previous price history from the Z contract to say 3 weeks prior or 2 weeks prior and look at those levels.
Well, there won't be much. There will be just gaps, right? Because nobody was trading it, so there's nothing to look at. So you have to reference the U contract. Yeah, especially in the first week or so when there's just nothing to support the new contract. Nobody was trading it, right? So we have to go where the volume and where the price activity was before, and then you can jump to the new contract. You can absolutely reference the U contract and then express your position on the Z contract, but you can't just look at the gappy price action from the new contract. Because again, there's nothing to look at.
Yeah, because there's a lack of volume, so the value areas might not be
nobody's
accurate.
trading it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
So you would then say it gapped up 50 points. You'll then take those values and just increase them by 50 points, essentially. As an example. Okay. No, that's quite clever, because that's always something that I find extremely frustrating and difficult. It's like, okay, contract rollover, and I'm going to try and figure out.
It's funny because whenever I talk to equities traders, they're all like, "Oh yeah, we have the rollover," and they're all freaking out. And it's like, "Yeah, man, like, well, what's the big deal? We get that every 3 weeks."
All right, guys.
I hate the rollover.
All right, guys. This has been a lot of fun, but we gotta make some time to get the next segment rolling. We took a trade. Nothing happened. Still haven't seen any follow through. Keegan, sorry we couldn't push any closer to passing the trading combine, but we'll get them next time. Thank you for joining.
Thank you very much.
We're $7
the information
closer.
was
$7
great.
closer.
Yeah. Green is green.
$7 to $7, right?
Green is green, man.
Right.
Yeah, $7.
But yeah, that was great. Coach Jay, Deanna, thank you both for joining us. Keegan, you'll be back again. Don't worry about it. We're going to get you through this trading combine. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with Power Hour. We got Andre Dolby, Francis Green, another fan favorite. They're going to be joined by the Hoag to close out the day. All right. Give us a few minutes. We're going to be right back. Stick around. Power Hour is coming up next.
Yes, every Thursday, you know what it is. It's Power Hour, the man in the middle, Mr. Francis Green, joining us on the right. You know what that is. Hoag in the house. Welcome, everybody, to Power Hour. Let's jump right into it. We're starting to see some sellers come in. The NASDAQ and the S&Ps. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 19,927, 926 now. In the ES, last trade, 57.34, pushing lower. Keep an eye on this crude and gold. See if we get any news coming out. Let's get right into it. Hey, Francis, welcome. How are things going so far?
Oh, good. Good to be back. A couple of days, as you know, I was on a little bit of a sick bed. So it's good to be back, get trading again. So, yeah, not a bad day today. Couple of trades, London, and then we actually got one on New York as well. So, yeah, not a bad day at all, to be fair, Andre.
Okay, fair enough. This is in the green. Starting to see some more sellers here. All right, Hoag, before we get started, got a Delta reading? You know I'm going to ask you that.
S&P Delta currently negative 20,000. NASDAQ Delta currently down 1,700. We're dragging along the bottom here, guys. We're right at the low of value in the S&P. Well, near the low of value at the end with the S&P and the NASDAQ. We just took a look right down through it in both of them, seeing a little bit of buyers coming back in below value there. So, I mean, we're kind of, it feels like we're in the middle of the range, but we're not.
No, I guess we're not. Francis, in the green room, we were talking about potential levels in the NQ that you were eyeing. Would you mind sharing those again with the audience in the NQ?
Yeah, obviously we've got that Tuesday low at that 19,820. Everybody's trading NQ is going to have that level. And then we've got a couple of lows, the London low. So anything between 1820 or 19,820 and 19,850 is going to be a very, very important level. I'll be very surprised if we don't get a reaction if we get down to that level, because I think everybody that's trading NQ is waiting for that. It's also a higher turn time frame Fibonacci as well. So big zone, big zone. That 30-point zone is a big zone for me.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Still seeing some more sellers here, Hoag. Let's trade in the ES 57.32 now. Right when we came into Power Hour, we were trading 37s. Now we're down to 31s. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we've been having a lot of trouble holding or even kind of reaching VWAP in the equities. Anchored VWAP for the New York session VWAP from overnight. They're all holding higher, relatively flat, but we've just been having a lot of trouble up against those levels. And we had Keegan on here earlier looking for a short, and it really didn't play out. There wasn't a whole lot going on the 5-minute chart. We got a whole series of dojis in the S&Ps. And finally, it looks like we're starting to pick a little bit of a direction here. But again, we're right near value low. We reject value from today. You know what? You might get your opportunity down there, my good friend.
In the 80, what, 820, 850? Was it, wait, Francis, was it 920 or 850?
Oh, the lows? So, no, it's 19,820s. 820s to 850s.
Okay,
that's a big zone. So,
yeah, Francis, you might get your chance down there. I don't know.
Yeah, like you say, if we can, we're just roaming around the point of control at the moment. Well, we've just left that. We can't get above the point of control. So it's going to be interesting because there is on my fixed range volume and on our VRVP, the value area low is not far away either. So
that's
that value area
this
low.
week.
Maybe we could get that sweep.
That volume profile you were just looking at, that's this week, right?
That's just
on
off
the
this,
left side of your chart.
Just off this price action. So since Tuesday's drop, I'm just using
Tuesday's
this
drop.
range.
Okay.
So since Tuesday's drop, yeah, just this range that we're in at the moment. Yeah.
Understood.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. Well, real quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen. I got to say this every time. For those that are new, welcome aboard. Welcome to Power Hour here on TopstepTV. Upper left-hand corner of the screen, see the hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Hashtag Power Hour. Share some cool performance data analytics, swag, trader station setups, memes, whatever you got. Send that over, and we'll turn that around in about 30, 40 minutes. Again, hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV. All right, Hoag, we saw some buyers step in there a little bit, about 3 points.
A little bit.
In
Value
the
low.
ES.
We had Mohammed talking about looking at for a buy in the Nasdaq down around 19,915. Basically, value area low. Traded right to it.
Did we clip the 15s? Yeah, 13 straight. Yep. All right. Well, maybe if we get back down there. Did he take it?
I don't know. He just kind of putting it in. He's 20 points of risk, 30 point reward, only 2 points of heat so far. I don't know if he's in it or not. He just put that that in the chat and just saw it. So we're a little late to the party if we're going to be looking to take that trade. Mag 7, NVIDIA is up 3%. Google is pretty much flat. Amazon's down about 4.5%. Meta up a little over a 1%. Tesla's down about almost 4%. Some mixed numbers there, but NVIDIA is kind of the good one because it's still up 3% right now.
All right. Let's see if we keep pushing.
A few people are asking why my charts are black and white. I just chose to do it that way because the colors are distracting. So a lot of the things that I like are either dark shades, so I keep my charts that way as well. A few people are confused.
Look at that.
Well, Francis, I know a lot of people find the color red to be alarming. I know a lot of people that use different colors on all their charts, and if it calms you to do it that way, then for sure.
Yeah, it just keeps me very, very calm. So very early on that I suffered from was obviously the red was for fear and the green was for greed. And I could see it affecting me when I first started trading. So I've never had colors on my charts for a while now. Even any of my profiles or on my EXO charts of my volume over there, it's just all, dark colors. So it's just a personal preference, everybody.
Sure, and I like that. Red is for fear, and green is for greed. Yeah. Greed and envy. Greed, the green eyes of envy. I like it.
All right, taking a look at tilt here. Nothing really doing. Haven't seen big tilts one way or another today. What we have seen is, again, had some headline risk coming in here earlier, Hoag. I saw that big sell-off a couple hours ago and in this morning. With this headline risk coming out of the Middle East, we have to be nimble. Do we widen our stops or tighten our stops in an environment like this, Hoag? What do you think?
Well, I mean, if in an environment where headline risks can affect the market anytime, size down, bigger stops. Look at how thin the market is. The S&Ps, most of the bids and offers are 2 digits. Usually we see 3 digits when the market is really thick. NASDAQ, I mean, we got 1, 2, 5, 7, 6, 3. The markets are thin. The volatility is down. And when something happens, that's going to cause price to move faster and further because there's not as many participants to absorb the buying and selling that may occur at these times. So it's something you just got to keep in mind. And, that is why you size down and why you increase your stop size.
Mm-hmm. All right, taking a look at this NQ. Mohammed, like the 15s?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He mentioned 915s in here. He's got a little reaction from that level as well.
Mm-hmm.
We have considerable negative delta in the S&Ps. I don't know if that's going to cause any kind of short squeeze. These sellers remain, then they can strong enough sellers can do anything, right, Andre? Why'd the market break today? More sellers than buyers.
More sellers than buyers, indeed. Again, it seems, but the sellers, it's obviously more short-lived than the natural bid to the market. But yeah, we're continuing to just grind lower here and watching. Yeah, keep an eye on these S&Ps and the NQ. Again, crude trading around its highs, about 15 cents off the highs last trade, $73.83. High today, $73.99. Keep an eye on gold as well. Typically, we see gold and crude pop simultaneously. more often than not, there is a headline that the market has received that not all the news wires have got just yet. So always keep an eye on that. Yeah, Hoag, it's thin in the S&P ladder, that's for sure. Oh,
Yeah,
Francis. Francis in the green room. You want to give a shout out, I do believe. This would be the perfect time for
Oh
your
yeah,
shout out.
to yesterday's guest, Sean Sawyer. I thought he was absolutely unbelievable. I thought he was very, very informative, and I think it's because maybe I've got a few students or a few people on our YouTube who kind of go through the same things that he was speaking about in trading. So I recommended him to our YouTube community, and yeah, I've watched him. I think I've watched it twice now today. I found it very, very informative, and I reached out to him on Twitter just to thank him, and I thought it was excellent yesterday. So yeah, I just thought I'd give him a shout out. I don't know him, but I thought it was worth a shout out.
There you go. Shout out to Mr.
Yeah, I really
Sawyer.
like Sean too.
Yeah, I thought it was excellent. Yeah.
Hoag. Yeah, really. Like we were saying in the green room, I really like that question about moral conundrum of taking trades with geopolitical headlines coming across. How do you deal with that? But I thought he answered it very well and put things into perspective. Anyways, keep an eye on this Mohammed trade here.
Yeah.
200915.
What does Mo have at that level, Mohammed? What does he have at that level? Has he already mentioned it? Or
Well, he didn't really. I don't think he mentioned too much about specifically why he picked that level. But in looking at what I'm looking at, this is the TPO profile for today in the Nasdaq. Value area low is the bottom of this green bar right here, 19,914. Everything below is considered excess. So that was, why I agreed and said, well, yeah, that's a good risk limiter. If we start taking out below the value area low too much, then the trade may be invalid. We're also looking at some pretty negative delta. We got negative 1900 in NASDAQ, but I would say that's congruent with direction. So I'm not really thinking we're going to see any kind of a short squeeze. Okay. The S&Ps, the value area low in the S&Ps was 5733 and a half. We took a look below it, but we've seen some rejection below that level. So, hey, are we going to rotate back to the upside, back higher? We got quantity control in the S&Ps at 44 even. A little bit of an anomaly up here at 45 half.
45 half.
It's if we were prepared and had our risk management in play there, I would say that would have been a pretty good opportunity to look for a potential long. As hard as it is to say that with the world the way it is, but you got to remember how resilient these equities markets are.
Really are. They are indeed. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on this Mohammed trade here on Power Hour. Also keep an eye on the crude and gold as well. Really quick, got this fun little segment or a little bit we got going on here with my man Eddie. We're calling it Jab, 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 right, Eddie? And why don't you explain to the viewers what Jab, Jab, Jab is and what we got for him? Boom, boom, boom.
All right. Thanks, Andre. Jab, jab, jab. This is something that Michael Patak keeps telling us as traders, and it works. The thing is, never give up. All right. Keep jabbing. What we're going to do is throughout the day, I've collected a lot of comments from the chat about success, about traders passing the combine or having a bad day, coming back and doing much better. So hopefully this segment goes over. It's called Jab, 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 and let's fire it up. In this corner, wearing the Topstep trunks, the trader who never gives up, works hard to be successful and moving forward and never gives up. Triumph McSwagger. And in the other corner, wearing a fig leaf and shoes on the wrong feet, the trader who gives up, doesn't learn and thinks mom's home cooking sucks. Blunder McStumble. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's get ready to rumble. All right, these are some of the comments that I picked up. Zalsoft, 1,500 last night, locked it up. Good job. 2 seconds. passed my combine, locked myself out. Black Flip 91 worked last night, passed my first 100K combine just now, folks. And he said, keep on jabbing. Kelso, our good friend, I just passed my combine. One of 5 accounts, didn't copy though. So I have some work to do there. Thanks for the love on X. Nathan passed his 150K combine. Congratulations. Sheep herd, definitely. A day of patience today, locked up a 750 out from he was down $2,400. Great job, sheep herd. Vladimir, finally I passed my combine since June. I was struggling a few months, finally got it. Thank you, Topstep, for your advice. Dustin, 5 past 100 pays today, boys. Trent has made 400 with the micros in my combine, locked myself out. And David passed 2 50K combines today. Topstep is the best. And some of the newer ones I got this afternoon, Evelyn said, I got $50 from passing yesterday, then going down 500. Today I made my loss back. I'm done trading for the day on the combine. So getting that money back, great job, Evelyn. And Vil passed 4 150K combines on this dump that was just a little while ago. And I envy Celsius, passed the combine, got a winning day. I made 1.5 towards another combine. I'd say this is the best trading day since I started. So congratulations. Wow. Give it up for them. This has been jab, jab, jab.
Love it.
And back to you, Andre.
Yes. Thank you, Eddie. That's sweet. Fighting, keep grinding. Hey, speaking of... Yeah. Oh, wow. I like it. Hey, speaking of fighting back, Francis got a question for you here in the chat. You may have seen already. Ask Green about the similarities between the pressure of being down in a game and having to claw back and being down in trading day and having to claw back. Are there similarities?
The only difference, listen, trading is individual, whereas team sports, you also relying on other individuals. So I think being down in trading is harder. It's probably less frustrating, but it's harder because it's an individual. Whereas in the teams, it's more frustrating because you also relying on others, and sometimes they don't do what you want them to do. But trading is down to you. So it's a mixed one, but if I had to choose one, I would choose the most frustrating is probably being drawdown of trading because it's just you. Very hard. Very hard.
Yes, it is. Indeed. All right. I think like Mohammed took some profits on that trade. I saw it coming and going in the chat there. So good on you, Mohammed. Again, along from the 915s, 19,915. He closed out of some of them, if not all of them. Shout out to Mohammed. All right. We're just chopping around
Nice
these
bounce.
levels.
Yeah. Nice quick bounce.
Really doing Hoag. Last time we
We
checked
got
in
a
with
few
you
more
on the
people in passing combines. Manuel Porter passed his combine. Edward Marquez passed his combine today. So a lot more folks chiming in saying they passed combine today. Nice job, folks.
Good job. Not an easy trade. Well done.
Good.
Pickle
Hoag, last
Gollums
time-
passed one today.
Well done. All right, Hoag, last time I checked in with you on the Delta was minus 20,000. The number will catch our attention. Yes, what are we looking at now? About 18 minutes later.
19.8 minus 19,900 now, right now.
Yeah.
19,900. Hasn't really given up much.
No. You know what it is, Hoag. Every time I see that big number, remember over the winter, we could play that squeeze. Haven't had that in a month,
so
a
many
few months
times.
now, Hoag. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it has been.
That squeeze.
It's streaky.
It is streaky.
But think about when we were doing that. We were constantly moving higher every day.
That's true.
And what these markets do is, man, they get everybody short and they grind it higher on them. They get everybody short and they grind it higher on them. These markets have been eating shorts for the 40 years I've been watching them. We're in a little bit of a different market state, and we will have that opportunity again. Oh, yes, we will, Andre. We will have that opportunity again.
Love it. All right, Francis, you heard it from Hoag. we will get it again. So always keep an eye on Delta here, especially in power hour. We get that squeeze once again. Time being, just kind of chop around. Of course, we got non-farm tomorrow. Should be easy.
Yeah.
Greater emphasis, greater focus on employment numbers now. Fed seems to think that we've got inflation under control. Their words, not mine. And, now they're keeping an eye on the job markets for, 25 basis point cut or 50 basis point cut. Again, that's not till November 7th, I do want to say. So over a month away. Francis, can you believe we are in the fourth quarter, Q4 of 2024, Francis? How about it?
It's crazy. It's crazy. I've just started monk mode for 30 days just to get me ready or ahead of the game for 2025. So
monk mode, you say? Go on.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I already do most of the things anyway, but there's simple things. You need to make sure you read, have to no bad foods, no caffeine. You have to exercise every day, and then you need to dedicate 4 hours a day to one specific task. So whatever you're building or whatever you're doing, it could just be trading, it could be building, it could be whatever. So just for 30 days solid to get the mind right. So we go into the back end of the year ready for 2025. So yeah.
Francis, does drinking for 4 hours count for that?
It depends what you're drinking, Hoag. If you're drinking water, yeah, I'll let you off. But yeah, it depends what you're drinking.
Sober October.
That's right.
Sober October, yeah. So I do these things throughout the year just to keep me active and keep the mind, keep pushing myself, whether that's a triathlon or a marathon or something. I just try and do something every 3 months. So just to keep me on my toes.
I get a little bit grayer every 3 months, Francis.
Hey.
I think I do, but it's a good thing that we've got some good dye. I can tell you that, Hoag.
Oh, yeah. All right. All right. Hey, nice cover there. Thanks, Isaac there, Mohammed. We're coming back to these 19,915s, 915s, and the NASDAQ. Hoag, when you see the trade work once, do you go back to the well and try it again? Something like that. In a low volume, low volatility for the time being. Is that something perhaps you go back to the well and try it again?
Yes and no. Only if it works.
Well, it did work. Oh, after the fact? I hear you go.
Yeah, the second time. The more times I think it goes down there, the less likely it is to work, in my opinion. People are asking Mohammed now if he still thinks it's a valid trade if it gets back down there. Let's see what Mohammed has to say.
Yeah, I guess that's what we're kind of asking here again. Yes. Get back into it. All right, let's go quick. 28 minutes left here in the session. This is Power Hour, joined by Mr. Francis Green and Mr. Hoag himself. Click like, click subscribe. I haven't had to say it too many times today. You guys are doing great. We appreciate it greatly. Closing in on 125,000 subscribers here on Topstep TV. Man.
Wow, that's going fast.
Yeah, here's Mohammed. I can see 19,878 now. Buyers can't be trusted now. Okay. He's saying don't go back to the well in this trade.
My thoughts exactly.
Well, perhaps we take a short.
Especially with that last 5 minute candle. In that 5 minute candle, just the 5 minute candle has a point of control around about that 19,940. I've recently been checking the point of controls and the volume for each 5 minute candle. And if we can't get above the previous point of controls, a lot of the time we can reject. So just something that I've been looking at recently.
Interesting. Do you find most of the time that point of control is in the center of that 5 or close to the center of that 5 minute candle?
If you have a look, yeah, I would say the average is going to be in the middle, but like you say, the last candle now, the point of control and the volume is at the top of that 5 minute candle. So it's going to be interesting to see if it can get back above the point of control of that previous 5 minute candle. Because I look for the 3 candle reversal, Hoag, as you know. So I look for the retest. So recently, I've been looking to see if it retests the 5 minute candle that gives us the shift. And that's what it's been doing. So just something that I'm looking at recently.
Let's see some pairs on pop. Hey, Mohammed.
It's at that. Yeah, it's trying to get above the point of control now on the last candle. It's right there now.
This has moved the regular trading hour session TPO point of control lower as well, which can indicate seller success.
Interesting. All right, let's perhaps
we'll see if it stays where it is.
Take a short in this. Look, nothing's showing on tilt really. I guess 60% short in the NQ. Average price of 952. So they're in the money. They're sitting pretty like that.
That is tempting. I mean, it's not my zone. The trade location is not for me, but I can see why someone might take a short here.
I like that. Somebody might take a short here, but not me.
Not me. Yeah. Don't take a short, everybody, by the way.
Hey, well, watching the ES
purposes only, as always.
Of course. Trade signals, of course. Watching this ES here. We've got VWAP at 57.45. Let's trade 57.39. Trying to push higher here. Upper end the range,
It's like
perhaps.
driving and you got the passenger and you're like, hey, am I clear on the right over there? Yeah, you could go, but I probably wouldn't. What?
Don't. Watch out for the... Oh, there we go.
Ooh, semi coming through. Not far normal. Again, we have almost seen about 15 minutes. All right, new 5-minute candles. See what they do.
It's closed above that point of control in that candle. Interesting what it does around here.
What are you looking for it to do here, Fran? Or what are you interested to see, Francis?
For me, like you say, it's in the middle. This for me is garbage area. I don't get involved in garbage areas. It's cost me too many combines. It's cost me XFAs. It's cost me too much money trading crypto. I don't get involved in garbage zones. So for me, it needs to be extremes. I like previous daily highs, previous daily lows, Asia highs, Asia lows, just before the London Open. They're the zones that I like to trade from. So, because I know that's where most of the people or most of the players want to trade, in those areas. So that's why, for me, that's why I wait for those areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Point of control is usually not something that I'm interested in trading.
I suppose it's still to do with your style as well. For like say, Mohammed's very, very good at seeing certain areas, getting in, getting out. A lot of people are very, very good at that. I've tended to be a lot more patient as I've tried to get better and better at trading, just for the higher probability zones. That's the thing with me. I like to try and let the trade marinate, as I say, and then let it give me something rather than trying to jump in and out. But that's just me. It's my personality. So some people like that. They're very, very good at that, and they're excellent at that type of trading.
I much prefer my trades marinated.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, when you think about it, Francis, I mean, people are looking at the market in different ways and in different time frames, and they trade in different time frames. What might look like a good setup for somebody in a very short time frame might be something I would be like, why?
Yeah.
Just
why? It's crazy. Yeah.
And it doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just, it's just not something that I would be looking at or looking for.
Yeah. I think trading, the more you trade, like you say, I think your style is really about your personality. That's why I think it's so hard at the beginning and unique to every different trader. I really think it's all about your traits, and again, how you are, your belief systems and all those types of things. I think your trading style really resonates that. So at the beginning, when you're trying to find a way to trade and you may jump from style to style or strategy to strategy, it can be frustrating until you kind of figure out your own personality in relation to trading, and what you're comfortable with, etc., and things like that. You mentioned Rips in the last segment, how amazing he is at momentum trading. And when I watch rips, I'm like, that's insane. You know, it's so amazing how he trades, like with the information and the sharpness that he has. And I'm like, how did he see that? I could not do that and sit there, and he's just so calm. But like you say, he's built that, and it matches his personality and things like that, and his traits, and he's excellent at it. So, yeah, it's like you say, there's no right way or wrong way. It's just whatever works for you.
And trading will help you find your personality. At least it starts to find out the barriers and the foibles first, and then you got to find your way through all that. And
yeah.
It took me 2 years to probably figure out that I was never going to be a scalper, and that I was probably looking at longer time frame opportunities. Takes time.
Yeah. Takes time, yeah. I mean, and that's if, like you say, and I think that's if you take the time and you're committed. It can take. I mean, it probably took me 4 years, in and out, not knowing what I'm doing, this crypto, that crypto, because at the time it was crypto, divergence, and then eventually I landed on, reversals with divergences. Don't really use them as much now. And even recently, I've been basing everything on my Fibonacci. I've not been using my Fibonacci as much now because I'm getting far better at reading price action. So, and that's taken years, So I think if you take the time to understand that, you have to understand who you are as an individual. I think that's where you can probably get ahead of the game. I've got a couple of people that I work with, and they're quite. Two of them have been very, very quick. Like I said, they've taken 4 payouts from Topstep now, and they've only been trading for 20 weeks. They'd never traded before. So, and that's very, 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 very fast. 20 weeks. He's never traded before. He didn't even know what trading view was at the time or anything like that. And he's taken 4 payouts now from Topstep. So, big plug for Topstep as always.
Awesome.
Francis,
but his personality, he quickly understood what type of person he was, and just started working on becoming a better person. And that helped his trading massively.
Francis, do you feel like somebody that has never traded before, who comes into trading with mentorship like yours,
Great question.
do you think it's better that they've never traded before, or do you think it's more difficult if they've traded and they're full of the pain of losses and all that stuff?
Great question. I've got it. Go ahead, Francis.
For me, I always say this, and it's not just because obviously I help people and we have the YouTube channel and content and things like that. But if I would have gone back, I would have tried to get a mentor that I resonated with on a psychological level, that kind of lived the way that I wanted to live as soon as I could, because it would have obviously saved me thousands of pounds of loss. But if they come in with a blank canvas, it's like anything. If somebody is coming in with no ideas, so there's no damage to undo. There's no old habits. There's no gambling habits. There's no fear factor. There's no trading habits to rewire. So it's a lot easier if someone comes in fresh and they go straight to studying. They learn way quicker than someone who comes in and tries to get quick, rich scheme, jumping from place to place, group to group, signals or whatever they do these days. You're wasting time. Forever while you're doing that and not just going to get taught, you're wasting time. It's and people, especially in the trading space, there's so many different things, and people think people shouldn't teach people. But I mean, I don't know how you would ever learn anything if you never got taught. I find that argument a little bit flawed when people say that. I think that's a bit crazy. But yeah, if you come in with a blank canvas or they're brand new, it's so much easier for me to teach them the basics than if someone who's coming in and they've been trading for 2-3 years and they got this psychological.
They have their
barrier.
own ideas and thoughts and pain and suffering and all of that stuff.
They've also tried loads of different strategies. So when you're trying to implement a simple, methodical kind of way of trading with some discretionary trading in there, they're still going to have these old triggers that they had before along the way. So again, it's that rewiring process that takes time, and that's down to the
Right.
individual rewiring their environment, maybe their lifestyle, life choices, beliefs, pasts, relationships, all these things. What I've found is really beneficial. That's what I found on a personal level.
So, Francis, I mean, you don't have, somebody that says, well, this is the way I used to do it, when you're trying to teach them another way, and you have to go, well, how did that work out for you, right?
Yeah. I've had some people, and sometimes they try and stick to that way of trading because they've believed in it for so long, or they've invested so much time. But then I turn around and say, well, why are you here?
Right.
You're here for a reason. If that, like you say, Hoag, if that was working for you, there's a problem. Maybe the strategy is a great strategy, and maybe it's a psychology side of thing that we need to do. Maybe it's a lifestyle thing. So it might be that the strategy is really, really good, but they're just missing in other areas of their life.
Missing it. Sure.
Yeah.
So I remember on the trading floor, a lot of people that got hired by prop firms were hired with no floor experience, no trading experience. Andre, when you got hired,
zero.
Was that what they were looking for, or was they were
Prerequisite.
looking for like blank slates? And
Correct. Prerequisite with the firm. No prior trading experience. Obviously, I came straight out of college. But yeah, no prior trading experience. They wanted to basically mold you the way they wanted to mold you. But obviously, I was a clerk on the floor, so that helped. Economics, education. So obviously, I understood supply and demand, things like that. But yes, no prior trading experience. That was prerequisite. So yeah, I agree with that. And he's well, you trade the. We're get a little skeptical of some things. So yes, yeah. So, but hey, you got to adapt though. You learn one way. I remember the way of trading, we were trading horizontal markets. For those that know, I was trading Eurodollars, horizontal markets. And then coming into the S&Ps and equities, you had to learn to trade vertical markets. Much different learning how to read that tape. And supply and demand works slightly different in the equities. When you see a big paper order in on the ladder, the market gravitates towards that. Where in interest rates, Eurodollars, big paperwork comes in, the market runs away from it. So I had to relearn that. Yeah, very interesting. Anyways, okay, we got 4.5 minutes till MOC. Man, this is still moving. Slow market still. We're still moving here. I'm going to bring in my man, Gabe. Gabe, we didn't get time to get around to #Fast Markets submissions this morning. So what do we got? Let's do some housekeeping here. Gabe? What we got?
Let's do it. I got a few for us. So we have Aaron, pretty much what Coach Dakota from Topstep said the other day during slow markets. You won't catch the absolute bottom or the top of a trade, but if you can enter or exit within 20% of the bottom or top of the range, that is a great trade. And he's got his executions shown there. Caught basically the bottom and then sold at the top. So pretty much just sniping away there. But I like that it's not a game of perfection, right? So it's a game of probabilities. And I think that buffer of 20% of the top or bottom of the range, I think that's a great threshold to begin with. So good stuff.
I agree.
You got Steampunk. Ooh. Hell yeah. First payout. Feels good. Congratulations on taking your first payout there, Steampunk. Grateful to hear about that. Keep up the good work. Now, I'm going to butcher this, but we have Lepit and some change. Great day on Topstep. Locking it up. You got $150K Express. Killed it. $12,569. Bringing their balance up to $21,000 on the XFA.
Oof.
Great
Very
work.
nice.
Absolutely killer. You also have past 2 combines today during the pre-market. Shout out to you there. Quick and simple. Passing a couple of combines. Nice. We have Trader Don C. Beautiful day again on my XFAs. Managed to pass the 5th one yesterday. Also have the combine as a backup just in case. Topstep for life. I do like that he named one of his accounts there leaderboard. Gunning for the leaderboard. I like it. So hopefully see you on the leaderboard there soon there, Trader Don.
Awesome.
But that's what I have for you guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Gabe.
Nice.
See you on the leaderboard.
That level's still holding. Mohammed's level holding well.
Yes.
Now it's trying to push against the point of control. Nice.
Yeah, he was. I think he was looking at a short. He said that trade is now off. We are too close to MOC.
Yeah, what was MOC yesterday? MOC was kind of light, if I
It was light.
remember.
Yeah, it was very disappointing.
Okay. Yes, it was just around $1 billion buy side. And you will have that in about 90 seconds. We're pushing higher here in NASDAQ and ES. ES closing in on VWAP. VWAP, again, 57.45. Last trade in the ES, 57.41. Almost got to 42s there. Closing in here. See if the NASDAQ wants to follow suit. Last trade in NASDAQ, 19,957. VWAP 974. So about 17 points from VWAP in NASDAQ.
SN is asking MOC.
Yeah, you know me.
It's a market on close.
Yes.
Right. Dollar amount of stocks being bought or sold at the close of the New York Stock Exchange. That's what we're going to be having here in about inside a minute here.
Did someone get their hands on what the MOC announcement is going to be with this little pop here?
Maybe.
Yeah. Watch it be like 5 billion buy side. And like, oh, no wonder.
It's probably Tuckman.
Tuckman all over it. Right, closing
Put
in
the
on VWAP
decimal
here.
in the wrong spot.
Right. 2 points away from VWAP here. Grinding higher. Got a very low volume, light volume. Perhaps to be expected. Got non-farm tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Jobs number. First jobs number
Friday,
post. Yeah, first job numbers post rate cut. See how that plays into that, if at all.
All right, here we go. Let's see what we got here. All right, coming in 307 million buy side S&Ps, NASDAQ. Only 6 million sell side. Dow, 100 million buy side. And right now, the Mag 7 is showing nothing. Tapping my screen, nothing. Oh, here it comes right now. 380. Let me do this again here. Numbers have fluctuated. 846 million buy side S&P, NASDAQ. 525 million buy side. Dow, 305 million buy side. Mag 7, 375 million buy side. There you have it. These numbers do fluctuate as they just did. I'm going to keep an eye on these for you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie. Yeah. All right. So looking at about 1.5 billion or so buy side between the big three there.
Yeah.
The pop. Sellers did step in a VWAP. 19,970. Last trade in the NASDAQ. Mr. Francis Green, still nothing. Peeling. Do anything with the big fat round number of 20,000 even, Francis? Any business to be conducted there, perhaps?
I can see, again, it's that psychological level, and so many times that we've messed around at that zone. So, you've not got long left. If we had maybe a spike up there, if you wanted to trade that news, that data, you might have then been able to get a little cheap short off that psychological level, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But with that VWAP, where we are, trade location, you've got to be in and then you've got to be out. You can't be messing around. But like you say, it's a psychological number. There's always going to be a reaction at 20,000. Something.
I can't wait till we see the reaction at 30,000.
Hey, sounds good. Sounds good for the retirement accounts, indeed. Hey, looking at
if it is 30,000, we might not see Hoag then. He's done then.
He'll be slipping a pina colada on his private island with S&P's 30,000. Keep an eye here on crude. Crude just peaked above $74. Let's trade $74.04. A high of $74.09. I'm going to keep an eye on always with the headlines in the middle coming out from the Middle East. I was just see a peak above VWAP in S&Ps and NASDAQ. Sellers came in, pushed it down about 20 points in the NASDAQ. ES pulled back about 4 points there. And coming into the close here on Power Hour, TopstepTV. 7.5 minutes. Man, what a morning. Got the Algo guy in here, Tomikaze. You saw the family, father-son duo. Yeah. Father-son duo, power players. We'll have them back. See if we can head past the combine with Dad.
You see the Yeah, both the S&P and the NASDAQ pushed through VWAP and then just really kind of fell off of that. I feel like that's a function of the illiquidity that the markets are in right now. You know, it
Right.
just goes a little bit further because there's less people to take the other sides of these trades.
Does make sense.
It's going to be interesting tomorrow because you can see this range breaking on NQ. Is it going to be a dump and pump or pump and dump? I imagine it's going to be one of those. I don't think it's going in going to be nice and easy to sell off or pump tomorrow.
Well, they're never gonna make it easy for us, are they, Francis?
Never.
And Hoag, it was
when
easy.
It is easy, when it is easy, I can never get in anyway. I think you was talking about it, Hoag. I can't get in trending markets if there's no pullback or anything like that.
So hard.
Some people are very good. They'll just buy and they'll click and they'll say, okay, and they'll just leave it and it continues up. But I just can never seem to get in.
The month of July, Francis, it was just close your eyes and buy it, come back in an hour and see the unrealized profits.
And I'm 9 days to reverse short.
10 days in a row. It's like 10 days in a row, man. Just new all-time highs. Oh, that was the trade. Here we go. Got a poll up here in the chat. Will MQ close above or below 19,950? Good price.
Flipping a coin. I'm
currently
flipping a chicken bone here.
We busted out the chicken bones earlier today.
What's that?
5-minute mark here. And we'll see an injection of liquidity in about 5 seconds. When air horn, Nick, for a tick. Those were the days. And boom. There's nothing there. That was May, June, and July. Indeed, Stephen R. Those are the days.
The air horn. We always got the.
There we go. Yes, those were the days, man. We're pushing higher here. See if NQ wants to make a run for 20,000 evens. Now we're into the 80s, 19,980 trades. Came in there. I like to keep an eye on the S&P.
I answered the poll above 50, so
same.
Let's see what happens.
Pushing through VWAP. Crude sellers
back
popping
above
in.
it.
Yep. Mohammed says 20,000 is coming. Right. Francis, quick question about football, if you don't mind. Will Southgate be the new manager at Man U? That happened.
That is a he's been saying it. Well, his agent has been saying in the media for around about 9 months that he would like the Manchester United job. So he's clearly waiting and maybe wants that. Ten Hag, I think he's finished. He's on borrowed time. If anybody's a Manchester United fan, I think he's on borrowed time. Maybe Gareth Southgate. I mean, he's done a good job with England, but international football is very, very different from club football. So you're dealing with very, very different nationalities, should I say? Different egos. So be interesting. Yeah, Manchester United not doing well at all, really.
Egos in sports. What?
No,
never.
Superstars, yes, but yes, something.
Hey, what are you talking about, man?
Chris A says we want Zizou at Man U. Oh,
wow! No, I'd like to see him there. That would be good.
He did well for Real Madrid, of course.
He just picks and chooses either. Yeah.
Yes. Pick of the litter. All right, closing in here. We got 2.5 minutes here on Power Hour. Starting to see a push here. Mohammed says 20,000 is coming. What's up, Hoag?
I mean, we're still negative 20,000 in Delta, and we're pushing higher here. We lost a bunch of Delta, and we keep getting negative Delta. I think there's probably more to the upside here.
Yeah, I feel it right here.
7 minutes. So, I mean, 3 minutes. So I'm not going to do anything, but we are seeing a little bit of a Delta squeeze here.
Oh boy, finally. Hey, results of the poll. Again, will NQ close above or below 19,950? 73% of you look to be correct, saying above. 10 points away from 20,000. ES tilt long 62% for average price 57.45. About 5 points. Look at this move to the upside. Here we go. 57.50. I'm sure Nick for a tick has his eyes on that price of 57.50. The options. No, 20,000s. Can we do it? Everyone, let's cheer on that NASDAQ. If you are long, of course. If you're short.
Value low to value high in the S&Ps. Man, oh man.
Figure. Man, oh man is right.
You got to pay attention.
Choop.
It ain't easy.
U.S. does not believe Israel has decided how to respond to Iran. Why to hit oil facilities?
Is that 20,000? Is everybody?
Mohammed! Hey, Mo! Man, Mo with the calls today. Mo with the calls. We're pushing higher here. Are the shorts getting squeezed into this close here on Power Hour? Hoag, they got to be feeling the heat, man. That negative delta's got to be feeling the heat. Is that what's fueling this rally, Hoag?
Yeah, it seems to be, but it's still remaining relatively negative with 19,600 negative right now. It's not losing a lot, so that means it's probably going to keep going.
30 seconds left in this session. Might be a short squeeze.
Our MOCs have all gone to the sell side.
Wow. There you go. There's that scalp.
Now we're getting a pullback.
Is that cheap short?
Yes, cheap short the 20,000s. They got 20
Now
seconds. You took those shorts. Took the shorts, you're going to take the profit. I got the ES ladder up here. We'll see some volume coming on the bid and ask. Francis, hey, we got some fireworks at the end.
It's always right at the end.
Of course. Francis, I want to thank you so much for joining us, spending time with us here on Topstep TV, Power Hour. Hoag, as always, let's do this thing again tomorrow. Get Non-Farm Friday coming up on Topstep TV. But for now, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us away.
Francis, it's always a pleasure.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
Francis.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us here. We'll see you again real soon, hopefully. All right. Happy 4th tomorrow, folks. No, not of July, of October. October 4. And we've got end the week here. Coming up here in Fast Markets, we got Coach Jay, Coach Dakota, Coach Vince. Don't miss tomorrow's Fast Market. Coming up here after that, we've got Peter Tuckman and Brady B. Also, Anne-Marie is going to be joining us in the afternoon. And don't forget, we have our reverse challenge, Andre Dolby, JD, and Coach Ray. So right after us, right after we close shop here, 3:15, stick around. And we've got Coach Jay and Coach Paul with At the Buzzer every Monday through Friday. They will be here with us. Also, Coach Ray, 6 o'clock tonight in the Discord channel. Coach Vince, 7 o'clock in the Discord channel. And Coach Dakota, it'll be the last day here, Sunday through Thursday for Coach Dakota. Slow Market, 7:30, right here on our YouTube channel. So hopefully I got everything. I'd like to thank everybody for our participation today. And hope you did learn something. I'd like to thank all our guests for showing up. Of course, Carlos and his dad, that was a very good one. And for sure, we're gonna get those two back on again. That was a great segment. And all our other guests, appreciate your time and your sharing of your knowledge. Now, speaking of time, the time is now yours. Okay, go relax, re-energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow, Friday tomorrow. We've got numbers coming up here, not too many exciting ones. But we do have the one big one, non-farm payroll. It's going to be 7:30 unemployment rate. And after that, that's about it. We do have our Baker Hughes rate count, but that's every Friday. Taking a look here, Williams is going to be speaking at 8. Don't expect anything out of the ordinary, but that's about it. Be here early for our 7:30 numbers. All right. So orders from headquarters, my friends. I want you to stay safe, stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.